Section 1 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton. Section 1. Advertisement to the last London edition. The work now restored to public notice has had an extraordinary fate. At the time of its original publication, it obtained a great celebrity, which continued more than half a century. During that period few books were more read, or more deservedly applauded. It was the delight of the learned, the solace of the indolent, and the refuge of the uninformed. It passed through at least 8 editions, by which the bookseller, as Wood records, got an estate, and, notwithstanding the objection sometimes opposed against it of a quaint style, and too great an accumulation of authorities, the fascination of its wit, fancy, and sterling sense have borne down all censures, and extorted praise from the first writers in the English language. The grave Johnson has praised it in the warmest terms, and the ludicrous Sterne has interwoven many parts of it into his own popular performance. Milton did not disdain to build 2 of his finest poems on it, and a host of inferior writers have embellished their works with beauties not their own, culled from a performance which they had not the justice even to mention. Change of times and the frivolity of fashion suspended, in some degree, that fame which had lasted near a century, and the succeeding generation affected indifference towards an author who at length was only looked into by the plunderers of literature, the poachers in obscure volumes. The plagiarisms of Tristram Shandy, so successfully brought to light by Dr. Ferrier, at length drew the attention of the public towards a writer who, though then little known, might, without impeachment of modesty, lay claim to every mark of respect, and inquiry proved, beyond a doubt, that the calls of justice had been little attended to by others, as well as the facetious Yorick. Wood observed, more than a century ago, that several authors had unmercifully stolen matter from Burton without any acknowledgment. The time, however, at length arrived, when the merits of the Anatomy of Melancholy were to receive their due praise. The book was again sought for and read, and again it became an applauded performance. Its excellencies once more stood confessed in the increased price which every copy offered for sale produced, and the increased demand pointed out the necessity of a new edition. This is now presented to the public in a manner not disgraceful to the memory of the author, and the publisher relies with confidence that so valuable a repository of amusement and information will continue to hold the rank to which it has been restored, firmly supported by its own merit, and safe from the influence and blight of any future caprices of fashion. To open its valuable mysteries to those who have not had the advantage of a classical education, translations of the countless quotations from ancient writers which occur in the work are now for the first time given, and obsolete orthography is in all instances modernized. Account of the Author. Robert Burton was the son of Ralph Burton, of an ancient and genteel family at Lindley, in Leicestershire, and was born there on the 8th of February, 1576. He received the first rudiments of learning at the Free School of Sutton Coldfield, in Warwickshire, from whence he was, at the age of 17, in the long vacation, 1593, sent to Brazen Nose College, in the condition of a commoner, where he made considerable progress in logic and philosophy. In 1599 he was elected student of Christ Church, and, for form's sake, was put under the tuition of Dr. John Bancroft, afterwards Bishop of Oxford. In 1614 he was admitted to the reading of the sentences, and on the 29th of November, 1616, had the vicarage of St. Thomas, in the west suburb of Oxford, conferred to him by the Dean and Canons of Christ Church, which, with the rectory of Seagrave in Leicestershire, given to him in the year 1636, by George, Lord Berkeley, he kept, to use the words of the Oxford Antiquary, with much ado to his dying day. he seems to have been first beneficed at Walsby, in Lincolnshire, through the munificence of his noble patroness, Frances, Countess Dowager of Exeter, but resigned the same, as he tells us, for some special reasons. At his vicarage he is remarked to have always given the sacrament in wafers. Wood's character of him is, that he was an exact mathematician, a curious calculator of nativities, a general read scholar, a thorough-paced philologist, and one that understood the surveying of lands well. As he was by many accounted a severe student, a devourer of authors, a melancholy and humorous person, so by others who knew him well, a person of great honesty, plain dealing and charity. I have heard some of the ancients of Christ Church often say, that his company was very merry, facete, and juvenile; and no man in his time did surpass him, for his ready and dexterous interlarding his common discourses among them with verses from the poets, or sentences from classic authors; which being then all the fashion in the university, made his company the more acceptable. He appears to have been a universal reader of all kinds of books, and availed himself of his multifarious studies in a very extraordinary manner. From the information of Hearne, we learn that John Rouse, the Bodleian librarian, furnished him with choice books for the prosecution of his work. The subject of his labor and amusement seems to have been adopted from the infirmities of his own habit and constitution. Mr. Granger says, he composed this book with a view of relieving his own melancholy, but increased it to such a degree, that nothing could make him laugh but going to the bridge foot and hearing the ribaldry of the bargemen, which rarely failed to throw him into a violent fit of laughter. Before he was overcome with this horrid disorder, he, in the intervals of his vapors, was esteemed one of the most facetious companions in the university. His residence was chiefly at Oxford, where, in his chamber in Christ Church College, he departed this life, at or very near the time which he had some years before foretold, from the calculation of his own nativity, and which, says Wood, being exact, several of the students did not forbear to whisper among themselves, that rather than there should be a mistake in the calculation, he sent up his soul to heaven through a slip about his neck. Whether this suggestion is founded in truth, we have no other evidence than an obscure hint in the epitaph hereafter inserted, which was written by the author himself, a short time before his death. His body, with due solemnity, was buried near that of Dr. Robert Weston, in the north aisle which joins next to the choir of the Cathedral of Christ Church, on the 27th of January, 1639–40. Over his grave was soon after erected a comely monument, on the upper pillar of the said aisle, with his bust, painted to the life. On the right hand is the following calculation of his nativity, and under the bust, this inscription of his own composition: Paucis notus, paucioribus ignotus, hic jacet Democritus Junior, qui vitam dedit et mortem, melancholia, obiit octo idus Januaris, A.C. 1639. Arms: azure on a bend O between three dogs' heads O, a crescent G. A few months before his death he made his will, of which the following is a copy. Extracted from the registry of the Prerogative Court of Canterbury. In nomine Dei Amen. August 15th, 1639, because there be so many casualties to which our life is subject, besides quarreling and contention which happen to our successors after our death by reason of unsettled estates, I, Robert Burton, student of Christ Church, Oxon, though my means be but small, have thought good by this my last will and testament to dispose of that little which I have, and being at this present, I thank God in perfect health of body and mind, and if this testament be not so formal according to the nice and strict terms of law and other circumstances peradventure required, of which I am ignorant, I desire, howsoever, this my will may be accepted, and stand good according to my true intent and meaning. First I bequeath Amonem Deo Corpus Terrae, whensoever it shall please God to call me. I give my land in Higham, which my good father Ralph Burton of Lindley in the county of Leicester Esquire gave me by deed of gift, and that which I have annexed to that farm by purchase since, now leased for £38 per annum to mine elder brother William Burton of Lindley, Esquire, during his life, and after him to his heirs, I make my said brother William likewise mine executor, as well as paying such annuities and legacies out of my lands and goods, as are hereafter specified. I give to my nephew Cassibilan Burton £20 annuity per annum, out of my land in Higham, during his life, to be paid at 2 equal payments at Our Lady Day in Lent and Michaelmas, or if he be not paid within 14 days after the said feasts, to distrain on any part of the ground or on any of my lands of inheritance. Item, I give to my sister Catherine Jackson, during her life, £8 per annum annuity to be paid at the 2 feasts equally as above said, or else to distrain on the ground, if she be not paid after 14 days at Lindley, as the other sum is out of the said land. Item, I give to my servant John Upton the annuity of 40 shillings out of my said farm during his life, if till then my servant, to be paid on Michaelmas Day in Lindley each year, or else after 14 days to distrain. Now for my goods. I thus dispose them. First, I give an £100 to Christ Church in Oxford, where I have so long lived to buy £5 lands per annum, to be yearly bestowed on books for the library. Item, I give an £100 to the University Library of Oxford to be bestowed to purchase £5 land per annum to be paid out yearly in books, as Mrs. Brooks formerly gave an £100 to buy land to the same purpose, and the rent to the same use I give to my brother George Burton £20, and my watch I give to my brother Ralph Burton £5. Item, I give to the parish of Seagrave in Leicestershire, where I am now rector, £10 to be given to a certain Feoffes, to the perpetual good of the said parish oxen. Item, I give to my niece Eugenia Burton £100. Item, I give to my nephew Richard Burton, now prisoner in London, £100 to redeem him. Item, I give to the poor of Higham 40 shillings where my land is to the poor of Nuneaton, where I was once a grammar scholar, £3 to my cousin Perfy at Wadley, my cousin Perfy of Calcott, my cousin Hales of Coventry, my nephew Bradshaw of Orton 20 shillings apiece, for a small remembrance, to Mr. Whitehall, rector of Chirkby, mine own chamber fellow, 20 shillings, I desire my brother George and my cousin Perfy of Calcott to be the overseers of this part of my will. I give moreover £5 to make a small monument for my mother, where she is buried in London, to my brother Jackson 40 shillings, to my servant John Upton 40 shillings, besides his former annuity, if he be my servant till I die, if he be till then my servant. Robert Burton, Charles Russell witness, John Pepper witness. An appendix to this my will, if I die at Oxford, or whilst I am of Christ Church, and with good Mr. Paynes, August the 15th, 1639. I give to Mr. Dr. Fell, Dean of Christ Church, 40 shillings to the 8 canons, 20 shillings apiece, as a small remembrance to the poor of St. Thomas Parish, 20 shillings, to Brasenose Library, £5, to Mr. Rouse of Oriel College, 20 shillings, to Mr. Haywood XXS, to Dr. Metcalf XXS, to Mr. Shirley XXS. If I have any books the University Library hath not, let them take them. If I have any books our own library have not, let them take them. I give to Mrs. Fell all my English books of husbandry, one excepted, to her daughter Mrs. Catherine Fell, my 6 pieces of silver plate, and 6 silver spoons, to Mrs. Isles my Gerard's Herbal, to Mrs. Morris my Country Farm translated out of French 4, and all my English physic books, to Mr. Whistler the Recorder of Oxford. I give 20 shillings to all my fellow students Misters of Arts, a book in folio or 2 a piece as Master Morris Treasurer or Mr. Dean shall appoint, whom I request to be the overseer of this appendix, and give him for his pains Atlas Geographer, and Ortelius Theatrum Monde. I give to John Fell, the Dean's son's student, my mathematical instruments, except my 2 cross staves, which I give to my Lord of Donall, if he be then of the house. To Thomas Isles the doctor, Isles his son, student Stalnach on Corelia, and Lucian's works, in 4 tomes. If any books be left, my executors dispose of them with all such books as are written with my own hands, and half my melancholy copy, for Cripps hath the other half, to Mr. Jones chaplain and chanter, my surveying books and instruments, to the servants of the house, 40 shillings. Robert Burton, Charles Russell witness, John Pepper witness. This will was showed to me by the testator and acknowledged by him some few days before his death, to be his last will ita tester John Morris, S.Th.D. Prebendari Ical Pri Oxon, February 3rd, 1639. Probatum fuit testamentum suprascriptum, etc. 11th, 1640, Juramento Willimi Burton Priest et executoris qui, etc., de bene et felicitator administrand, etc., quorum magris Nathanael Stevens, rectore Ecole de Drayton, et Eduardo Farmer, clericus, vigore commissionis, etc. The only work our author executed was that now reprinted, which probably was the principal employment of his life. Dr. Ferrier says, it was originally published in the year 1617, but this is evidently a mistake. The first edition was that printed in Quarto, 1621, a copy of which is at present in the collection of John Nichols, Esquire, the indefatigable illustrator of the History of Leicestershire, to whom, and to Isaac Reed, Esquire, of Staple Inn, this account is greatly indebted for its accuracy. The other impressions of it were in 1624, 1628, 1632, 1638, 1651-2, 1660, and 1676, which last, in the title page, is called the 8th edition. The copy from which the present is reprinted is that of 1651-2, at the conclusion of which is the following address. To the Reader. To be pleased to know, courteous Reader, that since the last impression of this book, the ingenious author of it is deceased, leaving a copy of it exactly corrected, with several considerable additions by his own hand. This copy he committed to my care and custody, with directions to have those additions inserted in the next edition, which in order to his command, and the public good, is faithfully performed in this last impression. H.C., i.e. Henry Cripps. The following testimonies of various authors will serve to show the estimation in which this work has been held. The Anatomy of Melancholy, wherein the author hath piled up variety of much excellent learning. Scarce any book of philology in our land hath, in so short a time, passed so many editions. Fuller's Worthies, folio 16. 'Tis a book so full of variety of reading, that gentlemen who have lost their time, and are put to a push for invention, may furnish themselves with matter for common or scholastical discourse and writing. Wood's Athenae Oxoniensis, Vol. 1, page 628, 2nd edition. If you never saw Burton upon Melancholy, printed 1676, I pray look into it, and read the 9th page of his preface, Democritus to the Reader. There is something there which touches the point we are upon. But I mention the author to you as the pleasantest, the most learned, and the most full of sterling sense. The wits of Queen Anne's reign, and the beginning of George the First, were not a little beholden to him. Archbishop Herring's Letters, 12 month, 1777, page 149. Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy, he, Dr. Johnson said, was the only book that ever took him out of bed 2 hours sooner than he wished to rise. Boswell's Life of Johnson, Vol. 1, page 580, 8th edition. Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy is a valuable book, said Dr. Johnson. It is, perhaps, overloaded with quotation, but there is a great spirit and great power in what Burton says when he writes from his own mind. Ibid, Vol. 2, page 325. It will be no detraction from the powers of Milton's original genius and invention to remark that he seems to have borrowed the subject of l'allegro and il penseroso, together with some particular thoughts, expressions, and rhymes, more especially the idea of a contrast between these two dispositions, from a forgotten poem prefixed to the first edition of Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy, entitled, The Author's Abstract of Melancholy, or A Dialogue between Pleasure and Pain. Here pain is melancholy. It is written, as I conjecture, about the year 1600. I will make no apology for abstracting and citing as much of this poem as will be sufficient to prove, to a discerning reader, how far it had taken possession of Milton's mind. The measure will appear to be the same, and that our author was at least an attentive reader of Burton's book may be already concluded from the traces of resemblance which I have incidentally noted in passing through the L'Allegro and Il Penseroso. After extracting the lines, Mr. Warton adds, as to the very elaborate work to which these visionary verses are no unsuitable introduction, the writer's variety of learning, his quotations from scarce and curious books, his pedantry sparkling with rude wit and shapeless elegance, miscellaneous matter, intermixture of agreeable tales and illustrations, and, perhaps, above all, the singularities of his feelings, clothed in an uncommon quaintness of style, have contributed to render it, even to modern readers, a valuable repository of amusement and information. Warton's Milton, 2nd edition, page 94. The Anatomy of Melancholy is a book which has been universally read and admired. This work is, for the most part, what the author himself styles it, a cento. But it is a very ingenious one. His quotations, which abound in every page, are pertinent. But if he had made more use of his invention and less of his commonplace book, his work would perhaps have been more valuable than it is. He is generally free from the affected language and ridiculous metaphors which disgrace most of the books of his time. Granger's Biographical History. Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy, a book once a favorite of the learned and the witty, and a source of surreptitious learning, though written on a regular plan, consists chiefly of quotations. The author has honestly termed it a cento. He collects, under every division, the opinions of a multitude of writers, without regard to chronological order, and has too often the modesty to decline the interposition of his own sentiments. Indeed, the bulk of his materials generally overwhelms him. In the course of his folio he has contrived to treat a great variety of topics that seem very loosely connected with the general subject, and, like Bayle, when he starts a favorite train of quotations, he does not scruple to let the digression outrun the principal question. Thus, from the doctrines of religion to military discipline, from inland navigation to the morality of dancing schools, everything is discussed and determined. Ferriar's Illustrations of Sterne, page 58. The archness which Burton displays occasionally, and his indulgence of playful digressions from the most serious discussions, often give his style an air of familiar conversation, notwithstanding the laborious collections which supply his text. He was capable of writing excellent poetry, but he seems to have cultivated this talent too little. The English verses prefixed to his book, which possess beautiful imagery and great sweetness of versification, have been frequently published. His Latin elegiac verses addressed to his book show a very agreeable turn for raillery. Ibid, page 58. When the force of the subject opens his own vein of prose, we discover valuable sense and brilliant expression. Such is his account of the first feelings of melancholy persons, written, probably, from his own experience. See page 154 of the present edition. Ibid, page 60. During a pedantic age, like that in which Burton's production appeared, it must have been eminently serviceable to writers of many descriptions. Hence the unlearned might furnish themselves with appropriate scraps of Greek and Latin, whilst men of letters would find their enquiries shortened by knowing where they might look for what both ancients and moderns had advanced on the subject of human passions. I confess my inability to point out any other English author who has so largely dealt in apt and original quotation. Manuscript note of the late George Steevens, Esquire, in his copy of The Anatomy of Melancholy. End of section 1. Section 2 of The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton, Section 2. Democritus Jr. to his Book. Go forth, my book, into the open day, happy if made so by its garish eye. O'er earth's wide surface take thy vagrant way, to imitate thy master's genius try. The Graces 3, the Muses 9 salute, should those who love them try to con thy lore. The country, city seek, grand thrones to boot, with gentle courtesy humbly bow before. Should nobles gallant, soldiers frank and brave, seek thy acquaintance, hail their first advance. From twitch of care thy pleasant vein may save, may laughter cause or wisdom give perchance. Some surly Cato, senator austere, haply may wish to peep into thy book, seem very nothing, tremble and revere, no forceful eagles, butterflies e'er look. They love not thee, of them then little seek, and wish for readers triflers like thyself. Of ludeful matron watchful catch the beck, or gorgeous countess full of pride and pelf. May they say pish, and frown, and yet read on, cry odd and silly, coarse, and yet amusing. Should dainty damsels seek thy page to con, spread thy best stores, to them be ne'er refusing. Say, fair one, master loves thee dear as life, would he were here to gaze on thy sweet look. Should known or unknown student, freed from strife of logic in the schools, explore my book, cry mercy, critic, and thy book withhold. Be some few errors pardoned though observed, and humble author to implore makes bold. Thy kind indulgence, even undeserved, should melancholy wight or pensive lover, courtier, snug sit, or carpet night so trim our blossoms cull, he'll find himself in clover, gain sense from precept, laughter from our whim. Should learned leech with solemn air unfold thy leaves, beware, be civil, and be wise. Thy volume many precepts sage may hold, his well-fraught head may find no trifling prize. Should crafty lawyer trespass on our ground, caitiffs avaunt, disturbing tribe away, unless, white crow, an honest one be found, he'll better, wiser go for what we say. Should some right scholar, gentle and benign, with candor, care, and judgment thee peruse, thy faults to kind oblivion he'll consign, nor to thy merit will his praise refuse. Thou mayst be searched for polished words and verse by flippant spouter, emptiest of praters. Tell him to seek them in some mawkish verse. My periods all are rough as nutmeg graters. The doggerel poet, wishing thee to read, reject not, let him glean thy jests and stories. His brother I, of lowly sembling breed, Apollo grants to few Parnassian glories. Menaced by critic with sour furrowed brow, Momus or Troilus or Scotch reviewer, ruffle your heckle, grin and growl and vow, ill-natured foes you thus will find the fewer. When foul-mouthed senseless railers cry thee down, reply not, fly, and show the rogues thy stern, they are not worthy even of a frown. Good taste or breeding they can never learn. Or let them clamor, turn a callous ear, as though in dread of some harsh donkey's bray. If chid by censor, friendly though severe, to such explain and turn thee not away. Thy vein, says he perchance, is all too free, thy smutty language suits not learned pen. Reply, good sir, throughout, the context see. Thought chastens thought, so prithee judge again. Besides, although my master's pen may wander through devious paths by which it ought not stray, his life is pure beyond the breath of slander, so pardon grant, 'tis merely but his way. Some rugged ruffian makes a hideous rout, brandish thy cudgel, threaten him to baste, the filthy fungus far from thee cast out, such nauseous banquets never suit my taste. Yet, calm and cautious moderate thy ire, Be ever courteous, should the case allow. Sweet malt is ever made by gentle fire. Warm to thy friends, give all a civil bow. Even censure sometimes teaches to improve. Slight frosts have often cured too rank a crop. So, candid blame my spleen shall never move, For skilful gardeners wayward branches lop. Go then, my book, and bear my words in mind. Guides safe at once, and pleasant them you'll find. The Argument of the Frontispiece. 10 distinct squares here seen apart Are joined in one by cutter's art. 1. Old Democritus under a tree Sits on a stone with book on knee. About him hang there many features Of cats, dogs, and such like creatures, Of which he makes anatomy, The seat of black choler to see. Over his head appears the sky, And Saturn, lord of melancholy. 2. To the left a landscape of jealousy Presents itself unto thine eye. A kingfisher, a swan, an hern, 2 fighting cocks you may discern, 2 roaring bulls each other high, To assault concerning venery. Symbols are these, I say no more, Conceive the rest by that's afore. 3. The next of solitariness, A portraiture doth well express, By sleeping dog, cat, buck and doe, Hares, conies in the desert go, Bats, owls, the shady bowers over, In melancholy darkness hover. Mark well, if't be not as't should be, Blame the bad cutter, and not me. 4. I'th under column there doth stand, Inamorato with folded hand. Down hangs his head, terse and polite, Some ditty sure he doth indite. His lute and books about him lie, As symptoms of his vanity. If this do not enough disclose To paint him, take thyself by the nose. 5. Hypochondriacus leans on his arm, Wind in his side doth him much harm, And troubles him full sore, God knows, Much pain he hath and many woes. About him pots and glasses lie, Newly bought from's apothecary. This Saturn's aspects signify, You see them portrayed in the sky. 6. Beneath them, kneeling on his knee, A superstitious man you see. He fasts, prays, on his idol fixed, Tormented hope and fear betwixt. For hell perhaps he takes more pain Than thou dost heaven itself to gain. Alas, poor soul, I pity thee, What stars incline thee so to be? 7. But see the madman rage downright, With furious looks, a ghastly sight. Naked in chains bound doth he lie, And roars amain he knows not why. Observe him, for as in a glass, Thine angry portraiture it was. His picture keeps still in thy presence, Betwixt him and thee there's no difference. 8, 9. Borage and hellebore fill 2 scenes, Sovereign plants to purge the veins Of melancholy, and cheer the heart, Of those black fumes which make it smart. To clear the brain of misty fogs, Which dull our senses, and soul clogs. The best medicine that e'er God made For this malady, if well assayed. 10. Now last of all to fill a place, Presented is the author's face, And in that habit which he wears, His image to the world appears. His mind no art can well express, That by his writings you may guess. It was not pride, nor yet vain glory, Though others do it commonly, Made him do this. If you must know, The printer would needs have it so. Then do not frown or scoff at it, Deride not, or detract a whit, For surely, as thou dost by him, He will do the same again. Then look upon't, behold and see, As thou lik'st it, so it likes thee. And I for it shall stand in view, Thine to command, Reader, adieu. The Author's Abstract of Melancholy, Dialogos. When I go musing all alone, Thinking of divers things foreknown, When I build castles in the air, Void of sorrow and void of fear, Pleasing myself with phantasms sweet, Methinks the time runs very fleet. All my joys to this are folly, naught so sweet as melancholy. When I lie waking all alone, recounting what I have ill done, my thoughts on me then tyrannize, fear and sorrow me surprise, whether I tarry still or go, methinks the time moves very slow. If all my griefs to this are jolly, not so mad as melancholy. When to myself I act and smile, with pleasing thoughts the time beguile, by a brookside or wood so green, unheard, unsought for, or unseen, 1,000 pleasures do me bless, and crown my soul with happiness. All my joys besides are folly, none so sweet as melancholy. When I lie, sit, or walk alone, I sigh, I grieve, making great moan, in a dark grove or irksome den, with discontents and furies then, 1,000 miseries at once, mine heavy heart and soul ensconce. All my griefs to this are jolly, none so sour as melancholy. Methinks I hear, methinks I see, sweet music, wondrous melody, towns, palaces, and cities fine. Here now, then there, the world is mine, rare beauties, gallant ladies shine, whate'er is lovely or divine. All other joys to this are folly, none so sweet as melancholy. Methinks I hear, methinks I see, ghosts, goblins, fiends, my fantasy presents 1,000 ugly shapes, headless bears, black men, and apes, doleful outcries, and fearful sights, my sad and dismal soul affrights. All my griefs to this are jolly, none so damned as melancholy. Methinks I court, methinks I kiss, methinks I now embrace my mistress. O blessed days, O sweet content, in paradise my time is spent. Such thoughts may still my fancy move, so may I ever be in love. All my joys to this are folly, not so sweet as melancholy. When I recount love's many frights, my sighs and tears, my waking nights, my jealous fits, O mine hard fate, I now repent, but 'tis too late. No torment is so bad as love, so bitter to my soul can prove. All my griefs to this are jolly, not so harsh as melancholy. Friends and companions, get you gone, 'tis my desire to be alone, ne'er well but when my thoughts and I do domineer in privacy. No gem, no treasure like to this, 'tis my delight, my crown, my bliss. All my joys to this are folly, not so sweet as melancholy. 'Tis my sole plague to be alone, I am a beast, a monster grown, I will no light nor company, I find it now my misery. The scene is turned, my joys are gone, fear, discontent, and sorrows come. All my griefs to this are jolly, not so fierce as melancholy. I'll not change life with any king, I ravished am, can the world bring More joy than still to laugh and smile, in pleasant toys time to beguile? Do not, oh do not trouble me, so sweet content I feel and see. All my joys to this are folly, none so divine as melancholy. I'll change my state with any wretch, thou canst from jail or dunghill fetch. My pains past cure, another hell, I may not in this torment dwell. Now desperate, I hate my life, lend me a halter or a knife. All my griefs to this are jolly, not so damned as melancholy. End of section 2.
Section 3 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton, Section 3. Democritus Jr. to the Reader, Part 1. Gentle reader, I presume thou wilt be very inquisitive to know what antic or personate actor this is, that so insolently intrudes upon this common theatre, to the world's view, arrogating, another man's name, whence he is, why he doth it, and what he has to say, although, as he said, primum si nul ero non responsdebo quis coacturus est. I am a free man born, and may choose whether I will tell. Who can compel me? If I be urged, I will as readily reply as that Egyptian in Plutarch, when a curious fellow would needs know what he had in his basket. Quum vides velatum, quid inquiris in rem absconditum. It was therefore covered, because he should not know what was in it. Seek not after that which is hid. If the contents please thee, and be for thy use, suppose the man in the moon, or whom thou wilt to be the author. I would not willingly be known, yet in some sort to give thee satisfaction, which is more than I need. I will show a reason, both of this usurped name, title, and subject, and first of the name of Democritus, lest any man by reason of it should be deceived, expecting a pasquil, a satire, some ridiculous treatise, as I myself should have done, some prodigious tenet or paradox of the earth's motion, of infinite worlds, in infinito vacuo ex fortuita atomorum collisione, in an infinite waste, so caused by an accidental collision of motes in the sun, all which Democritus held, Epicurus and their master Leucippus of old maintained, and are lately revived by Copernicus, Brunus, and some others. Besides, it has been always an ordinary custom, as Gellius observes, for later writers and impostors, to broach many absurd and insolent fictions, under the name of so noble a philosopher as Democritus, to get themselves credit, and by that means the more to be respected, as artificers usually do. Novo qui marmore ascribunt praxaltilem suo. 'Tis not so with me. Non hic centaurus non gorgonas harpiasque invenis hominem pagina nostra sapit. No centaurs here, or gorgons look to find. My subject is of man and humankind. Thou thyself art the subject of my discourse. Quicquid acunt homines votum timor ira voluptas, gaudia discursus nostri farrago libelli. Whatever men do, woes, fears, in ire, in sport, joys, wanderings, are the sum of my report. My intent is no otherwise to use his name than Mercurius Gallobelgicus, Mercurius Britannicus used the name of Mercury, Democritus Christianus, etc., although there be some other circumstances for which I have masked myself under this vizard, and some peculiar respect which I cannot so well express, until I have set down a brief character of this our Democritus, what he was an epitome of his life. Democritus, as he is described by Hippocrates and Laertius, was a little wearish old man, very melancholy by nature, averse from company in his latter days, and much given to solitariness, a famous philosopher in his age, coaevus with Socrates, wholly addicted to his studies at the last, and to a private life, wrote many excellent works, a great divine, according to the divinity of those times, an expert physician, a politician, an excellent mathematician, as Diacosmus and the rest of his works do witness. He was much delighted with the studies of husbandry, says Columella, and often I find him cited by Constantinus and others treating of that subject. He knew the natures, differences of all beasts, plants, fishes, birds, and, as some say, could understand the tunes and voices of them. In a word, he was omnifarium doctus, a general scholar, a great student, and to the intent he might better contemplate, I find it related by some, that he put out his eyes, and was in his old age voluntarily blind, yet saw more than all Greece besides, and bright of every subject. Nihil in toto opificio naturae, de quo non scripsit. A man of an excellent wit, profound conceit, and to attain knowledge the better in his younger years, he travelled to Egypt and Athens, to confer with learned men, admired of some, despised of others. After a wandering life, he settled at Abdera, a town in Thrace, and was sent for thither to be their law-maker, recorder, or town clerk, as some will, or as others, he was there bred and born. Howsoever it was, there he lived, at last in a garden in the suburbs, wholly betaking himself to his studies, and a private life, saving that sometimes he would walk down to the haven, and laugh heartily at such variety of ridiculous objects which there he saw. Such a one was Democritus. But in the meantime, how does this concern me, or upon what reference do I usurp his habit? I confess indeed, that to compare myself unto him for aught I have yet said, were both impudency and arrogancy. I do not presume to make any parallel. Antestat mihi millibus trescentis, parvus sum, nullus sum, altum nec spiro nec spero. Yet thus much I will say of myself, and that I hope without all suspicion of pride, or self-conceit, I have lived a silent, sedentary, solitary, private life, mihi et muses, in the university, as long almost as Xenocrates in Athens, ad senectam fere, to learn wisdom as he did, penned up most part in my study. For I have been brought up a student in the most flourishing college of Europe, Augustissimo Collegio, and can brag with Jovius almost in ea luce domicilii vacicani, totius orbis celeberrimi, per trigintia septem annos multa opportunaque dedici. For 30 years I have continued, having the use of as good libraries as ever he had, a scholar, and would be therefore loath, either by living as a drone, to be an unprofitable or unworthy member of so learned and noble a society, or to write that which should be any way dishonourable to such a royal and ample foundation. Something I have done, though by my profession a divine, yet turbine raptus ingenii, as he said, out of a running wit, an unconstant unsettled mind, I had a great desire, not able to attain to a superficial skill in any, to have some smottering in all, to be aliquis in omnibus nullus in singulis, which Plato commends, out of him Lipsius approves and furthers, as fit to be imprinted in all curious wits, not to be a slave of one science, or dwell altogether in one subject, as most do, but to row abroad, centum puer artium, to have an oar in every man's boat, to taste of every dish, and sip of every cup, which, says Montaigne, was well performed by Aristotle and his learned countryman Adrian Turnebus. This rowing humour, though not with like success, I have ever had, and like a ranging spaniel that barks at every bird he sees, leaving his game, I have followed all, saving that which I should, and may justly complain and truly, qui ubique est nosquam est, which Gesner did in modesty, that I have read many books, but to little purpose, for want of good method. I have confusedly tumbled over divers authors in our libraries, with small profit, for want of art, order, memory, judgment. I never travelled but in map or card, in which mine unconfined thoughts have freely expatiated, as having ever been especially delighted with the study of cosmography. Saturn was lord of my geniture, culminating, etc., and Mars principal significator of manners, in partile conjunction with my ascendant, both fortunate in their houses, etc. I am not poor, I am not rich, nihil est, nihil deest. I have little, I want nothing. All my treasure is in Minerva's tower. Greater preferment as I could never get, so am I not in debt for it. I have a competence, laus Deo, from my noble and munificent patrons, though I live still a collegiate student, as Democritus in his garden, and lead a monastic life, ipse mihi theatrum. sequestered from those tumults and troubles of the world, et tanquam in specula positus, as he said, in some high place above you all, like stoicus sapiens omnia saecula praeterita presentique videns uno velut intuitu. I hear and see what is done abroad, how others run, ride, turmoil, and macerate themselves in court and country, far from those wrongling lawsuits. Aulia vanitatem fori ambitionem radere mecum soleo. I laugh at all, only secure, lest my suit go amiss, my ships perish, corn and cattle miscarry, trade decay. I have no wife nor children, good nor bad, to provide for. A mere spectator of other men's fortunes and adventures, and how they act their parts, which methinks are diversely presented unto me, as from a common theatre or scene. I hear new news every day, and those ordinary rumours of war, plagues, fires, inundations, thefts, murders, massacres, meteors, comets, spectrums, prodigies, apparitions, of towns taken, cities besieged, in France, Germany, Turkey, Persia, Poland, etc., daily musters and preparations, and such like, which these tempestuous times afford, battles fought, so many men slain, monomachies, shipwrecks, piracies and sea fights, peace, leagues, stratagems, and fresh alarms. A vast confusion of vows, wishes, actions, edicts, petitions, lawsuits, pleas, laws, proclamations, complaints, grievances, are daily brought to our ears. New books every day, pamphlets, corantos, stories, whole catalogues of volumes of all sorts, new paradoxes, opinions, schisms, heresies, controversies in philosophy, religion, etc. Now come tidings of weddings, maskings, nunneries, entertainments, jubilees, embassies, tilts and tournaments, trophies, triumphs, revels, sports, plays. Then again, as in a new shifted scene, treasons, cheating tricks, robberies, enormous villainies in all kinds, funerals, burials, death of princes, new discoveries, expeditions, now comical, then tragical matters. Today we hear of new lords and officers created, tomorrow of some great man deposed, and then again of fresh honours conferred. One is let loose, another imprisoned, one purchased, another breaketh, he thrives, his neighbour turns bankrupt, now plenty, then again dearth and famine. One runs, another rides, wrangles, laughs, weeps, etc. This I daily hear, and such like, both private and public matters. Amidst the gallantry and misery of the world, jollity, pride, perplexities and cares, simplicity and villainy, subtlety, knavery, candour, and integrity, mutually mixed and offering themselves, I rub on privus privatus, as I have still lived, so I now continue, statu quo prius, left to a solitary life, and mine own domestic discontents, saving that sometimes nequid mentiar, as Diogenes went into the city, and Democritus to the haven to see fashions. I did for my recreation now and then walk abroad, look into the world, and could not choose but make some little observation. Non tam sagax observator ac simplex recitator. Not as they did, to scoff or laugh at all, but with a mixed passion. Bilem saepe, jocum vestri movere tumultus. Ye wretched mimics, whose fond heats have been, how oft, the objects of my mirth and spleen. I did sometimes laugh and scoff with Lucian, and satirically tax with Menippus, lament with Heraclitus, sometimes again I was petulantis plene chachino, and then again urere bilis jecur. I was much moved to see that abuse which I could not mend. In which passion howsoever I may sympathize with him or them, 'tis for no such respect I shroud myself under his name, but either in an unknown habit, to assume a little more liberty and freedom of speech, or if you will needs know, for that reason and only respect, which Hippocrates relates at large in his Epistle to Demogetus, wherein he does express, how coming to visit him one day, he found Democritus in his garden at Abdera, in the suburbs, under a shady bower, with a book on his knees, busy at his study, sometimes writing, sometimes walking. The subject of his book was melancholy and madness. About him lay the carcasses of many several beasts, newly by him cut up and anatomized. Not that he did contemn God's creatures, as he told Hippocrates, but to find out the seat of this atrabilis, or melancholy, whence it proceeds, and how it was engendered in men's bodies, to the intent he might better cure it in himself, and by his writings and observation teach others how to prevent and avoid it. Which good intent of his Hippocrates highly commended. Democritus Junior is therefore bold to imitate, and because he left it imperfect, and it is now lost, quasi succenturiator Democriti, to revive again, prosecute, and finish in this treatise. End of section 3.
Section 4 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton, Section 4. Democritus Junior to the Reader, Part 2. You have had a reason of the name. If the title and inscription offend your gravity, were it a sufficient justification to accuse others, I could produce many sober treatises, even sermons themselves, which in their fronts carry more fantastical names. Howsoever, it is a kind of policy in these days to prefix a fantastical title to a book which is to be sold, for, as larks come down to a day-net, many vain readers will tarry and stand gazing like silly passengers at an antique picture in a painter's shop, that will not look at a judicious piece. And indeed, as Scaliger observes, nothing more invites a reader than an argument unlooked for, unthought of, and sells better than a scurrile pamphlet. Tum maxime cum novitas excitat palatum. Many men, saith Gellius, are very conceited in their inscriptions, and able, as Pliny quotes out of Seneca, to make him loiter by the way that went in haste to fetch a midwife for his daughter, now ready to lie down. For my part, I have honourable precedents for this which I have done. I will cite one for all. Anthony Zara, his Anatomy of Wit, in 4 sections, members, subsections, etc., to be read in our libraries. If any man except against the matter or manner of treatising of this my subject, and will demand a reason of it, I can allege more than one. I write of melancholy, by being busy to avoid melancholy. There is no greater cause of melancholy than idleness, no better cure than business, as Rhasis holds, and howbeit, stultus labor est ineptiarum. To be busy in toys is to small purpose, yet hear that divine Seneca, aliud agere quam nihil, better do to no end than nothing. I wrote therefore, and busied myself in this playing labour, oliosaque diligentia ut vitarum torporum feriandi, with vectius in microbius, atque otium in utile vertere negatium. Simul et jucunda et idonia dicere vita, lectorum delectando simul atque monendo. Poets would profit or delight mankind, and with the pleasing have the instructive joined. Profit and pleasure then, to mix with art, to inform the judgment, nor offend the heart, shall gain all votes. To this end I write, like them, saith Lucian, that recite to trees, and declaim to pillars for want of auditors, as Paulus Aegineta ingenuously confesseth. Not that anything was unknown or omitted, but to exercise myself, which course if some took, I think it would be good for their bodies, and much better for their souls, or peradventure as others do, for fame to show myself. Scire tuum nihil est, nisi te scire hoc sciat alter. I might be your Thucydides' opinion. To know a thing and not to express it, is all one as if he knew it not. When I first took this task in hand, et quod ait ille, impellens genio negotium suscepi, this I aimed at, vel ut lenirum animum scribendo, to ease my mind by writing. For I had gravidum cor, fetum caput, a kind of imposthume in my head, which I was very desirous to be unladen of, and could imagine no fitter evacuation than this. Besides, I might not well refrain, for ubi dolor ibi digitis, one must needs scratch where it itches. I was not a little offended with this malady, shall I say my mistress melancholy, my ageria, or my malus genius? And for that cause, as he that is stung with a scorpion, I would expel clavum clavo, comfort one sorrow with another, idleness with idleness, ut ex vipera theriacum, make an antidote out of that which was the prime cause of my disease. Or as he did, of whom Felix Plater speaks, that thought he had some of Aristophanes' frogs in his belly, still crying breek, okex, coax, oop, oop, and for that cause studied physics 7 years, and travelled over most part of Europe to ease himself. To do myself good, I turned over such physicians as our libraries would afford, or my private friends impart, and have taken this pains. And why not? Cardan professeth he wrote his book De Consolatione after his son's death, to comfort himself. So did Tully write of the same subject with like intent after his daughter's departure, if it be his at least, or some impostors put out in his name, which Lipsius probably suspects. Concerning myself, I can peradventure affirm with Marius in Sallust, that which others hear or read of, I felt and practised myself. They get their knowledge by books, I mine by melancholizing. Experto crede Roberto. Something I can speak out of experience. Erum navalis experientia me docuit. And with her in the poet, haud ignara mali miserias, succurrere disco. I would help others out of a fellow feeling, and as that virtuous lady did of old, being a leper herself, bestow all her portion to build an hospital for lepers, I will spend my time and knowledge, which are my greatest fortunes, for the common good of all. Yea, but you will infer that this is actum agere, an unnecessary work, cramban bis coctam apponere, the same again and again in other words. To what purpose? Nothing is omitted that may well be said, so thought Lucian in the like theme. How many excellent physicians have written just volumes and elaborate tracts of this subject? No news here. That which I have is stolen from others. Dicitue mihi meam pagina fures. If that severe doom of Synesius be true, it is a greater offence to steal dead men's labours than their clothes. What shall become of most writers? I hold up my hand at the bar among others, and am guilty of felony in this kind, habes confitentum reum. I am content to be pressed with the rest. 'Tis most true, tenet insanabili multos scribende cacoethes. And there is no end of writing of books, as the wise man found of old, in this scribbling age, especially wherein the number of books is without number, as a worthy man saith. Presses be oppressed, and out of an itching humour that every man hath to show himself, desirous of fame and honour, scribimus indocti doctique, he will write no matter what, and scrape together it boots not whence. Bewitched with this desire of fame, etiam mediis in morbis, to the disparagement of their health, and scarce able to hold a pen, they must say something and get themselves a name, saith Scaliger, though it be to the downfall and ruin of many others. To be counted writers, scriptores ut salutentur, to be thought and held polymaths and polyhistors, apud imperitum vulgus obventosae nomen artis, to get a paper kingdom. Nulla spe quaestus sed ampla famae, in this precipitate, ambitious age, nunc ut est saeculum, inter immaturam eruditionem, ambitiosum et praeceps, 'tis Scaliger's censure, and they that are scarce auditors, vix auditores, must be masters and teachers, before they can be capable and fit hearers. They will rush into all learning, togatum armatum, divine human authors, rake over all indexes and pamphlets for notes, as our merchants do strange havens for traffic, write great tomes, cum non sint revera doctiores, sed loquaciores, whereas they are not thereby better scholars, but greater praters. They commonly pretend public good, but as Gesner observes, 'tis pride and vanity that eggs them on, no news or aught worthy of note, but the same in other terms. Ne feriarentur fortasse typographi, vel ideo scribendum est aliquid, ut se vixisse testentur. As apothecaries we make new mixtures every day, pour out of one vessel into another. And as those old Romans robbed all the cities of the world to set out their bad-sighted Rome, we skim off the cream of other men's wits, pick the choice flowers of their tilled gardens to set out our own sterile plots. Castrant alios ut libros suos, per se gracules alieno adipe suffarciant. So Jovius inveighs. They lard their lean books with the fat of others' works, inerudi fures, etc., a fault that every writer finds, as I do now, and yet faulty themselves. Trium literarum homines, all thieves. They pilfer out of old writers to stuff up their new comments, scrape Ennius's dunghills, and out of Democritus' pit, as I have done. By which means it comes to pass, that not only libraries and shops are full of our putrid papers, but every close-stool and jakes. Scribunt carmina quae legant cacantes. They serve to put under pies, to lap spice in, and to keep roast meat from burning. With us in France, saith Scaliger, every man hath liberty to write, but few ability. Heretofore learning was graced by judicious scholars, but now noble sciences are vilified by base and illiterate scribblers, that either write for vain glory, need to get money, or as parasites to flatter and collogue with some great men. They put cut burrs, quisquiliasque ineptiasque. Among so many thousand authors, you shall scarce find one, by reading of whom you shall be any whit better, but rather much worse. Quibus inficitur potius, quam perficitur, by which he is rather infected than any way perfected. Qui talia legit, quid didicit tandem, quid scit nisae somnia, nugas? So that oftentimes it falls out, which Callimachus taxed of old, a great book is a great mischief. Cardan finds fault with Frenchmen and Germans for their scribbling to no purpose. Non inquit ab edendo deterio, modo novum aliquid inveniant. He doth not bar them to write, so that it be some new invention of their own, but we weave the same web still, twist the same rope again and again, or if it be a new invention, 'tis but some bauble or toy which idle fellows write. For as idle fellows to read, and whoso cannot invent, he must have a barren wit in this scribbling age, can forge nothing. Princes show their armies, rich men vaunt their buildings, soldiers their manhood, and scholars vent their toys. They must read, they must hear whether they will or no. Et quodcunque semel cartis illeverit, omnes gestiet a fono rediuntes, scire lacuque, et puerus et anus. What once is said and writ, all men must know, old wives and children as they come and go. What a company of poets hath this year brought out, as Pliny complains to Sossius Sinesius. This April every day some or other have recited. What a catalogue of new books all this year, all this age, I say, have our Frankfort marts, or domestic marts brought out. Twice a year, proferunt se nova ingenia et ostentant, we stretch our wits out, and set them to sale. Magno conato nihil agimus. So that which Gesner much desires, if a speedy reformation be not had by some prince's edicts and grave supervisors to restrain this liberty, it will run on in infinitum. Quis tam avidus librorum helluo, who can read them? As already we shall have a vast chaos and confusion of books, we are oppressed with them, our eyes ache with reading, our fingers with turning. For my part, I am one of the number. Nos numerus sumus, we are mere ciphers. I do not deny it. I have only this of Macrobius to say for myself, omne meum nihil meum. 'Tis all mine and none mine. As a good housewife out of divers fleeces weaves one piece of cloth, a bee gathers wax and honey out of many flowers, and makes a new bundle of all, floriferus ut apes in saltibus omnia libant. I have laboriously collected this cento out of diverse writers, and that sine injuria. I have wronged no authors, but given every man his own, which Hierom so much commends in Nepotian. He stole not whole verses, pages, tracts, as some do nowadays, concealing their authors' names, but still said this was Cyprian's, that Lactantius, that Hilarius. So said Minutius Felix, so Victorinus, thus far Arnobius. I cite and quote mine authors, which howsoever some illiterate scribblers account pedantical, as a cloak of ignorance, and opposite to their affected fine style, I must and will use. Sumpsi non surrepui, and what Varro speaks of bees, minime maleficae nullius opus bellicarites faciunt delirious, I can say of myself. Whom have I injured? The matter is theirs most part, and yet mine, apparet unde sumptum sit, which Seneca approves, aliud tamen quam unde sumptum sit apparet, which nature doth with the ailment of our bodies incorporate, digest, assimilate, I do, concoquere quod hausi, dispose of what I take. I make them pay tribute, to set out this my Macaronicon, the method only is mine own. I must usurp that of Wecker, nihil dictum quod non dictum prius, methodus sola artificem ostendit. We can say nothing but what hath been said, the composition and method is ours only, and shows a scholar. Oribasius, Aesius, Avicenna, have all out of Galen, but to their own method, diverso stilo, non diversa fide. Our poets steal from Homer, he spews, saith Aelian, they lick it up. Divines use Austin's words verbatim still, and our story dressers do as much. He that comes last is commonly best. Donec quid grandius aetas, postura sorsque ferat melior. Though there were many giants of old in physics and philosophy, yet I say with Didacus Stella, a dwarf standing on the shoulders of a giant may see farther than a giant himself. I may lightly add, alter and see farther than my predecessors, and it is no greater prejudice for me to indite after others, than for Aelianus Montaltus, that famous physician, to write De morbis capitis after Jason Pratensis, Hernius, Hildesheim, etc. Many horses to run in a race, one logician, one rhetorician after another. Oppose then what thou wilt. Alatres licet usque nos et usque, et ganitibus improbis lacessas. I solve it thus. And for those other faults of barbarism, Doric dialect, extemporanean style, tautologies, apish imitation, a rhapsody of rags gathered together from several dunghills, excrements of authors, toys and fopperies confusedly tumbled out, without art, invention, judgment, wit, learning, harsh, raw, rude, fantastical, absurd, insolent, indiscreet, ill-composed, indigested, vain, scurrile, idle, dull, and dry. I confess all, 'tis partly affected, thou canst not think worse of me than I do of myself. 'Tis not worth the reading, I yield it. I desire thee not to lose time in perusing so vain a subject. I should be peradventure loath myself to read him or thee so writing. 'Tis not operae pretium. All I say is this, that I have precedents for it, which Isocrates calls perfugium iis qui peccant, others as absurd, vain, idle, illiterate, etc. Nonnulli alii idem fecerunt. Others have done as much, it may be more, and perhaps thou thyself, novimus et qui te, etc. We have all our faults, scimus et hanc, veniam, etc. Thou censurest me, so have I done others, and may do thee. Ridimus inque vicum, etc. 'Tis lex talionis, quid pro quo. Go now, censure, criticise, scoff, and rail. Nasutus sis usque licet, sis denique nasus, non potes in nugas dicere plura meas, ipse ego quam dixi, etc. Wert thou all scoffs and flouts, a very momus, than we ourselves, thou canst not say worse of us. Thus as when women scold, have I cried whore first, and in some men's censures I am afraid I have overshot myself, laudare se vani, vituperare stulti. As I do not arrogate, I will not derogate. Primus vestrum non sum, nec imus. I am none of the best, I am none of the meanest of you. As I am an inch, or so many feet, so many parasangs, after him or him, I may be peradventure an ace before thee. Be it therefore as it is, well or ill, I have essayed, put myself upon the stage, I must abide the censure, I may not escape it. It is most true, stilus virum arguit, our style bewrays us, and as hunters find their game by the trace, so is a man's genius descried by his works. Multo melius ex sermone quam linea mentis, de moribus hominum judicamus. It was old Cato's rule. I have laid myself open, I know it, in this treatise, turned mine inside outward. I shall be censured, I doubt not, for to say truth with Erasmus, nihil morosius hominum judiciis. There is naught so peevish as men's judgments. Yet this is some comfort, ut palata, sic judicia. Our censures are as various as our palates. Tres mihi conviviae prope dissentire videntur, poscentes vario multum diversa palato, etc. 3 guests I have dissenting at my feast, requiring each to gratify his taste with different food. Our writings are as so many dishes, our readers guests, our books like beauty, that which one admires another rejects. So are we approved as men's fancies are inclined. Pro captu lectoris habent su fata libelli. That which is most pleasing to one is amaracum sui, most harsh to another. Quod homines tot sententiae, so many men, so many minds. That which thou condemnest, he commends. Quod petis id sane est in visum, accidumque duobus. He respects matter, thou art wholly for words. He loves a loose and free style, thou art all for neat composition, strong lines, hyperboles, allegories. He desires a fine frontispiece, enticing pictures, such as Hieron, Natali the Jesuit, hath cut to the Dominicals, to draw on the reader's attention, which thou rejectest. That which one admires, another explodes as most absurd and ridiculous. If it be not point blank to his humour, his method, his conceit, si quid forsum omissum, quod is animo conceperit, si quae dictio, etc. If aught be omitted or added, which he likes or dislikes, thou art mancipium paucae lectionis, an idiot, an ass, nullus est, or plagiaris, a trifler, a trivant. Thou art an idle fellow, or else it is a thing of mere industry, a collection without wit or invention, a very toy. Facilia sic putant omnes quae jam facta, nec de salebris cogitant, ubi via strata. So men are valued, their labours vilified by fellows of no worth themselves, as things of naught, who could not have done as much. Unus quisque abundat senso suo. Every man abounds in his own sense, and whilst each particular party is so affected, how should one please all? Quid dem? Quid non dem? Venius tu quod jubet ille. What courses must I choose, what not? What both would order you refuse? How shall I hope to express myself to each man's humour and conceit, or to give satisfaction to all? Some understand too little, some too much. Qui similiter in legendos libros, atque in salutandos homines irruant, non cogitantes quales, sed quibus vestibus indutae sint, as Austin observes, not regarding what, but who write. Orexin habet auctores celebritas, not valuing the metal, but stamp that is upon it. Cantharum aspiciunt, non quid in eo. If he be not rich, in great place, polite and brave, a great doctor, or full fraught with grand titles, though never so well qualified, he is a dunce. But as Baronius hath it of Cardinal Carafa's works, he is a mere hog that rejects any man for his poverty. Some are too partial, as friends to overween, others come with a prejudice to carp, vilify, detract, and scoff. Qui de me forsan, quicquid est, omni contemptu contemptius judicant. Some as bees for honey, some as spiders to gather poison. What shall I do in this case? As a Dutch host, if you come to an inn in Germany, and dislike your fare, diet, lodging, etc., replies in a surly tone, aliud tibi quaris diversorium, if you like not this, get you to another inn, I resolve, if you like not my writing, go read something else. I do not much esteem thy censure. Take thy course. It is not as thou wilt, nor as I will. But when we have both done, that of Plinius Secundus to Trajan will prove true. Every man's witty labour takes not, except the matter, subject, occasion, and some commending favourite happen to it. If I be taxed, exploded by thee, and some such, I shall haply be approved and commended by others, and so have been, expertus loquor, and may truly say with Jovius in like case, absit verbo jactantia, herum quorandum, pontificum, et virorum nobilium, familiaritatem, et amicitiam, gratasque gratias, et multorum bene laudatorum laudes sum inde formeritus. As I have been honoured by some worthy men, so have I been vilified by others, and shall be. At the first publishing of this book, which probus of Persia's satires, editum librum continuo mirare homines, atque avide deripere caeperunt. I may in some sort apply this to my work. The first, second, and third edition were suddenly gone, eagerly read, and, as I have said, not so much approved by some, as scornfully rejected by others. But it was Democritus his fortune, idem admiratione et irrisione habitus. 'Twas Seneca's fate, that superintendent of wit, learning, judgment, and stuporum doctus, the best of Greek and Latin writers in Plutarch's opinion, that renowned corrector of vice, as Fabius terms him, and painful omniscious philosopher, that writ so excellently and admirably well, could not please all parties or escape censure. How is he vilified by Caligula, Agellius, Fabius, and Lipsius himself, his chief propugner? In eo pleraque pernitiosa, saith the same Fabius, many childish tracts and sentences he hath, sermo elaboratus, too negligent often and remiss, as Agellius observes, oratio vulgaris et protrita, dicaces et ineptae, sententiae, eruditio plebeia, an homely shallow writer as he is. In partibus spinas et fastidia habet, saith Lipsius, and, as in all his other works, so especially in his epistles, aliae in argutiis et ineptis occupantur, intricatus alicubi, et parum compositus, sine copia verum hoc fecit. He jumbles up many things together immethodically, after the Stoics' fashion, parum ordinavit, multa accumulavit, etc. If Seneca be thus lashed, and many famous men that I could name, what shall I expect? How shall I that am vix umbra tanti philosophi hope to please? No man so absolute, Erasmus holds, to satisfy all, except antiquity, prescription, etc. set a bar. But as I have proved in Seneca, this will not always take place. How shall I evade? 'Tis the common doom of all writers. I must, I say, abide it. I seek not applause. Non ego ventosa venus suffragia plebis. Again, non sum adeo informis, I would not be vilified. Laudatus abunde, non fastidius si tibi lector ero. I fear good men's censures, and to their favourable acceptance I submit my labours. Et linguis mancipiorum contemno. As the barking of a dog, I securely contemn those malicious and scurrile obloquies, flouts, calumnies of railers and detractors. I scorn the rest. What therefore I have said, pro tenuitate mea, I have said. End of section 4.
Section 5 of The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton. Section 5. Democritus Junior to the Reader. Part 3. One or two things yet I was desirous to have amended, if I could, concerning the manner of handling this my subject, for which I must apologise, deprecari, and upon better advice give the friendly reader notice. It was not mine intent to prostitute my muse in English, or to divulge secreta Minervae, but to have exposed this more contract in Latin, if I could have got it printed. Any scurril pamphlet is welcome to our mercenary stationers in English. They print all. Cuduntque libellos in quorum foliis vix simia nuda cacaret. But in Latin they will not deal, which is one of the reasons Nicholas Carr, in his oration of the paucity of English writers, gives that so many flourishing wits are smothered in oblivion, lie dead and buried in this our nation. Another main fault is, that I have not revised the copy, and amended the style, which now flows remissly, as it was first conceived. But my leisure would not permit, feci nec quod potui, nec quod volui. I confess it is neither as I would, nor as it should be. Cum relego scripsisse pudet, quia plurima cerno me quoque quae fuerant judice digna lini. When I peruse this tract which I have writ, I am abashed, and much I hold unfit. Et quod gravissimum, in the matter itself, many things I disallow at this present, which when I writ, non eadem est aetas, non mens, I would willingly retract much, etc., but 'tis too late. I can only crave pardon now for what is amiss. I might indeed, had I wisely done, observe that precept of the poet, nonumque prematur in annum, and have taken more care, or, as Alexander the physician would have done by lapis lazuli, 50 times washed before it be used, I should have revised, corrected, and amended this tract, but I had not, as I said, that happy leisure, no amanuenses or assistants. Pancrates in Lucian, wanting a servant, as he went from Memphis to Coptus in Egypt, took a door bar, and after some superstitious words pronounced, Eucrates, the relator, was then present, made it stand up like a serving man, fetch him water, turn the spit, serve in supper, and what work he would besides. And when he had done that service he desired, turned his man to a stick again. I have no such skill to make new men at my pleasure, or means to hire them, no whistle to call like the master of a ship, and bid them run, etc. I have no such authority, no such benefactors, as that noble Ambrosius was to Origen, allowing him 6 or 7 amanuenses to write out his dictates. I must for that cause do my business myself, and was therefore enforced, as a bear doth her whelps, to bring forth this confused lump. I had not time to lick it into form, as she doth her young ones, but even so to publish it, as it was first written, quicquid in buccam venit, in an extemporean style, as I do commonly all other exercises, effudi quicquid dictavit genius meus, out of a confused company of notes, and writ with as small deliberation as I do ordinarily speak, without all affectation of big words, fustian phrases, jingling terms, tropes, strong lines, that like Acestus' arrows caught fire as they flew, strains of wit, brave heats, elegies, hyperbolical exornations, elegancies, etc., which many so much affect. I am aquae potor, drink no wine at all, which so much improves our modern wits. A loose, plain, rude writer, ficum voco ficum, et ligonem ligonem, and as free, as loose, idem calamo quod in mente, I call a spade, animis haec scribo, non auribus. I respect matter, not words, remembering that of Cardan, verba propter res, non res propter verba, and seeking with Seneca, quid scribam non quemad modum, rather what than how to write. For as Philo thinks, he that is conversant about matter neglects words, and those that excel in this art of speaking have no profound learning. Verba nitent falaris, at nullas verba medullas intus habent. Besides, it was the observation of that wise Seneca, when you see a fellow careful about his words, and neat in his speech, know this for a certainty, that man's mind is busied about toys, there's no solidity in him, non est ornamentum virile concinitas, as he said of a nightingale, voxes, praeterea nihil, etc. I am therefore in this point a professed disciple of Apollonius, a scholar of Socrates. I neglect phrases, and labour wholly to inform my reader's understanding, not to please his ear. 'Tis not my study or intent to compose neatly, which an orator requires, but to express myself readily and plainly as it happens, so that as a river runs sometimes precipitate and swift, then dull and slow, now direct, then per ambages, now deep, then shallow, now muddy, then clear, now broad, then narrow, doth my style flow, now serious, then light, now comical, then satirical, now more elaborate, then remiss, as the present subject required, or as at that time I was affected. And if thou vouchsafe to read this treatise, it shall seem no otherwise to thee than the way to an ordinary traveller, sometimes fair, sometimes foul, here champaign, there enclosed, barren in one place, better soil in another, by woods, groves, hills, dales, plains, etc. I shall lead thee per ardua montium, et lubrica valium, et roscida cespitum, et glebosa camporum, through variety of objects, that which thou shalt like, and surely dislike. For the matter itself or method, if it be faulty, consider, I pray you, that of Columella, nihil perfectum auta singulari consummatum industria. No man can observe all. Much is defective, no doubt, may be justly taxed, altered, and avoided, in Galen, Aristotle, those great masters. Boni venatoris plures feras capere, non omnes. He is a good huntsman, can catch some, not all. I have done my endeavour. Besides, I dwell not in this study, non hic sulcos ducimus, non hoc pulvere desudamus. I am but a smatterer, I confess, a stranger, here and there I pull a flower, I do easily grant. If a rigid censurer should criticise on this which I have writ, he should not find 3 sole faults, as Scaliger in Terence, but 300. So many as he hath done in Cardan's subtleties, as many noble errors as Gul Larenbergius, a late professor of Rostock, discovers in that Anatomy of Laurentius, or Barocius the Venetian in Sacro Boscus. And although this be a 6th edition, in which I should have been more accurate, corrected all those former escapes, yet it was magni laboris opus, so difficult and tedious, that as carpenters do find out of experience, 'tis much better build a new sometimes, than repair an old house. I could as soon write as much more as alter that which is written. If aught therefore be amiss, as I grant there is, I require a friendly admonition, no bitter invective. Sint musis socii carites, furia omnis abesto. Otherwise, as in ordinary controversies, funem contentiones nectamus, sed qui bono? We may contend and likely misuse each other, but to what purpose? We are both scholars, say, Arcades ambo, et cantare pares, et respondere parati. Both young Arcadians, both alike inspired to sing and answer as the song required. If we do wrangle, what shall we get by it? Trouble and wrong ourselves, make sport to others. If I be convict of an error, I will yield, I will amend. Si quid bonis moribus, si quid veritati dissentaneum, in sacris vel humanis litteres, a me dictum sit, id nec dictum esto. In the meantime, I require a favourable censure of all faults omitted, harsh compositions, pleonasms of words, tautological repetitions, though Seneca bear me out, nunquam nimis dicitur, quod nunquam satis dicitur, perturbations of tenses, numbers, printers' faults, etc. My translations are sometimes rather paraphrases than interpretations, non ad verbum, but as an author I use more liberty, and that's only taken which was to my purpose. Quotations are often inserted in the text, which makes the style more harsh, or in the margin, as it happened. Greek authors, Plato, Plutarch, Athenaeus, etc., I have cited out of their interpreters, because the original was not so ready. I have mingled sacra profanis, but I hope not profaned, and in repetition of authors' names, ranked them per accidens, not according to chronology, sometimes neoterics before ancients, as my memory suggested. Some things are here altered, expunged in this 6th edition, others amended, much added, because many good authors in all kinds are come to my hands since, and 'tis no prejudice, no such indecorum or oversight, nunquam ita quicquam bene subducta ratione ad vitam fuit, quin res aetas usus semper aliquid appotent novi, aliquid moneant ut illa quaescire te credas nescias, et quae tibi putaris prima inexercendo ut repudias. Ne'er was aught yet at first contrived so fit, but use, age, or something would alter it. Advise thee better, and upon peruse, make thee not say, and what thou takest refuse. But I am now resolved never to put this treatise out again, ne quid nimis, I will not hereafter add, alter, or retract. I have done. The last and greatest exception is, that I, being a divine, have meddled with physic. Tantumne est ab re tua otii tibi aliena ut cures, eaque nihil quae ad te attinent? Which Menedemus objected to Chremes, have I so much leisure, or little business of mine own, as to look after other men's matters which concern me not? What have I to do with physic? Quod medicorum est, promittant medici. The Lacedaemonians were once in council about state matters. A debauched fellow spake excellent well, and to the purpose. His speech was generally approved. A grave senator steps up, and by all means would have it repealed, though good, because de honestabatur pessimo auctore, it had no better an author. Let some good man relate the same, and then it should pass. This counsel was embraced, factum est, and it was registered forthwith, et sic bona sententia mansit, malus auctor mutatus est. Thou sayest as much of me, stomachosus as thou art, and grantest, peradventure, this which I have written in physic, not to be amiss, had another done it, a professed physician, or so. But why should I meddle with this tract? Hear me speak. There be many other subjects I do easily grant, both in humanity and divinity, fit to be treated of which had I written ad ostentationem only, to show myself, I should have rather chosen, and in which I have been more conversant. I could have more willingly luxuriated, and better satisfied myself and others, but that at this time I was fatally driven upon this rock of melancholy, and carried away by this by-stream, which as a rillet is deducted from the main channel of my studies, in which I have pleased and busied myself at idle hours, as a subject most necessary and commodious. Not that I prefer it before divinity, which I do acknowledge to be the queen of professions, and to which all the rest are as handmaids, but that in divinity I saw no such great need. For had I written positively, there be so many books in that kind, so many commentators, treatises, pamphlets, expositions, sermons, that whole teams of oxen cannot draw them. And had I been as forward and ambitious as some others, I might have haply printed a sermon at Paul's Cross, a sermon in St. Mary's Oxon, a sermon in Christ Church, or a sermon before the right honourable, right reverent, a sermon before the right worshipful, a sermon in Latin, in English, a sermon with a name, a sermon without, a sermon, etc. But I have been ever as desirous to suppress my labours in this kind, as others have been to press and publish theirs. To have written in controversy had been to cut off an hydra's head, lis litem generat, one begets another, so many duplications, triplications, and swarms of questions. In sacro bello hoc quod stili mucrone agitur, that having once begun, I should never make an end. One had much better, as Alexander the sixth Pope long since observed, provoke a great prince than a begging friar, a Jesuit, or a seminary priest, I will add, for inexpugnabile genus hoc hominum. They are an irrefragable society, they must and will have the last word, and that with such eagerness, impudence, abominable lying, falsifying, and bitterness in their questions they proceed, that, as he said, furor necaecus an rapit vis acrior, an culpa responsum date. Blind fury, or error, or rashness, or what it is that eggs them, I know not. I am sure many times, which Austin perceived long since, tempestate contentionis, serenitas caritatis obnubilatur. With this tempest of contention, the serenity of charity is overclouded, and there be too many spirits conjured up already in this kind in all sciences, and more than we can tell how to lay, which do so furiously rage, and keep such a racket, that, as Fabius said, it had been much better for some of them to have been born dumb, and altogether illiterate, than so far to dote their own destruction. At melius fuerat non scribere namque tacere, tutum semper erit. 'Tis a general fault, so Severinus the Dane complains in physic, unhappy men as we are, we spend our days in unprofitable questions and disputations, intricate subtleties de lana caprina, about moonshine in the water, leaving in the meantime those chiefest treasures of nature untouched, wherein the best medicines for all manner of diseases are to be found, and do not only neglect them ourselves, but hinder, condemn, forbid, and scoff at others that are willing to inquire after them. These motives at this present have induced me to make choice of this medicinal subject. If any physician in the meantime shall infer ne sutor ultra crepidam, and find himself grieved that I have intruded into his profession, I will tell him in brief, I do not otherwise by them than they do by us, if it be for their advantage. I know many of their sect which have taken orders in hope of a benefice, 'tis a common transition, and why may not a melancholy divine, that can get nothing but by simony, profess physic? Drusianus, an Italian, Crucianus, but corruptly Trithemius calls him, because he was not fortunate in his practice, forsook his profession, and writ afterwards in divinity. Marcilius Ficinus was semel et simul, a priest and a physician at once, and T. Lineker in his old age took orders. The Jesuits profess both at this time, divers of them permissu superiorum, chirurgeons, panders, bawds, and midwives, etc. Many poor country vicars, for want of other means, are driven to their shifts, to turn mountebanks, quacksalvers, empirics, and if our greedy patrons hold us to such hard conditions, as commonly they do, they will make most of us work at some trade, as Paul did, at last turn taskers, maltsters, costermongers, graziers, sell ale as some have done, or worse. Howsoever, in undertaking this task, I hope I shall commit no great error or indecorum. If all be considered aright, I can vindicate myself with Georgius Braunus and Hieronymus Hemingius, those two learned divines, who, to borrow a line or two of mine elder brother, drawn by a natural love, the one of pictures and maps, perspectives and chorographical delights, writ that ample theatre of cities, the other to the study of genealogies, penned Theatrum Genealogicum. Or else I can excuse my studies with Lessius the Jesuit in like case. It is a disease of the soul on which I am to treat, and as much appertaining to a divine as to a physician, and who knows not what an agreement there is betwixt these two professions? A good divine either is, or ought to be, a good physician, a spiritual physician at least, as our Saviour calls himself, and was indeed. Matthew 4:23, Luke 5:18, Luke 7:8. They differ but in object, the one of the body, the other of the soul, and use diverse medicines to cure. One amends animam per corpus, the other corpus per animam, as our Regius Professor of Physic well informed us in a learned lecture of his not long since. One helps the vices and passions of the soul, anger, lust, desperation, pride, presumption, etc., by applying that spiritual physic, as the other uses proper remedies in bodily diseases. Now this being a common infirmity of body and soul, and such a one that hath as much need of spiritual as a corporal cure, I could not find a fitter task to busy myself about, a more apposite theme, so necessary, so commodious, and generally concerning all sorts of men, that should so equally participate of both, and require a whole physician. A divine in this compound mixed malady can do little alone, a physician in some kinds of melancholy much less, both make an absolute cure. Alterius sic altera poscit opem. When in friendship joined, a mutual succour in each find. And 'tis proper to them both, and I hope not unbeseeming me, who am by my profession a divine, and by mine inclination a physician. I had Jupiter in my 6th house. I say with Beroaldus, non sum medicus, nec medicinae prosus expers. In the theory of physic I have taken some pains, not with an intent to practise, but to satisfy myself, which was a cause likewise of the first undertaking of this project. End of section 5. Section 6 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton. Section 6. Democritus Junior to the Reader. Part 4. If these reasons do not satisfy thee, good reader, as Alexander Munificus, that bountiful prelate, sometimes Bishop of Lincoln, when he had built 6 castles, ad invidiam operis eluendam, saith Mr. Camden, to take away the envy of his work, which very words Nubrigensis hath of Roger the rich Bishop of Salisbury, who in King Stephen's time built Sherborne Castle, and that of Devizes, to divert the scandal or imputation which might be thence inferred, built so many religious houses. If this my discourse be over medicinal, or savour too much of humanity, I promise thee that I will hereafter make thee amends in some treatise of divinity. But this I hope shall suffice, when you have more fully considered of the matter of this my subject, rem substratam, melancholy, madness, and of the reasons following, which were my chief motives, the generality of the disease, the necessity of the cure, and the commodity or common good that will arise to all men by the knowledge of it, as shall at large appear in the ensuing preface. And I doubt not but that in the end you will say to me, that to anatomise this humour aright, through all the members of this our microcosmos, is as great a task, as to reconcile those chronological errors in the Assyrian monarchy, find out the quadrature of a circle, the creaks and sounds of the north-east or north-west passages, and all out as good a discovery as that hungry Spaniards of terra australis incognita, as great trouble as to perfect the motion of Mars and Mercury, which so crucifies our astronomers, or to rectify the Gregorian calendar. I am so affected for my part, and hope as Theophrastus did by his characters, that our posterity, O friend Polycles, shall be the better for this which we have written, by correcting and rectifying what is amiss in themselves by our examples, and applying our precepts and cautions to their own use. and as that great Captain Zisca would have a drum made of his skin when he was dead, because he thought the very noise of it would put his enemies to flight, I doubt not but these following lines, when they shall be recited or hereafter read, will drive away melancholy, though I be gone, as much as Zisca's drum could terrify his foes. Yet one caution let me give by the way to my present or my future reader, who is actually melancholy, that he read not the symptoms or prognostics in this following tract, lest by applying that which he reads to himself, aggravating, appropriating things generally spoken to his own person, as melancholy men for the most part do, he trouble or hurt himself, and get in conclusion more harm than good. I advise them therefore warily to peruse that tract, lapides loquitur, so said Agrippa, et caveant lectores ne cerebrum iis excutiat. The rest I doubt not they may securely read, and to their benefit. But I am over tedious. I proceed. Of the necessity and generality of this which I have said, if any man doubt, I shall desire him to make a brief survey of the world, as Cyprian adviseth Donat, supposing himself to be transported to the top of some high mountain, and thence to behold the tumults and chances of this wavering world, he cannot choose but either laugh at or pity it. St. Hierom, out of a strong imagination, being in the wilderness, conceived with himself that he then saw them dancing in Rome. And if thou shalt either conceive or climb to see, thou shalt soon perceive that all the world is mad, that it is melancholy, dotes, that it is, which Epicthonius Cosmopolites expressed not many years since in a map, made like a fool's head, with that motto, caput helleboro dignum, a crazed head, cavia stultorum, a fool's paradise, or as Apollonius, a common prison of gulls, cheaters, flatterers, etc., and needs to be reformed. Strabo, in the 9th book of his Geography, compares Greece to the picture of a man, which comparison of his, Nicolaus Gerbelius, in his exposition of Sophianus's map, approves. The breast lies open from those Acroceraunian hills in Epirus to the Sunian promontory in Attica. Pagae and Megaera are the two shoulders, that Isthmus of Corinth the neck, and Peloponnesus the head. If this allusion hold, 'tis sure a mad head. Morea may be Moria, and to speak what I think, the inhabitants of modern Greece swerve as much from reason and true religion at this day, as that Morea doth from the picture of a man. Examine the rest in like sort, and you shall find that kingdoms and provinces are melancholy, cities and families, all creatures, vegetal, sensible, and rational, that all sorts, sects, ages, conditions, are out of tune, as in Sebe's table, omnes errorum bibunt. Before they come into the world, they are intoxicated by error's cup, from the highest to the lowest have need of physic, and those particular actions in Seneca, where father and son prove one another mad, may be general. Porcius Latro shall plead against us all. For indeed, who is not a fool, melancholy, mad? Qui nil molitur inepte, who is not brain sick? Folly, melancholy, madness, are but one disease, delirium is a common name to all. Alexander, Gordonius, Jason Pratensis, Savanarola, Guianerius, Montaltus, confound them as differing secundum magis et minus, so doth David, Psalmus 37:5. I said unto the fools, deal not so madly, and 'twas an old stoical paradox, omnes stultos insanire, all fools are mad, though some madder than others. And who is not a fool, who is free from melancholy, who is not touched more or less in habit or disposition? If in disposition, ill dispositions beget habits. If they persevere, saith Plutarch, habits either are or turn to diseases. 'Tis the same which Tully maintains in the second of his Tusculans, omnium incipientum animi in morbo sunt, et perturbatorum. Fools are sick, and all that are troubled in mind, for what is sickness but, as Gregory Tholosanus defines it, a dissolution or perturbation of the bodily league which health combines? And who is not sick, or ill disposed? In whom doth not passion, anger, envy, discontent, fear, and sorrow reign? Who labours not of this disease? Give me but a little leave, and you shall see by what testimonies, confessions, arguments, I will evince it, that most men are mad, that they had as much need to go a pilgrimage to the Anticyrae, as in Strabo's time they did, as in our days they run to Compostella, Our Lady of Sycam, or Loretta, to seek for help; that it is like to be as prosperous a voyage as that of Guiana, and that there is much more need of hellebore than of tobacco. That men are so misaffected, melancholy, mad, giddy-headed, hear the testimony of Solomon, Ecclesiastes 2:12. And I turned to behold wisdom, madness, and folly, etc. And verse 23, all his days are sorrow, his travel grief, and his heart taketh no rest in the night. So that take melancholy in what sense you will, properly or improperly, in disposition or habit, for pleasure or for pain, dotage, discontent, fear, sorrow, madness, for part or all, truly or metaphorically, 'tis all one. Laughter itself is madness, according to Solomon, and as St. Paul hath it, worldly sorrow brings death. The hearts of the Son of Men are evil, and madness is in their hearts while they live. Ecclesiastes 9:3. Wise men themselves are no better. Ecclesiastes 1:18. In the multitude of wisdom is much grief, and he that increaseth wisdom increaseth sorrow. Chapter 2:17. He hated life itself, nothing pleased him. He hated his labour, all, as he concludes, his sorrow, grief, vanity, vexation of spirit. And though he were the wisest man in the world, sanctuarium sapientiae, and had wisdom in abundance, he will not vindicate himself, or justify his own actions. Surely I am more foolish than any man, and have not the understanding of a man in me. Proverbs 30:2. Be they Solomon's words, or the words of Agur, the son of Jakeh, they are canonical. David, a man after God's own heart, confesseth as much of himself. Psalm 37:21, 22. So foolish was I, and ignorant, I was even as a beast before thee, and condemns all for fools. Psalm 93:32, 9, 49:20. He compares them to beasts, horses, and mules, in which there is no understanding. The Apostle Paul accuseth himself in like sort, 2 Corinthians 9:21. I would you would suffer a little my foolishness. I speak foolishly. The whole head is sick, saith Isaiah, and the heart is heavy. Chapter 1:5. And makes lighter of them than of oxen and asses. The ox knows his owner, etc. Read Deuteronomy 32:6, Jeremiah 4, Amos 3:1, Ephesians 5:6. Be not mad, be not deceived, foolish Galatians. Who hath bewitched you? How often are they branded with this epithet of madness and folly? No word so frequent amongst the fathers of the church and divines. You may see what an opinion they had of the world, and how they valued men's actions. I know that we think far otherwise, and hold them most part wise men that are in authority, princes, magistrates, rich men, they are wise men born. All politicians and statesmen must needs be so, for who dare speak against them? And on the other, so corrupt is our judgment, we esteem wise and honest men fools, which Democritus well signified in an epistle of his to Hippocrates. The Abderites account virtue madness, and so do most men living. Shall I tell you the reason of it? Fortune and virtue, wisdom and folly, their seconds, upon a time contended in the Olympics. Every man thought that fortune and folly would have the worst, and pitied their cases. But it fell out otherwise. Fortune was blind, and cared not where she stroke, nor whom, without laws, audabatarum instar, etc. Folly, rash and inconsiderate, esteemed as little what she said or did. Virtue and wisdom gave place, were hissed out, and exploded by the common people. Folly and fortune admired, and so are all their followers ever since. Knaves and fools commonly fare and deserve best in worldlings' eyes and opinions. Many good men have no better fate in their ages. Achish, 1 Samuel 21:14, held David for a madman. Elisha and the rest were no otherwise esteemed. David was derided of the common people. Psalm 9:7. I am become a monster to many, and generally we are accounted fools for Christ. 1 Corinthians 14. We fools thought his life madness, and his end without honour. Christ and his apostles were censured in like sort. John 10, Mark 3, Acts 26, and so were all Christians in Pliny's time. Fuerunt et alii, similis dementiae, etc. and called, not long after, Vesaniae sectatores, eversores hominum, polluti novatores, fanatici, canes, malefici, venefici, Galileae homunciones, etc. 'Tis an ordinary thing with us to account honest, devout, orthodox, divine, religious, plain-dealing men, idiots, asses that cannot or will not lie and dissemble, shift, flatter, accommodare se ad eum locum ubi nati sunt, make good bargains, supplant, thrive, patronis inservire, solennes ascendendi modus apprehendere, leges, mores, consuetudines recte observare, candide laudare, fortiter defendere, sententias amplecti, dubitare de nullus, credere omnia, accipere omnia, nihil reprehendere, caeteraque quae promotionem ferunt et securitatem, quae sine ambage felicem redunt hominem, et vere sapientem apud nos, that cannot temporize as other men do, hand and take bribes, etc., but fear God, and make a conscience of their doings. But the Holy Ghost that knows better how to judge, he calls them fools. The fool hath said in his heart, Psalm 53:1, and their ways utter their folly, Psalm 49:14. For what can be more mad than for a little worldly pleasure to procure unto themselves eternal punishment, as Gregory and others inculcate unto us? Yea, even all those great philosophers the world hath ever had in admiration, whose works we do so much esteem, that gave precepts of wisdom to others, inventors of arts and sciences, Socrates, the wisest man of his time by the oracle of Apollo, whom his two scholars, Plato and Xenophon, so much extol and magnify with those honourable titles, best and wisest of all mortal men, the happiest and most just, and as Alcibiades incomparably commends him. Achilles was a worthy man, but Brasides and others were as worthy as himself. Antina and Nestor were as good as Pericles, and so of the rest. But none present before or after Socrates, nemo veterum, neque eorum qui nunc sunt, were ever such, will match or come near him. Those 7 wise men of Greece, those Briton Druids, Indian Brahmani, Ethiopian Gymnosophist, Magi of the Persians, Apollonius, of whom Philostratus, non doctus sed natus sapiens, wise from his cradle, Epicurus so much admired by his scholar Lucretius, qui genus humanum ingenio superavit, et omnes per strinxit stellas exortus ut aetherius sol, whose wits excelled the wits of men as far as the sun rising doth obscure a star, or that so much renowned Empedocles, ut vix humana videatur stirpe creatus. All those of whom we read such hyperbolical eulogiums, as of Aristotle, that he was wisdom itself in the abstract, a miracle of nature, breathing libraries, as Eunapius of Longinus, lights of nature, giants for wit, quintessence of wit, divine spirits, eagles in the clouds, fallen from heaven, gods, spirits, lamps of the world, dictators, nulla ferant talem saecla futura virum, monarchs, miracles, superintendents of wit and learning, Oceanus, Phoenix, Atlas, Monstrum, portentum hominis, orbis universi mosaeum, ultimus humana naturae donatus, naturae maritus, merito qui doctior orbis submissis defert fascibus imperium. As Aelian writ of Protagoras and Gorgias, we may say of them all, tantum a sapientibus abfuerunt, quantum a viris pueri. They were children in respect, infants, not eagles but kites, novices, illiterate, eunuchi sapientiae. And although they were the wisest and most admired in their age, as he censured Alexander, I do them. There were 10,000 in his army as worthy captains, had they been in place of command, as valiant as himself. There were myriads of men wiser in those days, and yet all short of what they ought to be. Lactantius, in his book of wisdom, proves them to be dizzards, fools, asses, madmen, so full of absurd and ridiculous tenets, and brain-sick positions, that to his thinking never any old woman or sick person doted worse. Democritus took all from Leucippus, and left, saith he, the inheritance of his folly to Epicurus, insanienti dum sapientiae, etc. The like he holds of Plato, Aristippus, and the rest, making no difference betwixt them and beasts, saving that they could speak. Theodoret, in his tract De curatione Graecarum affectionem, manifestly evinces as much of Socrates, whom, though that oracle of Apollo confirmed to be the wisest man then living, and saved him from plague, whom 2000 years have admired, of whom some will as soon speak evil as of Christ, yet re vera, he was an illiterate idiot, as Aristophanes calls him, iriscor et ambitiosus, as his master Aristotle terms him, scurra Atticus, as Zeno, an enemy to all arts and sciences, as Atheneus, to philosophers and travellers, an opiniative ass, a caviller, a kind of pedant, for his manners, as Theodoret Cyrensis describes him, a sodomite, an atheist, so convict by Anytus, iracundus et ebrius, dicax, etc., a pot companion, by Plato's own confession, a sturdy drinker, and that of all others he was most sottish, a very madman in his actions and opinions. Pythagoras was part philosopher, part magician, or part witch. If you desire to hear more of Apollonius, a great wise man, sometime paralleled by Julian the apostate to Christ, I refer you to that learned tract of Eusebius against Hierocles, and for them all to Lucian's Piscator, Icaromenippus, Necromantia. Their actions, opinions in general, were so prodigious, absurd, ridiculous, which they broached and maintained. Their books and elaborate treatises were full of dotage, which Tully ad Atticum long since observed, delirant plerumque scriptores in libris suis, their lives being opposite to their words, they commended poverty to others, and were most covetous themselves, extolled love and peace, and yet persecuted one another with virulent hate and malice. They could give precepts for verse and prose, but not a man of them, as Seneca tells them home, could moderate his affections. Their music did show us flebiles modos, etc., how to rise and fall, but they could not so contain themselves as in adversity not to make a lamentable tone. They will measure ground by geometry, set down limits, divide and subdivide, but yet cannot prescribe quantum homini satis, or keep within compass and reason and discretion. They can square circles, but understand not the state of their own souls, describe right lines and crooked, etc., but know not what is right in this life. Quid in vita rectum sit, ignorant. So that, as he said, nescio an anticyram ratio illis destinet omnem. I think all the Anticyrae will not restore them to their wits, if these men now, that held Zenodotus's heart, Crates' liver, Epictetus' lantern, were so sottish, and had no more brains than so many beetles, what shall we think of the commonalty? What of the rest? Yea, but you will infer that is true of heathens, if they be conferred with Christians. 1 Corinthians 3:19. The wisdom of this world is foolishness with God, earthly and devilish, as James calls it. 3:15. They were vain in their imaginations, and their foolish heart was full of darkness. Romans 1:21, 22. When they professed themselves wise, became fools. Their witty works are admired here on earth, whilst their souls are tormented in hell fire. In some sense, Christiani Crassiani, Christians are Crassians, and if compared to that wisdom, no better than fools. Quis est sapiens? Solus Deus, Pythagoras replies. God is only wise. Romans 16. Paul determines only good, as Austin well contends, and no man living can be justified in his sight. God looked down from heaven upon the children of men, to see if any did understand. Psalm 53, 2, 3. But all are corrupt, Romans 3, 12. None doeth good, no, not one. Job aggravates this, 4, 18. Behold, he found no steadfastness in his servants, and laid folly upon his angels. 19. How much more on them that dwell in houses of clay? In this sense we are all fools, and the Scripture alone is arx Minervae. We and our writings are shallow and imperfect. But I do not so mean. Even in our ordinary dealings we are no better than fools. All our actions, as Pliny told Trajan, upbraid us of folly. Our whole course of life is but matter of laughter. We are not soberly wise, and the world itself, which ought at least to be wise by reasons of his antiquity, as Hugo de Prato Florido will have it, semper stultisat, is every day more foolish than other. The more it is whipped, the worse it is, and as a child will still be crowned with roses and flowers. We are apish in it, asini bipedes, and every place is full, inversorum apuleorum, of metamorphosed and two-legged asses, inversorum silenorum, childish, pueri instar bimuli, tremula patris dormientis in ulna. Jovianus Pontanus, Antonio Dial, brings in some laughing at an old man, that by reason of his age was a little fond, but as he admonisheth there, ne mireres mi hospes de hoc sene, marvel not at him only, for tota haec civitas delirium, all our town dotes in like sort, we are a company of fools. Ask not with him in the poet, larvae hunc intemperiae insaniaeque agitant senem, what madness ghosts this old man, but what madness ghosts us all. For we are ad unum omnes, all mad, semel insanivimus omnes, not once, but always so, et semel, et simul, et semper, ever and altogether as bad as he. And not senex bis puer, delira annus, but say it of us all, semper pueri, young and old, all dote, as Lactantius proves out of Seneca, and no difference betwixt us and children, saving that majora ludimus et grandioribus pupis. They play with babies of clouts and such toys, we sport with greater baubles. We cannot accuse or condemn one another, being faulty ourselves. Deliramenta loqueris, you talk idly, or as Mitio upbraided Demea, insanis auferte. For we are as mad our own selves, and it is hard to say which is the worst. Nay, 'tis universally so, vitam regit fortuna, non sapientia. End of section 6. Section 7 of The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton, Section 7. Democritus Junior to the Reader, Part 5. When Socrates had taken great pains to find out a wise man, and to that purpose had consulted with philosophers, poets, artificers, he concludes all men were fools, and though it procured him both anger and much envy, yet in all companies he would openly profess it. When Supputius in Pontanus had travelled all over Europe to confer with a wise man, he returned at last without his errand, and could find none. Cardan concurs with him. Few there are, for aught I can perceive, well in their wits. So doth Tully. I see everything to be done foolishly and unadvisedly. Ille sinistrosum hic dextrosum, unus utrique error, sed varii siludit partibus omnes. One reels to this, another to that wall. 'Tis the same error that deludes them all. They dote all, but not alike. Maniaga upasin homoia, not in the same kind. One is covetous, a second lascivious, a third ambitious, a fourth envious, etc., as Damasippus the Stoic hath well illustrated in the poet. Decipiunt omnes, aeque ac tu. And they who call you fool, with equal claim, may plead an ample title to the name. 'Tis an inbred malady in every one of us. There is seminarium stultitiae, a seminary of folly, which, if it be stirred up, or get ahead, will run in infinitum, and infinitely varies, as we ourselves are severally addicted, saith Balthasar Castilio, and cannot so easily be rooted out, it takes such fast hold, as Tully holds, altae radices stultitiae, so we are bred, and so we continue. Some say there be two main defects of wit, error and ignorance, to which all others are reduced. By ignorance we know not things necessary, by error we know them falsely. Ignorance is a privation, error a positive act. From ignorance comes vice, from error heresy, etc. But make how many kinds you will, divide and subdivide, few men are free, or that do not impinge on some one kind or other. Sic plerumque agitat stultus in Scythia, as he that examines his own and other men's actions shall find. Charon in Lucian, as he wittily feigns, was conducted by Mercury to such a place, where he might see all the world at once. After he had sufficiently viewed and looked about, Mercury would needs know of him what he had observed. He told him that he saw a vast multitude, and a promiscuous, their habitations like molehills, the men as emmets. He could discern cities like so many hives of bees, wherein every bee had a sting, and they did naught else but sting one another, some domineering like hornets bigger than the rest, some like filching wasps, others as drones. Over their heads were hovering a confused company of perturbations, hope, fear, anger, avarice, ignorance, etc., and a multitude of diseases hanging, which they still pulled on their pates. Some were brawling, some fighting, riding, running, sollicite ambientes, calide litigantes, for toys and trifles, and such momentary things. Their towns and provinces mere factions, rich against poor, poor against rich, nobles against artificers, they against nobles, and so the rest. In conclusion, he condemned them all for madmen, fools, idiots, asses. O stulti quaenam haec est mentia! O fools, O madmen, he exclaimed, insana studia, insani labores, etc. Mad endeavours, mad actions, mad, mad, mad! O saeclum incipiens et infacetum, a giddy-headed age! Heraclitus the philosopher, out of a serious meditation of men's lives, fell a-weeping, and with continual tears bewailed their misery, madness, and folly. Democritus, on the other side, burst out a-laughing. Their whole life seemed to him so ridiculous, and he was so far carried with this ironical passion, that the citizens of Abdera took him to be mad, and sent therefore ambassadors to Hippocrates the physician, that he would exercise his skill upon him. But the story is set down at large by Hippocrates in his epistle to Damogetus, which, because it is not impertinent to this discourse, I will insert verbatim, almost as it is delivered by Hippocrates himself, with all the circumstances belonging unto it. When Hippocrates was now come to Abdera, the people of the city came flocking about him, some weeping, some entreating of him, that he would do his best. After some little repast, he went to see Democritus, the people following him, whom he found, as before, in his garden in the suburbs, all alone, sitting upon a stone under a plane tree, without hose or shoes, with a book on his knees, cutting up several beasts, and busy at his study. The multitude stood gazing round about to see the congress. Hippocrates, after a little pause, saluted him by his name, whom he resaluted, ashamed almost that he could not call him likewise by his, or that he had forgot it. Hippocrates demanded of him what he was doing. He told him that he was busy in cutting up several beasts, to find out the cause of madness and melancholy. Hippocrates commended his work, admiring his happiness and leisure. And why, quoth Democritus, have not you that leisure? Because, replied Hippocrates, domestic affairs hinder, necessary to be done for ourselves, neighbours, friends, expenses, diseases, frailties, and mortalities which happen, wife, children, servants, and such business, which deprive us of our time. At this speech Democritus profusely laughed, his friends and the people standing by weeping in the meantime, and lamenting his madness. Hippocrates asked the reason why he laughed. He told him, at the vanities and the fopperies of the time, to see men so empty of all virtuous actions, to hunt so far after gold, having no end of ambition, to take such infinite pains for a little glory, and to be favoured of men, to make such deep mines into the earth for gold, and many times to find nothing, with loss of their lives and fortunes. Some to love dogs, others horses, some to desire to be obeyed in many provinces, and yet themselves will know no obedience. Some to love their wives dearly at first, and after a while to forsake and hate them, begetting children with much care and cost for their education, yet when they grow to man's estate, to despise, neglect, and leave them naked to the world's mercy. Do not these behaviours express their intolerable folly? When men live in peace, they covet war, detesting quietness, deposing kings and advancing others in their stead, murdering some men to beget children of their wives. How many strange humours are in men! When they are poor and needy, they seek riches, and when they have them, they do not enjoy them, but hide them under ground, or else wastefully spend them. O wise Hippocrates, I laugh at such things being done, but much more when no good comes of them, and when they are done to so ill purpose. There is no truth or justice found amongst them, for they daily plead one against another, the son against the father and the mother, brother against brother, kindred and friends of the same quality, and all this for riches, whereof after death they cannot be possessors. And yet, notwithstanding, they will defame and kill one another, commit all unlawful actions, contemning God and men, friends and country. They make great account of many senseless things, esteeming them as a great part of their treasure, statues, pictures, and such like movables, dear bought, and so cunningly wrought, as nothing but speech wanteth in them, and yet they hate living persons speaking to them. Others affect difficult things. If they dwell on firm land, they will remove to an island, and thence to land again, being no way constant to their desires. They commend courage and strength in wars, and let themselves be conquered by lust and avarice. They are, in brief, as disordered in their minds as Thersites was in his body. And now, methinks, O most worthy Hippocrates, you should not reprehend my laughing, perceiving so many fooleries in men. For no man will mock his own folly, but that which he seeth in a second, and so they justly mock one another. The drunkard calls him a glutton whom he knows to be sober. Many men love the sea, others husbandry. Briefly, they cannot agree in their own trades and professions, much less in their lives and actions. When Hippocrates heard these words so readily uttered, without premeditation, to declare the world's vanity, full of ridiculous contrariety, he made answer, that necessity compelled men to many such actions, and diverse wills ensuing from divine permission, that we might not be idle, being nothing is so odious to them as sloth and negligence. Besides, men cannot foresee future events in this uncertainty of human affairs. They would not so marry, if they could foretell the causes of their dislike and separation, or parents, if they knew the hour of their children's death, so tenderly provide for them, or an husbandman sow, if he thought there would be no increase, or a merchant adventure to sea, if he foresaw shipwreck, or be a magistrate, if presently to be deposed. Alas, worthy Democritus, every man hopes the best, and to that end he doth it, and therefore no such cause or ridiculous occasion of laughter. Democritus, hearing this poor excuse, laughed again aloud, perceiving he wholly mistook him, and did not well understand what he had said concerning perturbations and tranquillity of the mind. Insomuch that if men would govern their actions by discretion and providence, they would not declare themselves fools as now they do, and he should have no cause of laughter, but, quoth he, they swell in this life as if they were immortal and demigods, for want of understanding. It were enough to make them wise, if they would but consider the mutability of this world, and how it wheels about, nothing being firm and sure. He that is now above, tomorrow is beneath. He that sate on this side today, tomorrow is hurled on the other, and not considering these matters, they fall into many inconveniences and troubles, coveting things of no profit, and thirsting after them, tumbling headlong into many calamities. So that if men would attempt no more than what they can bear, they should lead contented lives, and learning to know themselves, would limit their ambition. They would perceive then that nature hath enough without seeking such superfluities and unprofitable things, which bring nothing with them but grief and molestation. As a fat body is more subject to diseases, so are rich men to absurdities and fooleries, to many casualties and cross inconveniences. There are many that take no heed what happeneth to others by bad conversation, and therefore overthrow themselves in the same manner through their own fault, not foreseeing dangers manifest. These are things, oh, more than mad, quoth he, that give me matter of laughter, by suffering the pains of your impieties, as your avarice, envy, malice, enormous villainies, mutinies, unsatiable desires, conspiracies, and other incurable vices, besides your dissimulation and hypocrisy, bearing deadly hatred one to the other, and yet shadowing it with a good face, flying out into all filthy lusts, and transgressions of all laws, both of nature and civility. many things which they have left off, after a while they fall to again, husbandry, navigation, and leave again, fickle and inconstant as they are. When they are young they would be old, and old young. Princes commend a private life. Private men itch after honour. A magistrate commends a quiet life. A quiet man would be in his office, and obeyed as he is. And what is the cause of all this, but that they know not themselves? Some delight to destroy, one to build, another to spoil one country, to enrich another and himself. In all these things they are like children, in whom is no judgment or counsel, and resemble beasts, saving that beasts are better than they, as being contented with nature. When shall you see a lion hide gold in the ground, or a bull contend for better pasture? When a boar is thirsty, he drinks what will serve him, and no more, and when his belly is full, ceaseth to eat. But men are immoderate in both, as in lust. They covet carnal copulation at set times, men always, ruinating thereby the health of their bodies. And doth it not deserve laughter to see an amorous fool torment himself for a wench? Weep, howl for a misshapen slut, a dowdy sometimes, that might have his choice of the finest beauties. Is there any remedy for this in physic? I do anatomize and cut up these poor beasts, to see these distempers, vanities, and follies, yet such proof were better made on man's body, if my kind nature would endure it. Who from the hour of his birth is most miserable, weak, and sickly. When he sucks he is guided by others, when he is grown great practiseth unhappiness, and is sturdy, and when old a child again, and repenteth him of his life past. And here being interrupted by one that brought books, he fell to it again, that all were mad, careless, stupid. To prove my former speeches, look into courts or private houses. Judges give judgment according to their own advantage, doing manifest wrong to poor innocents to please others. Notaries alter sentences, and for money lose their deeds. Some make false monies, other counterfeit false weights. Some abuse their parents, yea, corrupt their own sisters. Others make long libels and pasquils, defaming men of good life, and extol such as are lewd and vicious. Some rob one, some another. Magistrates make laws against thieves, and are the veriest thieves themselves. Some kill themselves, others despair not obtaining their desires. Some dance, sing, laugh, feast, and banquet, whilst others sigh, languish, mourn, and lament, having neither meat, drink, nor clothes. Some prank up their bodies, and have their minds full of execrable vices. Some trot about to bear false witness, and say anything for money, and though judges know of it, yet for a bribe they wink at it, and suffer false contracts to prevail against equity. Women are all day a-dressing, to pleasure other men abroad, and go like sluts at home, not caring to please their own husbands, whom they should. Seeing men are so fickle, so sottish, so intemperate, why should not I laugh at those to whom folly seems wisdom, will not be cured, and perceive it not? It grew late. Hippocrates left him, and no sooner was he come away, but all the citizens came about flocking, to know how he liked him. He told them in brief, that notwithstanding those small neglects of his attire, body, diet, the world had not a wiser, a more learned, a more honest man, and they were much deceived to say that he was mad. Thus Democritus esteemed of the world in his time, and this was the cause of his laughter, and good cause he had. Olim jure quidem, nunc plus Democrite ride, quin rides, vita haec nunc mage ridiculast. Democritus did well to laugh of old, good cause he had, but now much more. This life of ours is more ridiculous than that of his, or long before. End of section 7. Section 8 of The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton, Section 8. Democritus Junior to the Reader, Part 6. Never so much cause of laughter as now, never so many fools and madmen. 'Tis not one Democritus will serve turn to laugh in these days. We have now need of a Democritus to laugh at Democritus, one jester to flout at another, one fool to fleer at another, a great stentorian Democritus, as big as that Rhodian Colossus. For now, as Salisburiensis said in his time, totus mundus histrionem agit, the whole world plays the fool. We have a new theatre, a new scene, a new comedy of errors, a new company of personate actors, volupii sacra, as Calcagninus willingly feigns in his apologues, are celebrated all the world over, where all the actors were madmen and fools, and every hour changed habits, or took that which came next. He that was a mariner to-day is an apothecary to-morrow, a smith one while, a philosopher another, in his volupii ludis. A king now with his crown, robes, sceptre, attendants, by and by drove a loaded ass before him like a carter, etc. If Democritus were alive now, he should see strange alterations, a new company of counterfeit vizards, whifflers, cumane asses, maskers, mummers, painted puppets, outsides, fantastic shadows, gulls, monsters, giddy heads, butterflies. And so many of them are indeed, if all be true that I have read. For when Jupiter and Juno's wedding was solemnized of old, the gods were all invited to the feast, and many noble men besides. Amongst the rest came Chrysalis, a Persian prince, bravely attended, rich in golden attires, in gay robes, with a majestical presence, but otherwise an ass. The gods, seeing him come in such pomp and state, rose up to give him place, ex habitu hominem metientes, but Jupiter, perceiving what he was, a light, fantastic, idle fellow, turned him and his proud followers into butterflies, and so they continue still, for aught I know to the contrary, roving about in pied coats, and are called chrysalides by the wiser sort of men, that is, golden outsides, drones and flies, and things of no worth, multitudes of such, etc. Ubique invenies stultos avaros, sycophantas prodigos. Many additions, much increase of madness, folly, vanity, should Democritus observe, were he now to travel, or could get leave of Pluto to come see fashions, as Charon did in Lucian to visit our cities of Moronia Pia and Moronia Felix. Sure I think he would break the rim of his belly with laughing. Si forat in terris rideret Democritus, su, etc. A satirical Roman in his time thought all vice, folly, and madness were all at full sea, omne in praecipiti vitium statit. Josephus the historian taxeth his countrymen Jews for bragging of their vices, publishing their follies, and that they did contend among themselves who should be most notorious in villainies. But we flow higher in madness, far beyond them. Mox daturi progeniem vitiosorem, and yet with crimes to us unknown, our sons shall mark the coming age their own. And the latter end, you know whose oracle it is like to be worse. 'Tis not to be denied, the world alters every day. Ruunt urbes, regna transferuntur, etc. Variantur habitus, leges innovantur. As Petrarch observes, we change language, habits, laws, customs, manners, but not vices, not diseases, not the symptoms of folly and madness. They are still the same. And as a river we see keeps the like name and place, but not water, and yet ever runs, labitur et labetur in omne volubilis aevum, our times and persons alter, vices are the same, and ever will be. Look how nightingales sang of old, cocks crowed, kine lowed, sheep bleated, sparrows chirped, dogs barked, so they do still. We keep our madness still, play the fools still. Nec dum finitus Orestes. We are of the same humours and inclinations as our predecessors were. You shall find us all alike, much at one, we and our sons, et nati natorum, et qui nascuntur habilis, and so shall our posterity continue to the last. But to speak of times present, if Democritus were alive now, and should but see the superstition of our age, our religious madness, as Meteran calls it, religiosam insaniam, so many professed Christians, yet so few imitators of Christ, so much talk of religion, so much science, so little conscience, so much knowledge, so many preachers, so little practice, such variety of sects, such have and hold of all sides, obvia signis signa, etc., such absurd and ridiculous traditions and ceremonies. If he should meet a Capuchin, a Franciscan, a Pharisaical Jesuit, a manservant, a shave-crowned monk in his robes, a begging friar, or see their three-crowned sovereign lord, the Pope, poor Peter's successor, servus servorum Dei, to depose kings with his foot, to tread on emperors' necks, make them stand barefoot and bare-legged at his gates, hold his bridle and stirrup up, etc. Oh, that Peter and Paul were alive to see this! If he should observe a prince creep so devoutly to kiss his toe, and those red-capped cardinals, poor parish priests of old, now princes' companions, what would he say? Caelum ipsum petitur stultitia. Had he met some of our devout pilgrims going barefoot to Jerusalem, Our Lady of Loretto, Rome, Santiago, St. Thomas's shrine, to creep to those counterfeit and maggot-eaten relics, had he been present at Mass, and seen such kissing of paxes, crucifixes, cringes, duckings, their several attires and ceremonies, pictures of saints, indulgences, pardons, vigils, fasting, feasts, crossing, knocking, kneeling at Ave Marias, bells, with many such, jucunda rudi spectacula plebi, praying in gibberish, and mumbling of beads. Had he heard an old woman say her prayers in Latin, their sprinkling of holy water, and going a procession, incedunt monachorum agmina mille, qui momerem vexilla cruces idolaque culta, etc. Their breviaries, bulls, hallowed beans, exorcisms, pictures, curious crosses, fables and baubles. Had he read the Golden Legend, the Turks' Alcoran, or Jews' Talmud, the Rabbins' comments, what would he have thought? How dost thou think he might have been affected? Had he more particularly examined a Jesuit's life amongst the rest, he should have seen an hypocrite profess poverty, and yet possess more goods and lands than many princes, to have infinite treasures and revenues, teach others to fast, and play the gluttons themselves, like watermen that row one way and look another. Vow virginity, talk of holiness, and yet indeed a notorious bawd, and famous fornicator, lascivum pecus, a very goat. Monks by profession, such as give over the world, and the vanities of it, and yet a Machiavellian rout, interested in all manner of state. Holy men, peacemakers, and yet composed of envy, lust, ambition, hatred, and malice. Firebrands, adulta patriae pestis, traitors, assassinats, harcitur ad astra, and this is to supererogate and merit heaven for themselves and others. Had he seen on the adverse side some of our nice and curious schismatics in another extreme, abhor all ceremonies, and rather lose their lives and livings, than do or admit anything papists have formerly used, though in things indifferent. They alone are the true church, salterae, cum sint omnium insulsissimi. Formalists, out of fear and base flattery, like so many weathercocks, turn round, a rout of temporizers, ready to embrace and maintain all that is or shall be proposed in hope of preferment. Another Epicurean company, lying at lurch as so many vultures, watching for a prey of church goods, and ready to rise by the downfall of any. As Lucian said in like case, what dost thou think Democritus would have done, had he been spectator of these things? Or had he but observed the common people follow like so many sheep one of their fellows drawn by the horns over a gap, some for zeal, some for fear, quo secunque rapit tempestas, to credit all, examine nothing, and yet ready to die before they will adjure any of those ceremonies to which they have been accustomed. Others out of hypocrisy frequent sermons, knock their breasts, turn up their eyes, pretend zeal, desire reformation, and yet professed usurers, gripers, monsters of men, harpies, devils in their lives, to express nothing else. What would he have said to see, hear, and read so many bloody battles, so many thousands slain at once, such streams of blood able to turn mills, unius ob noxam furiasque, or to make sport for princes without any just cause, for vain titles, saith Austin, precedency, some wench, or such like toy, or out of desire of domineering, vainglory, malice, revenge, folly, madness, goodly causes all, ob quas universus orbis bellis et caedibus misceatur, whilst statesmen themselves in the meantime are secure at home, pampered with all delights and pleasures, take their ease and follow their lusts, not considering what intolerable misery poor soldiers endure, their often wounds, hunger, thirst, etc., the lamentable cares, torments, calamities, and oppressions that accompany such proceedings, they feel not, take no notice of it. So wars are begun, by the persuasion of a few debauched, harebrained, poor, dissolute, hungry captains, parasitical fawners, unquiet hotspurs, restless innovators, green heads, to satisfy one man's private spleen, lust, ambition, avarice, etc. Tales rapiunt scelerata in praelia causae, flos hominum. Proper men, well proportioned, carefully brought up, able both in body and mind, sound, led like so many beasts to the slaughter in the flower of their years, pride and full strength, without all remorse and pity, sacrificed to Pluto, killed up as so many sheep, for devil's food, 40,000 at once. At once, said I, that were tolerable, but these wars last always, and for many ages. Nothing so familiar as this hacking and hewing, massacres, murders, desolations. Ignoto caelum clangore remugit. They care not what mischief they procure, so that they may enrich themselves for the present. They will so long blow the coals of contention, till all the world be consumed with fire. The siege of Troy lasted 10 years, 8 months. There died 870,000 Grecians, 670,000 Trojans at the taking of the city, and after were slain 276,000 men, women, and children of all sorts. Caesar killed 1,000,000, Mahomet the second Turk 300,000 persons. Sicinius Dentatus fought in 100 battles, 8 times in single combat he overcame, had 40 wounds before, was rewarded with 140 crowns, triumphed 9 times for his good service. Marcus Sergius had 32 wounds. Scaevoa, the centurion, I know not how many. Every nation had their Hectors, Scipios, Caesars, and Alexanders. Our Edward the Fourth was in 26 battles afoot, and as they do all, he glories in it. 'Tis related to his honour. At the siege of Jerusalem, 1,100,000 died with sword and famine. At the battle of Cannas, 70,000 men were slain, as Polybius records, and as many at Battle Abbey with us. And 'tis no news to fight from sun to sun, as they did, as Constantine and Licinius, etc. At the siege of Ostend, the devil's academy, A poor town in respect, a small fort, but a great grave. 120,000 men lost their lives, besides whole towns, dorps, and hospitals, full of maimed soldiers. There were engines, fireworks, and whatsoever the devil could invent to do mischief with 2,500,000 iron bullets, shot of 40 pounds weight. 3 or 4 millions of gold consumed. Who, saith mine author, can be sufficiently amazed at their flinty hearts, obstinacy, fury, blindness, who without any likelihood of good success hazard poor soldiers and lead them without pity to the slaughter, which may justly be called the rage of furious beasts, that run without reason upon their own deaths? Quis malus genius, quae furia, quae pestis, etc. What plague, what fury brought so devilish, so brutish a thing as war first into men's minds? Who made so soft and peaceable a creature, born to love, mercy, meekness, so to rage like beasts, and run on to their own destruction? How may nature expostulate with mankind? Ego te divinum animal finxi, etc. I made thee an harmless, quiet, a divine creature. How may God expostulate, and all good men? Yet horum facta, as one condoles, tantum admirantur, et heroum numero habent. These are the brave spirits, the gallants of the world. These admired alone, triumph alone, have statues, crowns, pyramids, obelisks to their eternal fame, that immortal genius attends on them, harcitur ad astra. When Rhodes was besieged, fossae urbis cadaveribus repletae sunt, the ditches were full of dead carcasses, and as when the said Suleiman, great Turk, beleaguered Vienna, they lay level with the top of the walls. This they make a sport of, and will do it to their friends and confederates against oaths, vows, promises, by treachery or otherwise. Dolus an virtus, quis in hoste requirat, leagues and laws of arms. Silent leges inter arma, for their advantage, omnia jura divina humana proculcata plerumque sunt. Gods and men's laws are trampled under foot, the sword alone determines all. To satisfy their lust and spleen they care not what they attempt, say, or do. Rara fides probitasque viris qui castra secuntur. Nothing so common as to have father fight against son, brother against brother, kinsman against kinsman, kingdom against kingdom, province against province, Christians against Christians, a quibus nec unquam cogitatione fuerunt laesi, of whom they never had offence in thought, word, or deed. Infinite treasures consumed, towns burned, flourishing cities sacked and ruinated, quodque animus meminisse horret, goodly countries depopulated and left desolate, old inhabitants expelled, trade and traffic decayed, maids deflowered, virgines nondum thalamis jugatae, et comis nondum positis Ephaebi. Chaste matrons cry out with Andromache, concubitum mox cogar patieius, qui interemit Hectorem. They shall be compelled peradventure to lie with them that erst killed their husbands, to see rich, poor, sick, sound, lords, servants, eodem omnes incommodo macti, consumed all or maimed, etc. Et quicquid gaudens scelere animus audet, et perversa mens, saith Cyprian. And whatsoever torment, misery, mischief, hell itself, the devil, fury, and rage can invent to their own ruin and destruction, so abominable a thing is war, as Gerbelius concludes, Ardeo foeda et abominanda res est bellum, ex quo hominum caedes vastationes, etc. The scourge of God, cause, effect, fruit and punishment of sin, and not tonsura humani generis, as Tertullian calls it, but ruina. Had Democritus been present at the late civil wars in France, those abominable wars, bellaque matribus detestata, where in less than 10 years 10,000 men were consumed, saith Colignius, 20,000 churches overthrown, nay, the whole kingdom subverted, as Richard Dinot adds, so many myriads of the commons were butchered up with sword, famine, war, tanto odio utrinque ut barbari ad abhorrendam lanienam obstupescerent, with such feral hatred the world was amazed at it. At our late Pharsalian fields, in the time of Henry VI, betwixt the houses of Lancaster and York, 100,000 men slain, one writes. Another, 10,000 families were rooted out, that no man can but marvel, saith Cominius, at that barbarous immanity, feral madness, committed betwixt men of the same nation, language, and religion. Quis furor, O cives? Why do the Gentiles so furiously rage, saith the prophet David, Psalm 2, 1. But we may ask, why do the Christians so furiously rage? Arma volunt, quare poscunt, rapiuntque juventus, unfit for Gentiles, much less for us so to tyrannize, as the Spaniard in the West Indies, that killed up in 42 years, if we may believe Bartholomeus a Casa, their own bishop, 12 millions of men, with stupend and exquisite torments. Neither should I lie, said he, if I said 50 millions. I omit those French massacres, Sicilian evensongs, the Duke of Alva's tyrannies, our gunpowder machinations, and that fourth fury, as one calls it, the Spanish Inquisition, which quite obscures those 10 persecutions. Saevit toto Mars impius orbe. Is not this mundus furiosus, a mad world, as he terms it, insanum bellum? Are not these madmen, as Scaliger concludes, qui in praelio acerba morte insaniae suae memoriam pro perpetuo teste relinquunt posteritati, which leave so frequent battles as perpetual memorials of their madness to all succeeding ages? Would this, think you, have enforced our Democritus to laugh, or rather made him turn his tune, alter his tone, and weep with Heraclitus, or rather howl, roar, and tear his hair in commiseration, stand amazed, or, as the poets feign, that Niobe was for grief quite stupefied and turned to stone? I have not yet said the worst, that which is more absurd and mad in their tumults, seditions, civil and unjust wars, quod stulte suscipitur, impie geritur, misere finitur. Such wars I mean, for all are not to be condemned, as those fantastical Anabaptists vainly conceive. Our Christian tactics are all out as necessary as the Roman Achies, or Grecian phalanx. To be a soldier is a most noble and honourable profession, as the world is, not to be spared. They are our best walls and bulwarks, and I do therefore acknowledge that of Tully to be most true. All our civil affairs, all our studies, all our pleading, industry, and commendation lies under the protection of warlike virtues, and whensoever there is any suspicion of tumult, all our arts cease. Wars are most behoveful, et bellatores agricolis civitati sunt utiliores, as Tyrius defends, and valour is much to be commended in a wise man. But they mistake most part, aufere, trucidare, rapere, falsis nominibus virtutem vocant, etc. 'Twas Galgacus's observation in Tacitus. They term theft, murder, and rapine virtue, by a wrong name. Rapes, slaughters, massacres, etc., jocus et ludus, are pretty pastimes, as Ludovicus Vives notes. They commonly call the most hair-brained bloodsuckers, strongest thieves, the most desperate villains, treacherous rogues, inhuman murderers, rash, cruel, and dissolute caitiffs, courageous and generous spirits, heroical and worthy captains, brave men-at-arms, valiant and renowned soldiers, possessed with a brute persuasion of false honour, as Pontus Huter in his Burgundian history complains. By means of which it comes to pass that daily so many voluntaries offer themselves, leaving their sweet wives, children, friends, for 6d, if they can get it, a day, prostitute their lives and limbs, desire to enter upon breaches, lie sentinel, perdu, give the first onset, stand in the forefront of the battle, marching bravely on, with a cheerful noise of drums and trumpets, such vigour and alacrity, so many banners streaming in the air, glittering armours, motions of plumes, woods of pikes and swords, variety of colours, cost and magnificence, as if they went in triumph, now victors to the Capitol, and with such pomp as when Darius's army marched to meet Alexander at Issus. Void of all fear, they run into imminent dangers, cannon's mouth, etc. Ut vulneribus suis ferrum hostium hebetent, saith Barletius, to get a name of valour, humour, and applause, which lasts not either, for it is but a mere flash, this fame, and like a rose, intra diem unum extinguitur, 'tis gone in an instant. Of 15,000 proletaries slain in a battle, scarce 15 are recorded in history, or one alone, the general perhaps, and after a while his and their names are likewise blotted out, the whole battle itself is forgotten. Those Grecian orators, summa vi ingenii et eloquentiae, set out the renowned overthrows at Thermopylae, Salamis, Marathon, Mycale, Mantinea, Chaeronea, Plataea. The Romans record their battle at Cannas and the Pharsalian fields, but they do but record, and we scarce hear of them. And yet this supposed honour, popular applause, desire of immortality by this means, pride and vainglory, spur them on many times, rashly and unadvisedly, to make away themselves and multitudes of others. Alexander was sorry because there were no more worlds for him to conquer. He is admired by some for it. Animosa vox videtur et regia, 'twas spoken like a prince, but, as wise Seneca censures him, 'twas vox inquissima et stultissima, 'twas spoken like a bedlam fool, and that sentence which the same Seneca appropriates to his father Philip and him, I apply to them all. Non minores fuere pestes mortalium, quam inundatio, quam conflagratio quibus, etc. They did as much mischief to mortal men as fire and water, those merciless elements, when they rage. Which is yet more to be lamented, they persuade them this hellish course of life is holy. They promise heaven to such as venture their lives bello sacro, and that by these bloody wars, as Persians, Greeks, and Romans of old, as modern Turks do now their commons, to encourage them to fight, ut cadant infeliciter. If they die in the field, they go directly to heaven, and shall be canonized for saints. Oh, diabolical invention! Put in the chronicles, in perpetuam rei memoriam, to their eternal memory, when, as in truth, as some hold, it were much better, since wars are the scourge of God for sin, by which he punisheth mortal men's peevishness and folly, such brutish stories were suppressed, because ad morum institutionem nihil habent, they conduce not at all to manners or good life. But they will have it thus nevertheless, and so they put note of divinity upon the most cruel and pernicious plague of humankind, adore such men with grand titles, degrees, statues, images, honour, applaud and highly reward them for their good service, no greater glory than to die in the field. So Africanus is extolled by Ennius. Mars and Hercules, and I know not how many besides of old, were deified, went this way to heaven, that were indeed bloody butchers, wicked destroyers and troublers of the world, prodigious monsters, hell-hounds, feral plagues, devourers, common executioners of humankind, as Lactantius truly proves, and Cyprian to Donat, such as were desperate in wars, and precipitately made away themselves. Like those Celts in Damascen, with ridiculous valour, ut Dei decorosum putarent muro ruenti se subducere, a disgrace to run away for a rotten wall, now ready to fall on their heads. Such as will not rush on a sword's point, or seek to shun a cannon shot, are base cowards, and no valiant men, by which means madet orbis mutuo sanguine, the earth wallows in her own blood, savit amor feri, et scelerati insania belli. And for that, which if it be done in private, a man shall be rigorously executed, and which is no less than murder itself, if the same fact be done in public in wars, it is called manhood, and the party is honoured for it. Prosperum et felix scelus, virtus vocatur. We measure all, as Turks do, by the event, and most part, as Cyprian notes, in all ages, countries, places, sae vitiae magnitudo impunitatem sceleris acquirit, the foulness of the fact vindicates the offender. One is crowned for that which another is tormented. Ille crucem sceleris pretium tulit, hic diadema. Made a knight, a lord, an earl, a great duke, as Agrippa notes, for that which another should have hung in gibbets, as a terror to the rest. Et tamen alter, si fecisset idem, caderet sub judice morum. A poor sheep stealer is hanged for stealing of victuals, compelled peradventure by necessity of that intolerable cold, hunger, and thirst, to save himself from starving. But a great man in office may securely rob whole provinces, undo thousands, pill and poll, oppress ad libitum, flee, grind, tyrannize, enrich himself by spoils of the commons, be uncontrollable in his actions, and after all be recompensed with turgent titles, honoured for his good service, and no man may dare find fault or mutter at it. End of Section 8. Section 9 of The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton. Section 9. Democritus Junior to the Reader, Part 7. How would our Democritus have been affected to see a wicked caitiff or fool, a very idiot, a funge, a golden ass, a monster of men, to have many good men, wise men, learned men, to attend upon him with all submission, as an appendix to his riches, for that respect alone, because he hath more wealth and money, to honour him with divine titles, and bombast epithets, to smother him with fumes and eulogies, whom they know to be a dizzard, a fool, a covetous wretch, a beast, etc., because he is rich? To see sub exuviis leonis onagrum, a filthy, loathsome carcass, a Gorgon's head puffed up by parasites, assume this unto himself, glorious titles, in worth an infant, a Cuman ass, a painted sepulchre, an Egyptian temple. To see a withered face, a diseased, deformed, cankered complexion, a rotten carcass, a viperous mind, and Epicurean soul set out with orient pearls, jewels, diadems, perfumes, curious elaborate works, as proud of his clothes as a child of his new coats, and a goodly person, of an angel-like divine countenance, a saint, an humble mind, a meek spirit, clothed in rags, beg, and now ready to be starved. To see a contemptible sloven in apparel, ragged in his coat, polite in speech, of a divine spirit, wise; another neat in clothes, spruce, full of courtesy, empty of grace, wit, talk nonsense. To see so many lawyers, advocates, so many tribunals, so little justice; so many magistrates, so little care of common good; so many laws, yet never more disorders. Tribunal litium segetem, the tribunal a labyrinth; so many thousand suits in one court sometimes, so violently followed. To see in justissimum saepe jure praesidentem, impium religioni, imperitissimum eruditioni, otiosissimum labori, monstrosum humanitati. To see a lamb executed, a wolf pronounce sentence, Latro arraigned, and Fur sit on the bench, the judge severely punish others, and do worse himself, eundem furtum facere et punire, rapinam plectere cum sit ipse raptor. Laws altered, misconstrued, interpreted pro and con, as the judge is made by friends, bribed, or otherwise affected as a nose of wax, good to-day, none to-morrow, or firm in his opinion, cast in his. Sentence prolonged, changed, ad arbitrium judicis, still the same case, one thrust out of his inheritance, another falsely put in by favour, false forged deeds or wills, incisae leges negliguntur, laws are made and not kept, or if put in execution, they be some silly ones that are punished. As, put case it be fornication, the father will disinherit or abdicate his child, quite cashier him, out villain, be gone, come no more in my sight. A poor man is miserably tormented with loss of his estate perhaps, goods, fortunes, good name, for ever disgraced, forsaken, and must do penance to the utmost, a mortal sin, and yet make the worst of it, numquid aliud fecit, saith Tranio in the poet, nisi quod faciunt summis nati generibus. He hath done no more than what gentlemen usually do, neque novum, neque mirum, neque secus quam alii solent. For in a great person, right worshipful sir, a right honourable grandee, 'tis not a venial sin, no, not a peccadillo, 'tis no offence at all, a common and ordinary thing, no man takes notice of it, he justifies it in public, and peradventure brags of it. Nam quod turpe bonis, titio seoque, decebat Crispinum. For what would be base in good men, Titius and Seius, became Crispinus. Many poor men, younger brothers, etc., by reason of bad policy and idle education, for they are likely brought up in no calling, are compelled to beg or steal, and then hanged for theft, than which what can be more ignominious, non minus enim turpe principi multa supplicia, quam medico multa funera. 'Tis the governor's fault. Libentius verberant quam docent, as schoolmasters do rather correct their pupils than teach them when they do amiss. They had more need provide there should be no more thieves and beggars, as they ought with good policy, and take away the occasions, than let them run on, as they do to their own destruction, root out likewise those causes of wrangling, a multitude of lawyers, and compose controversies, lites, lustrales, et seculares, by some more compendious means. Whereas now for every toy and trifle they go to law, mugit litibus insanum forum, et saevit in vicem discordantium rabies. They are ready to pull out one another's throats, and for commodity to squeeze blood, saith Hierom, out of their brother's heart, defame, lie, disgrace, backbite, rail, bear false witness, swear, forswear, fight and wrangle, spend their goods, lives, fortunes, friends, undo one another, to enrich an harpy advocate that preys upon them both, and cries, Eia Socrates, Eia Xantippe, or some corrupt judge that like the kite in Aesop, while the mouse and frog fought, carried both away. Generally they prey one upon another as so many ravenous birds, brute beasts, devouring fishes, no medium. Omnes hic aut captantur, aut captant, aut cadavera quae lacerantur, aut corvi qui lacerant. Either deceive or be deceived, tear others or be torn in pieces themselves. Like so many buckets in a well, as one riseth, another falleth. One's empty, another's full. His ruin is a ladder to the third. Such are our ordinary proceedings. What's the market? A place, according to Anacharsis, wherein they cozen one another. A trap. Nay, what's the world itself? A vast chaos, a confusion of manners, as fickle as the air, domicilium insanorum, a turbulent troop full of impurities, a mart of walking spirits, goblins, the theatre of hypocrisy, a shop of knavery, flattery, a nursery of villainy, the scene of babbling, the school of giddiness, the academy of vice, a warfare, ubi velis nollis pugnandum aut vincas aut succumbas, in which kill or be killed, wherein every man is for himself, his private ends, and stands upon his guard. No charity, love, friendship, fear of God, alliance, affinity, consanguinity, Christianity, can contain them. But if they be in any ways offended, or that string of commodity be touched, they fall foul. Old friends become bitter enemies on a sudden for toys and small offences, and they that erst were willing to do all mutual offices of love and kindness, now revile and persecute one another to death, with more than Vatinian hatred, and will not be reconciled. So long as they are behoveful, they love, or may bestead each other, but when there is no more good to be expected, as they do by an old dog, hang him up and cashier him, which Cato counts a great indecorum, to use men like old shoes or broken glasses, which are flung to the dunghill. He could not find in his heart to sell an old ox, much less to turn away an old servant, but they, instead of recompense, revile him, and when they have made him an instrument of their villainy, as Bajazet, the second emperor of the Turks, did by Acomethes Bassa, make him away, or instead of reward, hate him to death, as Silius was served by Tiberius. In a word, every man for his own ends. Our summum bonum is commodity, and the goddess we adore, Dea Moneta, Queen Money, to whom we daily offer sacrifice, which steers our hearts, hands, affections, all. That most powerful goddess, by whom we are reared, depressed, elevated, esteemed the sole commandress of our actions, for which we pray, run, ride, go, come, labour, and contend as fishes do for a crumb that falleth into the water. It's not worth, virtue, that's bonum theatrale, wisdom, valour, learning, honesty, religion, or any sufficiency for which we are respected, but money, greatness, office, honour, authority. Honesty is accounted folly, knavery, policy, men admired out of opinion, not as they are, but as they seem to be. Such shifting, lying, cogging, plotting, counterplotting, temporizing, nattering, cozening, dissembling, that of necessity one must highly offend God if he be conformable to the world, cretizzare cum crete, or else live in contempt, disgrace, and misery. One takes upon him temperance, holiness, another austerity, a third an affected kind of simplicity, when as indeed he, and he, and he, and the rest are hypocrites, ambidexters, outsides, so many turning pictures, a lion on the one side, a lamb on the other. How would Democritus have been affected to see these things? To see a man turn himself into all shapes, like a chameleon, or as Proteus, omnia transformans sese in miracula rerum, to act 20 parts and persons at once, for his advantage, to temporize and vary like Mercury the planet, good with good, bad with bad, having a several face, garb, and character for every one he meets, of all religions, humours, inclinations, to fawn like a spaniel, mentitis et mimicis obsequis, rage like a lion, bark like a cur, fight like a dragon, sting like a serpent, as meek as a lamb, and yet again grin like a tiger, weep like a crocodile, insult over some, and yet others domineer over him, here command, there crouch, tyrannize in one place, be baffled in another, a wise man at home, a fool abroad to make others merry. To see so much difference betwixt words and deeds, so many parasangs betwixt tongue and heart, men like stage players act variety of parts, give good precepts to others, soar aloft, whilst they themselves grovel on the ground. To see a man protest friendship, kiss his hand, quem mallet truncatum videre, smile with an intent to do mischief, or cozen him who he salutes, magnify his friend unworthy with hyperbolical eulogiums, his enemy, albeit a good man, to vilify and disgrace him, yea, all his actions, with the utmost that liver and malice can invent. To see a servant able to buy out his master, him that carries the mace more worth than the magistrate, which Plato absolutely forbids, Epictetus abhors. A horse that tills the land fed with chaff, an idle jade have provender in abundance. Him that makes shoes go barefoot himself, him that sells meat almost pined, a toiling drudge starve, a drone flourish. To see men buy smoke for wares, castles built with fools' heads, men like apes follow the fashion in tires, gestures, actions. If the king laugh, all laugh. Rides? Maiore cacino concutitur, flet si lacrimas conspexit amici. Alexander stooped, so did his courtiers. Alphonsus turned his head, and so did his parasites. Sabina Poppaea, Nero's wife, wore amber-coloured hair, so did all the Roman ladies in an instant, her fashion was theirs. To see men wholly led by affection, admired and censured out of opinion without judgment, an inconsiderate multitude, like so many dogs in a village, if one bark, all bark without cause. As fortune's fan turns, if a man be in favour, or commanded by some great one, all the world applauds him. If in disgrace, in an instant all hate him. And as at the sun, when he is eclipsed, that erst took no notice, now gaze and stare upon him. To see a man wear his brains in his belly, his guts in his head, 100 oaks on his back, to devour 100 oxen at a meal, nay more, to devour houses and towns, or as those anthropophagi, to eat one another. To see a man roll himself up like a snowball, from base beggary to right worshipful and right honourable titles, unjustly to screw himself into honours and offices, another to starve his genius, damn his soul to gather wealth, which he shall not enjoy, which his prodigal son melts and consumes in an instant. To see the Cacozelian of our times, a man bend all his forces, means, time, fortunes, to be a favourite's favourite, etc., a parasite's parasite, that may scorn the servile world as having enough already. To see an hirsute beggar's brat, that lately fed on scraps, crept and whined, crying to all, and for an old jerkin ran of errands, now ruffle in silk and satin, bravely mounted, jovial and polite, now scorn his old friends and familiars, neglect his kindred, insult over his betters, domineer over all. To see a scholar crouch and creep to an illiterate peasant for a meal's meat, a scrivener better paid for an obligation, a falconer receive greater wages than a student, a lawyer get more in a day than a philosopher in a year, better reward for an hour than a scholar for a 12-month's study. Him that can paint Thais, play on a fiddle, curl hair, etc., sooner get preferment than a philologer or a poet. To see a fond mother, like Aesop's ape, hug her child to death, a wittol wink at his wife's honesty, and too perspicuous in all other affairs, one stumble at a straw, and leap over a block, rob Peter and pay Paul, scrape unjust sums with one hand, purchase great manors by corruption, fraud, and cozenage, and liberally to distribute to the poor with the other, give a remnant to pious uses, etc. Penny wise, pound foolish. Blind men judge of colours, wise men silent, fools talk, find fault with others, and do worse themselves, denounce that in public which he doth in secret, and which Aurelius Victor gives out of Augustus, severely censure that in a third, of which he is most guilty himself. To see a poor fellow or an hired servant venture his life for his new master, that will scarce give him his wages at year's end. A country colon toil and moil, till and drudge for a prodigal idle drone, that devours all the gain, or lasciviously consumes with fantastical expenses, a noble man in a bravado to encounter death, and for a small flash of honour to cast away himself; a worldling tremble at an executor, and yet not fear hell fire; to wish and hope for immortality, desire to be happy, and yet by all means avoid death, a necessary passage to bring him to it; to see a foolhardy fellow like those old Danes, qui decollari malunt quam verberari, die rather than be punished, in a sottish humour embrace death with alacrity, yet scorn to lament his own sins and miseries, or his clearest friends' departures; to see wise men degraded, fools preferred, one govern towns and cities, and yet a silly woman overrules him at home; command a province, and yet his own servants or children prescribe laws to him, as Themistocles' son did in Greece. What I will, said he, my mother will, and what my mother will, my father doth. To see horses ride in a coach, men draw it; dogs devour their masters; towers build masons; children rule; old men go to school; women wear the breeches; sheep demolish towns, devour men, etc. And in a word, the world turned upside downward. Oh, vivere Democritus! To insist in every particular were one of Hercules' labours. There's so many ridiculous instances as motes in the sun. Quantum est in rebus inane. How much vanity there is in things! And who can speak of all? Crimine ab uno disce omnes. Take this for a taste. But these are obvious to sense, trivial and well known, easy to be discerned. How would Democritus have been moved, had he seen the secrets of their hearts? If every man had a window in his breast, which Momus would have had in Vulcan's man, or that which Tully so much wished it were written in every man's forehead, quid quisque de re publica sentiret, what he thought; or that it could be effected in an instant, which Mercury did by Charon in Lucian, by touching of his eyes, to make him discern semel et simul, rumores et susurros. Spes hominum caecas, morbos, votumque labores, et passim toto volitantes aethere curas. Blind hope and wishes, their thoughts and affairs, whispers and rumours, and those flying cares. That he could cubiculorum obductas foras recludere, et secreta cordium penetrare, which Cyprian desired, open doors and locks, shoot bolts, as Lucian's Gallus did with a feather of his tail, or Gyges' invisible ring, or some rare perspective glass or autacousticon, which would so multiply species, that a man might hear and see all at once, as Martianus Capella's Jupiter did in a spear which he held in his hand, which did present unto him all that was daily done upon the face of the earth. Observe cuckolds' horns, forgeries of alchemists, the philosopher's stone, new projectors, etc., and all those works of darkness, foolish vows, hopes, fears, and wishes, what a deal of laughter would it have afforded! He should have seen windmills in one man's head, an hornet's nest in another. Or had he been present with Icaromenippus in Lucian at Jupiter's whispering place, and heard one pray for rain, another for fair weather, one for his wife's, another for his father's death, etc., to ask that at God's hand, which they are abashed any man should hear, how would he have been confounded? Would he, think you, or any man else, say that these men were well in their wits? Haec sani esse hominis, quis sanus juret Orestes? Can all the hellebore in the Anticyrae cure these men? No, sure, an acre of hellebore will not do it. End of section 9. Section 10 of The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton, Section 10. Democritus Junior to the Reader, Part 8. That which is more to be lamented, they are mad like Seneca's blind woman, and will not acknowledge or seek for any cure of it, for pauci vident morbum suum, omnes amant. If our leg or arm offend us, we covet by all means possible to redress it, and if we labour of a bodily disease, we send for a physician. But for the diseases of the mind, we take no notice of them. Lust harrows us on the one side, envy, anger, ambition on the other. We are torn in pieces by our passions, as so many wild horses, one in disposition, another in habit. One is melancholy, another mad. And which of us all seeks for help, doth acknowledge his error, or knows he is sick? As that stupid fellow put out the candle, because the biting fleas should not find him, he shrouds himself in an unknown habit, borrowed titles, because nobody should discern him. Every man thinks with himself, egomet videor mihi sanus, I am well, I am wise, and laughs at others. And 'tis a general fault amongst them all, that which our forefathers have approved, diet, apparel, opinions, humours, customs, manners, we deride and reject in our time as absurd. Old men account juniors all fools, when they are mere dizzards. And as to sailors, terraeque urbesque recedunt. They move, the land stands still. The world hath much more wit, they dote themselves. Turks deride us, we them. Italians, Frenchmen, accounting them light-headed fellows. The French scoff again at Italians, and at their several customs. Greeks have condemned all the world but themselves of barbarism. The world as much vilifies them now. We account Germans heavy, dull fellows, explode many of their fashions. They as contemptibly think of us. Spaniards laugh at all, and all again at them. So are we fools and ridiculous, absurd in our actions, carriages, diet, apparel, customs, and consultations. We scoff and point one at another, when as in conclusion all are fools, and they the veriest asses that hide their ears most. A private man, if he be resolved with himself, or set on an opinion, accounts all idiots and asses that are not affected as he is. Nil rectum, nisi quod placuit sibi ducit. That are not so minded, quodque volunt homines se bene velle putant, all fools that think not as he doth. He will not say with Atticus, suam quisque sponsam, mihi meam, let every man enjoy his own spouse, but his alone is fair, suus amor, etc., and scorns all, in respect of himself will imitate none, hear none but himself, as Pliny said, a law and example to himself. And that which Hippocrates, in his epistle to Dionysius, reprehended of old, is verified in our times, quisque in alio superfluum esse censit, ipse quod non habet, nec curat. That which he hath not himself, or doth not esteem, he accounts superfluity, an idle quality, a mere foppery in another. Like Aesop's fox, when he had lost his tail, would have all his fellow foxes cut off theirs. The Chinese say that we Europeans have one eye, they themselves two, all the world else is blind. Though Scaliger accounts them brutes too, merum pecus. So thou and thy sectaries are only wise, others indifferent, the rest beside themselves mere idiots and asses. Thus, not acknowledging our own errors and imperfections, we securely deride others, as if we alone were free and spectators of the rest, accounting it an excellent thing, as indeed it is, aliena optimum frui insania, to make ourselves merry with other men's obliquities, when as he himself is more faulty than the rest, mutato nomine, de te fabula narratur. He may take himself by the nose for a fool, and which one calls maximum stultitiae specimen, to be ridiculous to others, and not to perceive or take notice of it, as Marcius was, when he contended with Apollo, non intelligens se de ridiculo haberi, saith Apuleius. 'Tis his own cause, he is a convicted madman. As Austin well infers, in the eyes of wise men and angels, he seems like one, that to our thinking, walks with his heels upwards. So thou laughest at me, and I at thee, both at a third, and he returns that of the poet upon us again. Hei mihi, insanire me aiunt, cum ipsi ultro insaniant. We accuse others of madness, of folly, and are the veriest dizzards ourselves, for it is a great sign and property of a fool, which Ecclesiastes 10:3 points at, out of pride and self-conceit, to insult, vilify, condemn, censure, and call other men fools. Non videmus manticae quod a tergo est. To tax that in others of which we are most faulty, teach that which we follow not ourselves. For an inconstant man to write of constancy, a profane liver prescribe rules of sanctity and piety, a dizzard himself make a treatise of wisdom, or with Sallust to rail downright at spoilers of countries, and yet in office to be a most grievous poller himself. This argues weakness, and is an evident sign of such parties' indiscretion. Peccat uter nostrum cruce dignius, who is the fool now? Or else, peradventure, in some places we are all mad for company, and so 'tis not seen. Satietas erroris et dementiae, pariter absurditatem et admirationem tolit. 'Tis with us as it was of old, in Tully's censure at least, with Gaius Pimbria in Rome, a bold harebrained mad fellow, and so esteemed of all, such only excepted that were as mad as himself. Now in such a case there is no notice taken of it. Nimirum insanus paucis videatur, eo quod maxima pars hominum morbo jactatur eodem. When all are mad, where all are alike oppressed, who can discern one madman from the rest? But put case they do perceive it, and some one be manifestly convicted of madness, he now takes notice of his folly, be it in action, gesture, speech, a vain humour he hath in building, bragging, jangling, spending, gaming, courting, scribbling, prating, for which he is ridiculous to others, on which he dotes, he doth acknowledge as much. Yet with all the rhetoric thou hast, thou canst not so recall him, but to the contrary notwithstanding, he will persevere in his dotage. 'Tis amabilis insania, et mentis gratissimus error, so pleasing, so delicious, that he cannot leave it. He knows his error, but will not seek to decline it. Tell him what the event will be: beggary, sorrow, sickness, disgrace, shame, loss, madness, yet an angry man will prefer vengeance, a lascivious his whore, a thief his booty, a glutton his belly, before his welfare. Tell an epicure, a covetous man, an ambitious man, of his irregular course, wean him from it a little. Pol me occidistis amici, he cries anon, you have undone him, and as a dog to his vomit, he returns to it again. No persuasion will take place, no counsel, say what thou canst. Clames licet, et mare caelo, confundas, surdo naras. Demonstrate as Ulysses did to Elpenor and Gryllus, and the rest of his companions, those swinish men, he is irrefragable in his humour, he will be a hog still. Bray him in a mortar, he will be the same. If he be in an heresy, or some perverse opinion, settled as some of our ignorant papists are, convince his understanding, show him the several follies and absurd fopperies of that sect, force him to say, veris vincor, make it as clear as the sun, he will err still, peevish and obstinate as he is. And as he said, si in hoc erro, libenter erro, nec hunc errorem auferi mihi volo, I will do as I have done, as my predecessors have done, and as my friends now do. I will dote for company. Say now, are these men mad or no? Heus age, responde, are they ridiculous? Cedo quem vis arbitrum. Are they sanae mentis, sober, wise, and discreet? Have they common sense? Uter est insanior horum. I am of Democritus's opinion. For my part, I hold them worthy to be laughed at, a company of brain-sick dizzards, as mad as Orestes and Athamas, that they may go ride the ass, and all sail along to the Anticyrae in the ship of fools for company together. I need not much labour to prove this which I say, otherwise than thus, make any solemn protestation, or swear, I think you will believe me without an oath. Say at a word, are they fools? I refer it to you, though you be likewise fools and madmen yourselves, and I as mad to ask the question. For what said our comical Mercury? Justum ab injustis petere incipientia est. I'll stand to your censure yet. What think you? But forasmuch as I undertook at first that kingdoms, provinces, families were melancholy as well as private men, I will examine them in particular, and that which I have hitherto dilated at random in more general terms, I will particularly insist in, prove with more special and evident arguments, testimonies, illustrations, and that in brief. Nunc accipe quare decipiant omnes aeque ac tu. My first argument is borrowed from Solomon, an arrow drawn out of his sententious quiver, Proverbs 3:7. Be not wise in thine own eyes. And 26:12. Seest thou a man wise in his own conceit? More hope is of a fool than of him. Isaiah pronounceth a woe against such men, chapter 5:21, that are wise in their own eyes, and prudent in their own sight. For hence we may gather that it is a great offence, and men are much deceived that think too well of themselves, an especial argument to convince them of folly. Many men, saith Seneca, had been without question wise, had they not an opinion that they had attained to perfection of knowledge already, even before they had gone half way, too forward, too right, prae properi, too quick and ready, cito prudentes, cito pii, cito mariti, cito patres, cito sacerdotes, cito omnis officii capaces et curiosi. They had too good a conceit of themselves, and that marred all. Of their worth, valour, skill, art, learning, judgment, eloquence, their good parts. All their geese are swans, and that manifestly proves them to be no better than fools. In former times they had but 7 wise men, now you can scarce find so many fools. Thales sent the golden tripos, which the fisherman found, and the oracle commanded to be given to the wisest, to Bias, Bias to Solon, etc. If such a thing were now found, we should all fight for it, as the 3 goddesses did for the golden apple. We are so wise, we have women politicians, children metaphysicians, every silly fellow can square a circle, make perpetual motions, find the philosopher's stone, interpret apocalypses, make new theories, a new system of the world, new logic, new philosophy, etc. Nostra utique regio, saith Petronius. Our country is so full of deified spirits, divine souls, that you may sooner find a god than a man amongst us. We think so well of ourselves, and that is an ample testimony of much folly. My second argument is grounded upon the like place of Scripture, which though before mentioned in effect, yet for some reasons is to be repeated, and by Plato's good leave I may do it. Dis to kalon rethen uden blapte. Fools, saith David, by reason of their transgressions, etc. Psalm 107:17. Hence Musculus infers all transgressors must needs be fools. So we read Romans 2, tribulation and anguish on the soul of every man that doeth evil, but all do evil. And Isaiah 65:14, My servant shall sing for joy, and ye shall cry for sorrow of heart and vexation of mind. 'Tis ratified by the common consent of all philosophers. Dishonesty, saith Cardan, is nothing else but folly and madness. Probus quis nobiscum vivit. Show me an honest man, nemo malus qui non stultus, 'tis Fabius's aphorism to the same end. If none honest, none wise, then all fools. And well may they be so accounted, for who will account him otherwise, qui iter adornat in occidentem, cum properaret in orientem, that goes backward all his life, westward when he is bound to the east? Or hold him a wise man, saith Musculus, that prefers momentary pleasures to eternity, that spends his master's goods in his absence, forthwith to be condemned for it, nequicquam sapit qui sibi non sapit? Who will say that a sick man is wise, that eats and drinks to overthrow the temperature of his body? Can you account him wise or discreet, that would willingly have his health, and yet will do nothing that should procure or continue it? Theodoret, out of Plotinus the Platonist, holds it a ridiculous thing for a man to live after his own laws, to do that which is offensive to God, and yet to hope that he should save him, and when he voluntarily neglects his own safety, and contemns the means, to think to be delivered by another. Who will say these men are wise? A third argument may be derived from the precedent: all men are carried away with passion, discontent, lust, pleasures, etc. They generally hate those virtues they should love, and love such vices they should hate. Therefore more than melancholy, quite mad, brute beasts and void of reason, so Chrysostom contends. Or rather dead and buried alive, as Philo Judaeus concludes it for a certainty, of all such that are carried away with passions, or labour of any disease of the mind. Where is fear and sorrow, there Lactantius stiffly maintains, wisdom cannot dwell. Qui cupiet, metuet quoque porro, qui metuens vivit, liber mihi non erit unquam. Seneca and the rest of the Stoics are of opinion that where is any the least perturbation, wisdom may not be found. What more ridiculous, as Lactantius urges, than to hear how Xerxes whipped the Hellespont, threatened the mountain Athos, and the like? To speak ad rem, who is free from passion, mortalis nemo est, quem non attingat dolor morbusve, as Tully determines out of an old poem. No mortal men can avoid sorrow and sickness, and sorrow is an inseparable companion from melancholy. Chrysostom pleads farther yet, that they are more than mad, very beasts, stupefied and void of common sense. For how, saith he, shall I know thee to be a man, when thou kickest like an ass, neighest like a horse after women, ravest in lust like a bull, ravenest like a bear, stingest like a scorpion, rakest like a wolf, as subtle as a fox, as impudent as a dog? Shall I say thou art a man, that hast all the symptoms of a beast? How shall I know thee to be a man? By thy shape? That affrights me more, when I see a beast in likeness of a man. Seneca calls that of Epicurus, magnificam vocem, an heroical speech. A fool still begins to live, and accounts it a filthy lightness in men every day to lay new foundations of their life. But who doth otherwise? One travels, another builds, one for this, another for that business, and old folks are as far out as the rest. O dementem senectutem, Tully exclaims. Therefore young, old, middle-aged, all are stupid and dote. Aeneas Sylvius, amongst many other, sets down 3 special ways to find a fool by. He is a fool that seeks that he cannot find. He is a fool that seeks that, which being found, will do him more harm than good. He is a fool that, having variety of ways to bring him to his journey's end, takes that which is worst. If so, methinks most men are fools. Examine their courses, and you shall soon perceive what dizzards and madmen the major part are. Beroaldus will have drunkards, afternoon men, and such as more than ordinarily delight in drink, to be mad. The first pot quencheth thirst, so Panyasis the poet determines in Athenaeus, secunda gratiis, horis et Dionysio. The second makes merry, the third for pleasure, quarta ad insaniam, the fourth makes them mad. If this position be true, what a catalogue of madmen shall we have? What shall they be that drink 4 times 4? Non supra omnem furorem, supra omnem insaniam redunt insanissimos? I am of his opinion, they are more than mad, much worse than mad. The Abderites condemned Democritus for a madman, because he was sometimes sad, and sometimes again profusely merry. Hac patria, saith Hippocrates, obrisum furere et insanire dicunt. His countrymen hold him mad because he laughs, and therefore he desires him to advise all his friends at Rhodes that they do not laugh too much, or be over sad. Had those Abderites been conversant with us, and but seen what fleering and grinning there is in this age, they would certainly have concluded we had been all out of our wits. Aristotle, in his Ethics, holds felix idemque sapiens, to be wise and happy, are reciprocal terms, bonus idemque sapiens honestus. 'Tis Tully's paradox, wise men are free, but fools are slaves. Liberty is a power to live according to his own laws, as we will ourselves. Who hath this liberty? Who is free? Sapiens sibique imperiosus, quem neque pauperies, neque mors, neque vincula terent, responsare cupidinibus contemnere honores, fortis, et in se ipso totus teres atque rotundus. He is wise that can command his own will, valiant and constant to himself still, whom poverty nor death nor bands can fright, checks his desires, scorns honours, just and right. End of section 10. Section 11 of The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton. Section 11. Democritus Junior to the Reader, Part 9. But where shall such a man be found? If nowhere, then a diametro, we are all slaves, senseless or worse. Nemo malus felix, but no man is happy in this life, none good, therefore no man wise. Rari quippe boni. For one virtue you shall find 10 vices in the same party. Pauci promethei, multi epimethei. We may peradventure usurp the name, or attribute it to others for favour, as Carolus sapiens, Philippus bonus, Lodovicus pius, etc., and describe the properties of a wise man, as Tully doth an orator, Xenophon Cyrus, Castilio a courtier, Galen temperament, and aristocracy is described by politicians. But where shall such a man be found? Vir bonus et sapiens, qualem vix reperet unum, millibus e multis hominum consultus Apollo. A wise, a good man in a million, Apollo consulted, could scarce find one. A man is a miracle of himself, but Trismegistus adds, maximum miraculum homo sapiens. A wise man is a wonder. Multi tirsigeri, pauci baci. Alexander, when he was presented with that rich and costly casket of King Darius, and every man advised him what to put in it, he reserved it to keep Homer's works, as the most precious jewel of human wit. And yet Scaliger upbraids Homer's muse, nutricem insanae sapientiae, a nursery of madness, impudent as a court lady that blushes at nothing. Jacobus Mucilus, Gilbertus Cognatus, Erasmus, and almost all posterity admire Lucian's luxuriant wit, yet Scaliger rejects him in his censure, and calls him the Cerberus of the Muses. Socrates, whom all the world so much magnified, is by Lactantius and Theodoret condemned for a fool. Plutarch extols Seneca's wit beyond all the Greeks, nulli secundus, yet Seneca saith of himself, when I would solace myself with a fool, I reflect upon myself, and there I have him. Cardan, in his 16th book of subtleties, reckons up 12 supereminent acute philosophers, for worth, subtlety, and wisdom: Archimedes, Galen, Vitruvius, Archytas Tarentinus, Euclid, Geber, that first inventor of algebra, Alkindus the mathematician, both Arabians, with others. But his triumviri terrarum, far beyond the rest, are Ptolemaeus, Plotinus, Hippocrates. Scaliger, Exercitationes 224, scoffs at this censure of his, calls some of them carpenters and mechanicians. He makes Galen Fimbriam Hippocratis, a skirt of Hippocrates, and the said Cardan himself elsewhere condemns both Galen and Hippocrates for tediousness, obscurity, confusion. Paracelsus will have them both mere idiots, infants in physic and philosophy. Scaliger and Cardan admire Suisse the calculator, qui pene modum excessit humani ingenii, and yet Lodovicus Vives calls them nugas Suisseticas, and Cardan, opposite to himself in another place, condemns those ancients in respect of times present, maioresque nostros ad presentes collatos juste pueros appellari. In conclusion, the said Cardan and St. Bernard will admit none into this catalogue of wise men, but only prophets and apostles. How they esteem themselves you have heard before. We are worldly wise, admire ourselves, and seek for applause, but hear St. Bernard, quanto magis foras es sapiens, tanto magis intus stultus efficeris, etc. In omnibus es prudens, circa te ipsum insipiens. The more wise thou art to others, the more fool to thyself. I may not deny but that there is some folly approved, a divine fury, a holy madness, even a spiritual drunkenness in the saints of God themselves. Sanctum insanium, Bernard calls it, though not as blaspheming Vorstius would infer it as a passion incident to God himself, but familiar to good men, as that of Paul, 2 Corinthians, he was a fool, etc., and Romans 9, he wisheth himself to be anathematized for them. Such is that drunkenness which Ficinus speaks of, when the soul is elevated and ravished with a divine taste of that heavenly nectar which poets deciphered by the sacrifice of Dionysius, and in this sense with the poet insanire lubet, as Austin exhorts us, ad ebrietatem se quisque parit, let's all be mad and drunk. But we commonly mistake, and go beyond our commission, we reel to the opposite part, we are not capable of it, and as he said of the Greeks, vos Graeci semper pueri, vos Britanni, Galli, Germani, Itali, etc., you are a company of fools. Proceed now a partibus ad totum, or from the whole to parts, and you shall find no other issue. The parts shall be sufficiently dilated in this following preface. The whole must needs follow by a sorites or induction. Every multitude is mad, bellua multorum capitum, a many-headed beast, precipitate and rash without judgment, stultum animal, a roaring rout. Roger Bacon proves it out of Aristotle, vulgus dividi in oppositum contra sapientes, quod vulgo videtur verum, falsum est. That which the commonalty accounts true, is most part false, they are still opposite to wise men, But all the world is of this humour, vulgus, and thou thyself art de vulgo, one of the commonalty, and he, and so are all the rest, and therefore, as Phocion concludes, to be approved in naught you say or do, mere idiots and asses. Begin then where you will, go backward or forward, choose out of the whole pack, wink and choose, you shall find them all alike, never a barrel better herring. Copernicus, Atlas's successor, is of opinion the earth is a planet, moves and shines to others, as the moon doth to us. Digges, Gilbert, Keplerus, Origanus, and others defend this hypothesis of his in sober sadness, and that the moon is inhabited. If it be so that the earth is a moon, then are we also giddy, vertiginous, and lunatic within this sublunary maze. I could produce such arguments till dark night, if you should hear the rest. Ante diem clauso component vesper Olympo. Through such a train of words if I should run, the day would sooner than the tale be done. But according to my promise I will descend to particulars. This melancholy extends itself not to men only, but even to vegetals and sensibles. I speak not of those creatures which are saturnine, melancholy by nature, as lead, and such like minerals, or those plants, rue, cypress, etc., and hellebore itself, of which Agrippa treats, fishes, birds, and beasts, hares, conies, dormice, etc., owls, bats, night birds, but that artificial which is perceived in them all. Remove a plant, it will pine away, which is especially perceived in date trees, as you may read at large in Constantine's Husbandry, that antipathy betwixt the vine and the cabbage, vine and oil. Put a bird in a cage, he will die for sullenness, or a beast in a pen, or take his young ones or companions from him, and see what effect it will cause. But who perceives not these common passions of sensible creatures, fear, sorrow, etc.? Of all other, dogs are most subject to this malady, insomuch some hold they dream as men do, and through violence of melancholy run mad. I could relate many stories of dogs that have died for grief, and pined away for loss of their masters, but they are common in every author. Kingdoms, provinces, and politic bodies are likewise sensible and subject to this disease, as Boterus in his Politics hath proved at large. As in human bodies, saith he, there be diverse alterations proceeding from humours, so be there many diseases in a commonwealth, which do as diversely happen from several distempers, as you may easily perceive by their particular symptoms. For where you shall see the people civil, obedient to God and princes, judicious, peaceable, and quiet, rich, fortunate, and flourish, to live in peace, in unity and concord, a country well tilled, many fair built and populous cities, ubi inculae nitent, as old Cato said, the people are neat, polite, and terse, ubi bene beateque vivunt, which our politicians make the chief end of a commonwealth, and which Aristotle, Politics, liber 3, chapter 4, calls commune bonum, Polybius, liber 6, optabilem et selectum statum, that country is free from melancholy, as it was in Italy in the time of Augustus, now in China, now in many other flourishing kingdoms of Europe. But whereas you shall see many discontents, common grievances, complaints, poverty, barbarism, beggary, plagues, wars, rebellions, seditions, mutinies, contentions, idleness, riot, epicurism, the land lie untilled, waste, full of bogs, fens, deserts, etc., cities decayed, base and poor towns, villages depopulated, the people squalid, ugly, uncivil, that kingdom, that country, must needs be discontent, melancholy, hath a sick body, and had need to be reformed. Now that cannot well be effected, till the causes of these maladies be first removed, which commonly proceed from their own default, or some accidental inconvenience, as to be situated in a bad clime, too far north, sterile, in a barren place, as the desert of Libya, deserts of Arabia, places void of waters, as those of Lop and Belgian in Asia, or in a bad air, as at Alexandretta, Bantam, Pisa, Durazzo, St. John de Ulloa, etc., or in danger of the sea's continual inundations, as in many places of the Low Countries and elsewhere, or near some bad neighbours, as Hungarians to Turks, Podolians to Tartars, or almost any bordering countries, they live in fear still, and by reason of hostile incursions are oftentimes left desolate. So are cities by reason of wars, fires, plagues, inundations, wild beasts, decay of trades, barred havens, the sea's violence, as Antwerp may witness of late, Syracuse of old, Brundusium in Italy, Rye and Dover with us, and many that at this day suspect the sea's fury and rage, and labour against it, as the Venetians, to their inestimable charge. But the most frequent maladies are such as proceed from themselves, as first when religion and God's service is neglected, innovated, or altered, where they do not fear God, obey their prince, where atheism, epicurism, sacrilege, simony, etc., and all such impieties are freely committed, that country cannot prosper. When Abraham came to Gerar, and saw a bad land, he said, sure the fear of God was not in that place. Cyprian Ecovius, a Spanish chorographer, above all other cities of Spain, commends Borcino, in which there was no beggar, no man poor, etc., but all rich and in good estate. And he gives the reason, because they were more religious than their neighbours. Why was Israel so often spoiled by their enemies, led into captivity, etc., but for their idolatry, neglect of God's word, for sacrilege, even for one Achan's fault? And what shall we, except that have such multitudes of Achans, church robbers, simoniacal patrons, etc.? How can they hope to flourish that neglect divine duties, that live most part like epicures? Other grievances are generally noxious to a body politic, alteration of laws and customs, breaking privileges, general oppressions, seditions, etc., observed by Aristotle, Bodin, Boterus, Junius, Arniscus, etc. I will only point at some of the chiefest: impotentia gubernandi, ataxia, confusion, ill government, which proceeds from unskilful, slothful, griping, covetous, unjust, rash, or tyrannizing magistrates, when they are fools, idiots, children, proud, wilful, partial, indiscreet, oppressors, giddy heads, tyrants, not able or unfit to manage such offices. Many noble cities and flourishing kingdoms by that means are desolate. The whole body groans under such heads, and all the members must needs be disaffected, as at this day those goodly provinces in Asia Minor, etc., groan under the burthen of a Turkish government, and those vast kingdoms of Muscovia, Russia, under a tyrannizing duke. Who ever heard of more civil and rich populous countries than those of Greece, Asia Minor, abounding with all wealth, multitudes of inhabitants, force, power, splendour, and magnificence, and that miracle of countries, the Holy Land, that in so small a compass of ground could maintain so many towns, cities, produce so many fighting men? Egypt, another paradise, now barbarous and desert, and almost waste, by the despotical government of an imperious Turk. Intolerabili servitutis jugo premitur, one saith. Not only fire and water, goods or lands, sed ipse spiritus ab insolentissimi victoris pendet nutu. Such is their slavery, their lives and souls depend upon his insolent will and command. A tyrant that spoils all wheresoever he comes, insomuch that an historian complains, if an old inhabitant should now see them, he would not know them; if a traveller or stranger, it would grieve his heart to behold them. Whereas Aristotle notes, novae exactiones, nova onera imposita, New burdens and exactions daily come upon them, like those of which Zosimus liber duo, so grievous, ut viri uxores, patres filios prostituerent, ut exactoribus aequestu, etc. They must needs be discontent. Hinc civitatem gemitus et ploratus, as Tully holds. Hence come those complaints and tears of cities, poor, miserable, rebellious, and desperate subjects, as Hippolytus adds. And as a judicious countryman of ours observed not long since, in a survey of that great duchy of Tuscany, the people lived much grieved and discontent, as appeared by their manifold and manifest complainings in that kind. That the state was like a sick body which had lately taken physic, whose humours are not yet well settled, and weakened so much by purging, that nothing was left but melancholy. Whereas the princes and potentates are immoderate in lust, hypocrites, epicures, of no religion, but in show, quid hypocrisy fragilius, what so brittle and unsure, what sooner subverts their estates than wandering and raging lusts, on their subjects' wives, daughters, to say no worse? They that should facem praefere lead the way to all virtuous actions, are the ringleaders oftentimes of all mischief and dissolute courses, and by that means their countries are plagued, and they themselves often ruined, banished, or murdered by conspiracy of their subjects, as Sardanapalus was, Dionysius Junior, Heliogabalus, Periander, Pisistratus, Tarquinius, Timocrates, Kildericus, Appius Claudius, Andronicus, Galliacius Sforza, Alexander Medices, etc. Whereas the princes or great men are malicious, envious, factious, ambitious, emulators, they tear a commonwealth asunder, as so many Guelphs and Ghibellines disturb the quietness of it, and with mutual murders let it bleed to death. Our histories are too full of such barbarous inhumanities, and the miseries that issue from them. Whereas they be like so many horseleeches, hungry, griping, corrupt, covetous, avariticae mancipia, ravenous as wolves, for as Tully writes, qui praest prodest, et qui pecudibus praest, debet eorum utilitati inservire, or such as prefer their private before the public good. For, as he said long since, res privatae publicis semper officere. Or whereas they be illiterate, ignorant, empirics in policy, ubi deest facultas virtus, Aristotle Politics 5, chapter 8, et scientia, wise only by inheritance, and in authority by birthright, favour, or for their wealth and titles, there must needs be a fall to great defect, because, as an old philosopher affirms, such men are not always fit. Of an infinite number, few alone are senators, and of those few, few are good, and of that small number of honest, good, and noble men, few that are learned, wise, discreet, and sufficient, able to discharge such places. It must needs turn to the confusion of a state. For as the princes are, so are the people, qualis rex, talis grex, and which Antigonus right well said of old, qui Macedoniae regem erudit, omnes etiam subditos erudit. He that teacheth the king of Macedon, teacheth all his subjects, is a true saying still. For princes are the glass, the school, the book, where subjects' eyes do learn, do read, do look. Velocius et citius nos corrumpunt vitiorum exempla domestica, magnis cum subeant animos auctoribus. Their examples are soonest followed, vices entertained. If they be profane, irreligious, lascivious, riotous, epicures, factious, covetous, ambitious, illiterate, so will the commons most part be, idle unthrifts, prone to lust, drunkards, and therefore poor and needy. He penia stasinem poie, kai katorgian, for poverty begets sedition and villainy. upon all occasions ready to mutiny and rebel, discontent still, complaining, murmuring, grudging, apt to all outrages, thefts, treasons, murders, innovations, in debt, shifters, cozeners, outlaws, profligatae famae ac vitae. It was an old politician's aphorism, they that are poor and bad, envy rich, hate good men, abhor the present government, wish for a new, and would have all turned topsy-turvy. When Catiline rebelled in Rome, he got a company of such debauched rogues together, they were his familiars and coadjutors, and such have been your rebels most part in all ages, Jack Cade, Tom Straw, Kett, and his companions. Where there be many discords, many laws, many lawsuits, many lawyers and many physicians, it is a manifest sign of a distempered melancholy state, as Plato long since maintained. For where such kind of men swarm, they will make more work for themselves, and that body politic diseased, which was otherwise sound. A general mischief in these our times, an insensible plague, and never so many of them, which are now multiplied, saith Giraldus, a lawyer himself, as so many locusts, not the parents, but the plagues of the country, and for the most part a supercilious, bad, covetous, litigious generation of men, crumeni mulga natio, etc., a purse-milking nation, a clamorous company, gowned vultures, qui ex injuria vivent et sanguine civium, thieves and seminaries of discord, worse than any pollers by the highway side, auri accipitres, auri exterebronides, pecuniarum hamiolae, quadruplatores, curiae harpagones, fori tintinabula, monstra hominum, mangones, etc., that take upon them to make peace, but are indeed the very disturbers of our peace, a company of irreligious harpies, scraping, griping catchpoles. I mean our common hungry pettifoggers, rabulas forenses, love and honour in the meantime all good laws and worthy lawyers, that are so many oracles and pilots of a well-governed commonwealth. Without art, without judgment, that do more harm, as Livy said, quam bella externa, fames, morbive, than sickness, wars, hunger, diseases, and cause a most incredible destruction of a commonwealth, saith Cecilius, a famous civilian sometime in Paris, as ivy doth by an oak, embrace it so long, until it hath got the heart out of it, so do they by such places they inhabit. No counsel at all, no justice, no speech to be had, nisi eum premulseris, he must be fed still, or else he is as mute as a fish. Better open an oyster without a knife. Experto crede, saith Salisburiensis, in manus eorum milies incidi, et caronimitis qui nulli pepercit unquam his longe clementior est. I speak out of experience. I have been 1,000 times amongst them, and Charon himself is more gentle than they. He is contented with his single pay, but they multiply still, they are never satisfied. Besides, they have damnificas linguas, as he terms it, nisi funibus argenteis vincias. They must be fed to say nothing, and get more to hold their peace, than we can to say our best. They will speak their clients fair, and invite them to their tables, but, as he follows it, of all injustice there is none so pernicious as that of theirs, which, when they deceive most, will seem to be honest men. They take upon them to be peacemakers, et fovere causas humilium, to help them to their right, patrocinantur afflictis, but all is for their own good, ut loculos pleniorum exauriant. They plead for poor men gratis, but they are but as a stale to catch others. If there be no jar, they can make a jar, out of the law itself find still some quirk or other to set them at odds, and continue causes so long, lustra aliquot, I know not how many years before the cause is heard, and when 'tis judged and determined by reason of some tricks and errors, it is as fresh to begin, after twice 7 years sometimes, as it was at first. And so they prolong time, delay suits till they have enriched themselves and beggared their clients. And as Cato inveighed against Isocrates' scholars, we may justly tax our wrangling lawyers. They do consenescere in litibus, are so litigious and busy here on earth, that I think they will plead their clients' causes hereafter, some of them in hell. Simlerus complains amongst the Swissers of the advocates in his time, that when they should make an end, they began controversies, and protract their causes many years, persuading them their title is good, till their patrimonies be consumed, and that they have spent more in seeking than the thing is worth, or they shall get by the recovery. So that he that goes to law, as the proverb is, holds a wolf by the ears, or as a sheep in a storm runs for shelter to a briar, if he prosecute his cause, he is consumed. If he surcease his suit, he loseth all. What difference? They had wont heretofore, saith Austin, to end matters per communes arbitros, and so in Switzerland, we are informed by Simlerus, they had some common arbitrators or daysmen in every town, that made a friendly composition betwixt man and man, and he much wonders at their honest simplicity, that could keep peace so well, and end such great causes by that means. At fairs in Africa, they have neither lawyers nor advocates, but if there be any controversies amongst them, both parties, plaintiff and defendant, come to their alfakins, or chief judge, and at once, without any farther appeals or pitiful delays, the cause is heard and ended. Our forefathers, as a worthy chorographer of ours observes, had wont pauculis cruculis aureis, with a few golden crosses and lines in verse, make all conveyances assurances. And such was the candour and integrity of succeeding ages, that a deed, as I have oft seen, to convey a whole manor, was implicite contained in some 20 lines or thereabouts, like that Scele or Citala Laconica, so much renowned of old in all contracts, which Tully so earnestly commends to Atticus, Plutarch in his Lysander, Aristotle Politics, Thucydides Liber Unus, Diodorus and Suidus approve and magnify, for that laconic brevity in this kind. And well they might, for according to Tertullian, certa sunt paucis, there is much more certainty in few words. And so was it of old throughout. But now many skins of parchment will scarce serve turn. He that buys and sells a house must have a house full of writings, there be so many circumstances, so many words, such tautological repetitions of all particulars, to avoid cavillation, they say. But we find, by our woeful experience, that to subtle wits it is a cause of much more contention and variance, and scarce any conveyance so accurately penned by one, which another will not find a crack in, or cavil at, or any one word be misplaced, any little error, all is disannulled. That which is a law today is none tomorrow, that which is sound in one man's opinion is most faulty to another, that in conclusion here is nothing amongst us but contention and confusion, we bandy one against another, and that which long since Plutarch complained of them in Asia, may be verified in our times. These men here assembled come not to sacrifice to their gods, to offer Jupiter their first fruits, or merriments to Bacchus, but an yearly disease exasperating Asia hath brought them hither, to make an end of their controversies and lawsuits. 'Tis multitudo perdentium et periuntium, a destructive rout that seek one another's ruin. Such, most part, are our ordinary suitors, termers, clients, new stirs every day, mistakes, errors, cavils, and at this present, as I have heard in some one court, I know not how many thousand causes. no person free, no title almost good, with such bitterness in following, so many slights, procrastinations, delays, forgery, such cost, for infinite sums are inconsiderately spent, violence and malice, I know not by whose fault, lawyers, clients, laws, both or all. But as Paul reprehended the Corinthians long since, I may more positively infer now, there is a fault amongst you, and I speak it to your shame. Is there not a wise man amongst you, to judge between his brethren? But that a brother goes to law with a brother. And Christ's counsel concerning lawsuits was never so fit to be inculcated as in this age. Agree with thine adversary quickly, etc. Matthew 5:25. End of section 11. Section 12 of The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton, Section 12. Democritus Junior to the Reader, Part 10. I could repeat many such particular grievances, which must disturb a body politic. To shut up all in brief, where good government is, prudent and wise princes, there all things thrive and prosper, peace and happiness is in that land. Where it is otherwise, all things are ugly to behold, incult, barbarous, uncivil, a paradise is turned to a wilderness. This island, amongst the rest, our next neighbours, the French and Germans, may be a sufficient witness, that in a short time by that prudent policy of the Romans was brought from barbarism. See but what Caesar reports of us, and Tacitus of those old Germans. They were once as uncivil as they in Virginia. Yet by planting of colonies and good laws, they became from barbarous outlaws to be full of rich and populous cities, as now they are, and most flourishing kingdoms. Even so might Virginia and those wild Irish have been civilized long since, if that order had been heretofore taken, which now begins, of planting colonies, etc. I have read a discourse, printed anno 1612, discovering the true causes why Ireland was never entirely subdued, or brought under obedience to the crown of England, until the beginning of his Majesty's happy reign. Yet if his reasons were thoroughly scanned by a judicious politician, I am afraid he would not altogether be approved, but that it would turn to the dishonour of our nation, to suffer it to lie so long waste. Yea, and if some travellers should see, to come nearer home, those rich united provinces of Holland, Zealand, etc., over against us, those neat cities and populous towns, full of most industrious artificers, so much land recovered from the sea, and so painfully preserved by those artificial inventions, so wonderfully approved as that of Bempster in Holland, ut nihil huic par aut simile invenias in toto orbe, saith Bertius the geographer. All the world cannot match it, so many navigable channels from place to place, made by men's hands, etc. And on the other side, so many thousand acres of our fens lie drowned, our cities thin, and those vile, poor, and ugly to behold in respect of theirs. Our trades decayed, our still running rivers stopped, and that beneficial use of transportation wholly neglected. So many havens void of ships and towns, so many parks and forests for pleasure, barren heaths, so many villages depopulated, etc. I think sure he would find some fault. I may not deny but that this our nation of ours doth bene audire apud exteros, is a most noble, a most flourishing kingdom, by common consent of all geographers, historians, politicians. 'Tis unica velut arx, and which Quintius in Livy said of the inhabitants of Peloponnesus, may be well applied to us. We are testudines testa sua inclusi, like so many tortoises in our shells, safely defended by an angry sea, as a wall on all sides. Our island hath many such honourable eulogiums, and as a learned countryman of ours right well hath it, ever since the Normans first coming into England, this country, both for military matters and all other of civility, hath been paralleled with the most flourishing kingdoms of Europe and our Christian world, a blessed, a rich country, and one of the fortunate isles, and for some things preferred before other countries, for expert seamen, our laborious discoveries, art of navigation, true merchants, they carry the bell away from all other nations, even the Portugals and Hollanders themselves, without all fear, saith Boterus, furrowing the ocean winter and summer, and 2 of their captains, with no less valour than fortune, have sailed around the world. We have besides many particular blessings, which our neighbours want, the gospel truly preached, church discipline established, long peace and quietness, free from exactions, foreign fears, invasions, domestical seditions, well manured, fortified by art and nature, and now most happy in that fortunate union of England and Scotland, which our forefathers have laboured to effect, and desired to see, but in which we excel all others, a wise, learned, religious king, another Numa, a second Augustus, a true Josiah, most worthy senators, a learned clergy, an obedient commonalty, etc. Yet amongst many roses some thistles grow, some bad weeds and enormities, which much disturb the peace of this body politic, eclipse the honour and glory of it, fit to be rooted out, and with all speed to be reformed. The first is idleness, by reason of which we have many swarms of rogues and beggars, thieves, drunkards, and discontented persons, whom Lycurgus in Plutarch calls morbos rei publicae, the boils of the commonwealth, many poor people in all our towns, civitates ignobiles, as Polydore calls them, base-built cities, inglorious, poor, small, rare in sight, ruinous, and thin of inhabitants. Our land is fertile, we may not deny, full of all good things, and why doth it not then abound with cities, as well as Italy, France, Germany, and Low Countries? Because their policy hath been otherwise, and we are not so thrifty, circumspect, industrious. Idleness is the malus genius of our nation. For, as Boterus justly argues, fertility of a country is not enough. Except art and industry be joined unto it, according to Aristotle, riches are either natural or artificial. Natural are good land, fair mines, etc. Artificial are manufactures, coins, etc. Many kingdoms are fertile, but thin of inhabitants, as that duchy of Piedmont in Italy, which Leander Albertus so much magnifies for corn, wine, fruits, etc., yet nothing near so populous as those which are more barren. England, saith he, London only excepted, hath never a populous city, and yet a fruitful country. I find 46 cities and walled towns in Alsatia, a small province in Germany, 50 castles, an infinite number of villages, no ground idle, no, not rocky places or tops of hills are untilled, as Munster informeth us. In Graichgea, a small territory on the Neckar, 24 Italian miles over, I read of 20 walled towns, innumerable villages, each one containing 150 houses most part, besides castles and noblemen's palaces. I observe in Thuringia in Dutchland, 12 miles over by their scale, 12 counties, and in them 144 cities, 2000 villages, 144 towns, 250 castles. In Bavaria 34 cities, 46 towns, etc. Portugalia interamnis, a small plot of ground, hath 1460 parishes, 130 monasteries, 200 bridges. Malta, a barren island, yields 20,000 inhabitants. But of all the rest, I admire Lues Guicciardini's relations of the Low Countries. Holland hath 26 cities, 400 great villages, Zeeland 10 cities, 102 parishes, Brabant 26 cities, 102 parishes, Flanders 28 cities, 90 towns, 1,154 villages, besides abbeys, castles, etc. The Low Countries generally have 3 cities at least for one of ours, and those far more populous and rich. And what is the cause, but their industry and excellency in all manner of trades? Their commerce, which is maintained by a multitude of tradesmen, so many excellent channels made by art, and opportune havens, to which they build their cities, all which we have in like measure, or at least may have. But their chiefest lodestone, which draws all manner of commerce and merchandise, which maintains their present estate, is not fertility of soil, but industry that enricheth them. The gold mines of Peru or Nova Hispania may not compare with them. They have neither gold nor silver of their own, wine nor oil, or scarce any corn growing in those united provinces, little or no wood, tin, lead, iron, silk, wool, any stuff almost, or metal. And yet Hungary, Transylvania, that brag of their mines, fertile England, cannot compare with them. I dare boldly say, that neither France, Tarentum, Apulia, Lombardy, or any part of Italy, Valentia in Spain, or that pleasant Andalusia, with their excellent fruits, wine, and oil, no, not any part of Europe is so flourishing, so rich, so populous, so full of good ships, of well-built cities, so abounding with all things necessary for the use of man. 'Tis our Indies, an epitome of China, and all by reason of their industry, good policy, and commerce. Industry is a lodestone to draw all good things, that alone makes countries flourish, cities populous, and will enforce by reason of much manure, which necessarily follows, a barren soil to be fertile and good, as sheep, saith Dion, mend a bad pasture. Tell me, politicians, why is that fruitful Palestina, noble Greece, Egypt, Asia Minor, so much decayed, and mere carcasses now, fallen from what they were? The ground is the same, but the government is altered, the people are grown slothful, idle, their good husbandry, policy, and industry is decayed. Non fatigata aut effeta humus, as Columella well informs Sylvinus, sed nostra fit inertia, etc. May a man believe that which Aristotle in his Politics, Pausanias, Stephanus, Sophianus, Gerbelius relate of old Greece? I find heretofore 70 cities in Epirus overthrown by Paulus Aemilius, a goodly province in times past, now left desolate of good towns and almost inhabitants. 62 cities in Macedonia in Strabo's time. I find 30 in Laconia, but now scarce so many villages, saith Gerbelius. If any man from Mount Taygetus should view the country round about, and see tot delicias, tot urbes per Peloponnesum dispersas, so many delicate and brave built cities with such cost and exquisite cunning, so neatly set out in Peloponnesus, he should perceive them now ruinous and overthrown, burnt, waste, desolate, and laid level with the ground. Incredibile dictu, etc. And as he laments, quis talia fando temperet a lacrimis, quis tam durus aut ferreus, so he prosecutes it. Who is he that can sufficiently condole and commiserate these ruins? Where are those 4,000 cities of Egypt, those 100 cities in Crete? Are they now come to 2? What saith Pliny and Aelian of old Italy? There were in former ages 1,166 cities. Blondus and Machiavel both grant them now nothing near so populous, and full of good towns as in the time of Augustus, for now Leander Albertus can find but 300 at most, and if we may give credit to Livy, not then so strong and puissant as of old. They mustered 70 legions in former times, which now the known world will scarce yield. Alexander built 70 cities in a short space for his part. Our sultans and Turks demolish twice as many, and leave all desolate. Many will not believe that our island of Great Britain is now more populous than ever it was, yet let them read Bede, Leland, and others. They shall find it most flourished in the Saxon Heptarchy, and in the Conqueror's time was far better inhabited than at this present. See that Doomsday Book, and show me those thousands of parishes which are now decayed, cities ruined, villages depopulated, etc. The lesser the territory is, commonly the richer it is. Parvus sed bene cultus ager. As those Athenian, Lacedaemonian, Arcadian, Aelian, Sicyonian, Messenian, etc., commonwealths of Greece make ample proof, as those imperial cities and free states of Germany may witness, those cantons of Switzers, Reti, Grisons, Walloons, territories of Tuscany, Luke and Senes of old, Piedmont, Mantua, Venice in Italy, Ragusa, etc. That prince, therefore, as Boterus adviseth, that will have a rich country and fair cities, let him get good trades, privileges, painful inhabitants, artificers, and suffer no rude matter unwrought, as tin, iron, wool, lead, etc., to be transported out of his country, a thing in part seriously attempted amongst us, but not effected. And because industry of men and multitude of trade so much avails to the ornament and enriching of a kingdom, those ancient Massilians would admit no man into their city that had not brought some trade. Selim, the first Turkish emperor, procured 1,000 good artificers to be brought from Tauris to Constantinople. The Polanders indented with Henry, Duke of Anjou, their new chosen king, to bring with him 100 families of artificers into Poland. James I in Scotland, as Buchanan writes, sent for the best artificers he could get in Europe, and gave them great rewards to teach his subjects their several trades. Edward III, our most renowned king, to his eternal memory, brought clothing first into this island, transporting some families of artificers from Gaunt hither. How many goodly cities could I reckon up, that thrive wholly by trade, where thousands of inhabitants live singular well by their fingers' ends, as Florence in Italy by making cloth of gold, great Milan by silk, and all curious works, Arras in Artois by those fair hangings. Many cities in Spain, many in France, Germany, have none other maintenance, especially those within the land. Mecca in Arabia Petrea stands in a most unfruitful country, that wants water, amongst the rocks, as Vertomannus describes it, and yet it is a most elegant and pleasant city, by reason of the traffic of the east and west. Ormus in Persia is a most famous mart town, hath naught else but the opportunity of the haven to make it flourish. Corinth, a noble city, Lumen Graeciae, Tully calls it, the eye of Greece, by reason of Cenchreas and Lecheus, those excellent ports, drew all that traffic of the Ionian and Aegean seas to it. And yet the country about it was curva et superciliosa, as Strabo terms it, rugged and harsh. We may say the same of Athens, Actium, Thebes, Sparta, and most of those towns in Greece. Nuremberg in Germany is situated in a most barren soil, yet a noble imperial city. By the sole industry of artificers and cunning trades, they draw the riches of most countries to them, so expert in manufactures, that, as Sallust long since gave out of the like, sedem animae in extremis digitis habent, their soul or intellectus agens was placed in their fingers' end. And so we may say of Basel, Spire, Cambray, Frankfurt, etc. It is almost incredible to speak what some write of Mexico and the cities adjoining it. No place in the world at their first discovery more populous. Riccius the Jesuit, and some others, relate of the industry of the Chinese, most populous countries, not a beggar or an idle person to be seen, and how by that means they prosper and flourish. We have the same means, able bodies, pliant wits, matter of all sorts, wool, flax, iron, tin, lead, wood, etc., many excellent subjects to work upon, only industry is wanting. We send our best commodities beyond the seas, which they make good use of to their necessities, set themselves a work about, and severally improve, sending the same to us back at dear rates, or else make toys and baubles of the tails of them, which they sell to us again, at as great a reckoning as the whole. In most of our cities, some few excepted, like Spanish loiterers, we live wholly by tippling inns and alehouses. Malting are their best ploughs, their greatest traffic to sell ale. Meteran and some others object to us that we are no whit so industrious as the Hollanders. Manual trades, saith he, which are more curious or troublesome, are wholly exercised by strangers. They dwell in a sea full of fish, but they are so idle they will not catch so much as shall serve their own turns, but buy it of their neighbours. Tush! Mare liberum! They fish under our noses, and sell it to us when they have done, at their own prices. Pudet haec opprobria nobis, et dici potuisse, et non potuisse refelli. I am ashamed to hear this objected by strangers, and know not how to answer it. Amongst our towns there is only London that bears the face of a city, epitome Britanniae, a famous emporium, second to none beyond seas, a noble mart, but sola crescit de crescentibus aliis, and yet, in my slender judgment, defective in many things. The rest, some few excepted, are in mean estate, ruinous most part, poor and full of beggars, by reason of their decayed trades, neglected or bad policy, idleness of their inhabitants, riot, which hath rather beg or loiter, and be ready to starve than work. I cannot deny but that something may be said in defence of our cities, that they are not so fair built. For the sole magnificence of this kingdom concerning buildings hath been of old in those Norman castles and religious houses, so rich, thick-sited, populous, as in some other countries, besides the reason Cardan gives, de subtilitate rerum liber undecim. We want wine and oil, their two harvests. We dwell in a colder air, and for that cause we must a little more liberally feed of flesh, as all northern countries do. Our provisions will not therefore extend to the maintenance of so many. Yet notwithstanding we have matter of all sorts, an open sea for traffic, as well as the rest, goodly havens. And how can we excuse our negligence, our riot, drunkenness, etc., and such enormities that follow it? We have excellent laws enacted, you will say, severe statutes, houses of correction, etc., to small purpose it seems. It is not houses will serve, but cities of correction. Our trades generally ought to be reformed, wants supplied. In other countries they have the same grievances, I confess, but that doth not excuse us. Wants, defects, enormities, idle drones, tumults, discords, contention, lawsuits, many laws made against them to repress those innumerable brawls and lawsuits, excess in apparel, diet, decay of tillage, depopulations, especially against rogues, beggars, Egyptian vagabonds, so termed at least, which have swarmed all over Germany, France, Italy, Poland, as you may read in Munster, Crancius, and Aventinus, as those Tartars and Arabians at this day do in eastern countries. Yet such has been the iniquity of all ages, as it seems to small purpose. Nemo in nostra civitate mendicus esto, saith Plato, he will have them purged from a commonwealth, as a bad humour from the body, that are like so many ulcers and boils, and must be cured before the melancholy body can be eased. What Carolus Magnus, the Chinese, the Spaniards, the Duke of Saxony, and many other states have decreed in this case, read Arniseus, Boterus, Osorius de Rubus. When a country is overstocked with people, as a pasture is oft overlaid with cattle, they had wont in former times to disburden themselves by sending out colonies, or by wars, as those old Romans, or by employing them at home about some public buildings, as bridges, roadways, for which those Romans were famous in this island, as Augustus Caesar did in Rome, the Spaniards in their Indian mines, as at Potosi in Peru, where some 30,000 men are still at work, 6,000 furnaces ever boiling, etc. Aqueducts, bridges, havens, those stupend works of Trajan, Claudius, at Ostium, Diocletiani Therma, Fucinus Lacus, that Piraeum in Athens, made by Themistocles, amphitheatrums of curious marble, as at Verona, Civitas Philippi and Heraclea in Thrace, those Appian and Flaminian ways, prodigious works all may witness. And rather than they should be idle, as those Egyptian pharaohs Maris and Sesostris did, to task their subjects to build unnecessary pyramids, obelisks, labyrinths, channels, lakes, gigantic works all, to divert them from rebellion, riot, drunkenness. Quo scilicet alantur, et ne vagando laborare desuescant. End of section 12. Section 13 of The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton. Section 13. Democritus Junior to the Reader, Part 11. Another eyesore is that want of conduct and navigable rivers, a great blemish, as Boterus, Hippolytus Arcolibus, and other politicians hold, if it be neglected in a commonwealth. Admirable cost and charge is bestowed in the Low Countries on this behalf, in the Duchy of Milan, territory of Padua, in France, Italy, China, and so likewise about corrivations of water to moisten and refresh barren grounds, to drain fens, bogs, and moors. Massinissa made many inward parts of Barbary and Numidia in Africa, before his time incult and horrid, fruitful and barterable by this means. Great industry is generally used all over the eastern countries in this kind, especially in Egypt, about Babylon and Damascus, as Vertomannus and Gotardus Arthus relate, about Barcelona, Segovia, Murcia, and many other places of Spain, Milan in Italy, by reason of which their soil is much improved, and infinite commodities arise to the inhabitants. The Turks of late attempted to cut that isthmus betwixt Africa and Asia, which Sesostris and Darius and some pharaohs of Egypt had formerly undertaken, but with ill success, as Diodorus Siculus records, and Pliny, for that Red Sea being 3 cubits higher than Egypt, would have drowned all the country. Caepto destiterant, they left off. Yet, as the same Diodorus writes, Ptolemy renewed the work many years after, and absolved in it a more opportune place. That isthmus of Corinth was likewise undertaken to be made navigable by Demetrius, by Julius Caesar, Nero, Domitian, Herodes Atticus, to make a speedy passage, and less dangerous, from the Ionian and Aegean seas. But because it could not be so well effected, the Peloponnesians, built a wall like our Picts' wall above Skynute, where Neptune's temple stood, and in the shortest cut over the isthmus, of which Diodorus liber duo, Herodotus liber octo. Our latter writers call it Hexamilium, which Amorat the Turk demolished. The Venetians, anno 1453, repaired in 15 days with 30,000 men. Some, saith Acosta, would have a passage cut from Panama to Nombre de Dios in America, but Thuanus and Serres, the French historians, speak of a famous aqueduct in France, intended in Henry IV's time, from the Loire to the Seine, and from Rhodanus to the Loire, the like to which was formerly assayed by Domitian the emperor, from Arard to Moselle, which Cornelius Tacitus speaks of in the 13 of his Annals, after by Charles the Great and others. Much cost hath in former times been bestowed in either new making or mending channels of rivers, and their passages, as Aurelianus did by Tiber, to make it navigable to Rome, to convey corn from Egypt to the city, vadum alvei tumentis effodit, saith Vopiscus, et Tiberis vipas extruxit, he cut forwards, made banks, etc. Decayed havens, which Claudius the emperor with infinite pains and charges attempted at Ostia, as I have said, the Venetians at this day to preserve their city. Many excellent means to enrich their territories have been fostered, invented in most provinces of Europe, as planting some Indian plants amongst us, silkworms, the very mulberry leaves in the plains of Granada yield 30,000 crowns per annum to the king of Spain's coffers, besides those many trades and artificers that are busied about them in the kingdom of Granada, Murcia, and all over Spain. In France a great benefit is raised by salt, etc. Whether these things might not be as happily attempted with us, and with like success, it may be controverted. Silkworms I mean, vines, fir trees, etc. Cardan exhorts Edward VI to plant olives, and is fully persuaded they would prosper in this island. With us, navigable rivers are most part neglected. Our streams are not great, I confess, by reason of the narrowness of the island, yet they run smoothly and even, not headlong, swift, or amongst rocks and shelves, as foaming Rhodanus and Loire in France, Tigris in Mesopotamia, violent Durius in Spain, with cataracts and whirlpools, as the Rhine, and Danubius about Schaffhausen, Lausenburg, Linz, and Krem, to endanger navigators. Or broad, shallow, as Neckar in the Palatinate, Tibris in Italy, but calm and fair as Arar in France, Hebrus in Macedonia, Eurotas in Laconia, they gently glide along, and might as well be repaired many of them, I mean Wye, Trent, Ouse, Tamesis at Oxford, the defect of which we feel in the meantime, as the river of Lee from Ware to London. Bishop Atwater of old, or as some will, Henry I, made a channel from Trent to Lincoln navigable, which now, saith Mr. Camden, is decayed, and much mention is made of anchors, and such like monuments found about old Verulamium. Good ships have formerly come to Exeter, and many such places, whose channels, havens, ports, are now barred and rejected. We contemn this benefit of carriage by waters, and are therefore compelled in the inner parts of this island, because portage is so dear, to eat up our commodities ourselves, and live like so many boars in a sty, for want of vent and utterance. We have many excellent havens, royal havens, Falmouth, Portsmouth, Milford, etc., equivalent, if not to be preferred, to that Indian Havana, Old Brundusium in Italy, Aulis in Greece, Ambracia in Acarnia, Suda in Crete, which have few ships in them, little or no traffic or trade, which have scarce a village on them, able to bear great cities, sed viderent politici. I could here justly tax many other neglects, abuses, errors, defects amongst us, and in other countries, depopulations, riot, drunkenness, etc., and many such, quae nunc in aurem susurrare non libet. But I must take heed, ne quid gravius dicam, that I do not overshoot myself, sus Minervam. I am forth of my element, as you peradventure suppose, and sometimes veritas odium parit, as he said, verjuice and oatmeal is good for a parrot. But as Lucian said of an historian, I say of a politician, he that will freely speak and write, must be for ever no subject, under no prince or law, but lay out the matter truly as it is, not caring what any can, will, like or dislike. We have good laws, I deny not, to rectify such enormities, and so in all other countries, but it seems not always to good purpose. We had need of some general visitor in our age, that should reform what is amiss, a just army of rosy cross men, for they will amend all matters, they say, religion, policy, manners, with arts, sciences, etc. Another Attila, Tamerlane, Hercules, to strive with Archelaus, augeae stabulum purgare, to subdue tyrants, as he did Diomedes and Busiris, to expel thieves, as he did Cacus and Licinius, to vindicate poor captives, as he did Hesione, to pass the torrid zone, the deserts of Libya, and purge the world of monsters and centaurs. Or another Theban Crates to reform our manners, to compose quarrels and controversies, as in his time he did, and was therefore adored for a god in Athens. As Hercules purged the world of monsters, and subdued them, so did he fight against envy, lust, anger, avarice, etc., and all those feral vices and monsters of the mind. It were to be wished we had some such visitor, or if wishing would serve, one had such a ring or rings, as Timoleus desired in Lucian, by virtue of which he should be as strong as 10,000 men, or an army of giants, go invisible, open gates and castle doors, have what treasure he would, transport himself in an instant to what place he desired, alter affections, cure all manner of diseases, that he might range over the world, and reform all distressed states and persons, as he would himself. He might reduce those wandering Tartars in order, that infest China on the one side, Muscovy, Poland on the other, and tame the vagabond Arabians that rob and spoil those eastern countries, that they should never use more caravans or janissaries to conduct them. He might root out barbarism out of America, and fully discover terra australis incognita, find out the north-east and north-west passages, drain those mighty Maeotian fens, cut down those vast Hircinian woods, irrigate those barren Arabian deserts, etc., cure us of our epidemical diseases, scorbutum, plica, morbus neapolitanus, etc., end all our idle controversies, cut off our tumultuous desires, inordinate lusts, root out atheism, impiety, heresy, schism, and superstition, which now so crucify the world, catechize gross ignorance, purge Italy of luxury and riot, Spain of superstition and jealousy, Germany of drunkenness, all our northern country of gluttony and intemperance, castigate our hard-hearted parents, masters, tutors, lash disobedient children, negligent servants, correct these spendthrifts and prodigal sons, enforce idle persons to work, drive drunkards off the alehouse, repress thieves, visit corrupt and tyrannizing magistrates, etc. But as Lucius Licinius taxed Timoleus, you may us. These are vain and absurd and ridiculous wishes, not to be hoped. All must be as it is. Boccalinus may cite commonwealths to come before Apollo, and seek to reform the world itself by commissioners. But there is no remedy. It may not be redressed. Desinent homines tum demum stultescere, quando esse desinent. So long as they can wag their beards, they will play the knaves and fools. Because, therefore, it is a thing so difficult, impossible, and far beyond Hercules' labours to be performed, Let them be rude, stupid, ignorant, incult, lapis super lapidem sedeat, and, as the apologist will, tussi et graviolentia laboret, mundus vitio. Let them be barbarous as they are, let them tyrannize, epicurize, oppress, luxuriate, consume themselves with factions, superstitions, lawsuits, wars and contentions, live in riot, poverty, want, misery, rebel, wallow as so many swine in their own dung, with Ulysses' companions, stultos jubeo esse libenter. I will yet, to satisfy and please myself, make an utopia of mine own, a new Atlantis, a poetical commonwealth of mine own, in which I will freely domineer, build cities, make laws, statutes, as I list myself. And why may I not? Pictoribus atque poetis, etc. You know what liberty poets ever had. And besides, my predecessor Democritus was a politician, a recorder of Abdera, a lawmaker, as some say. And why may not I presume so much as he did? Howsoever, I will adventure. For the site, if you will needs urge me to it, I am not fully resolved. It may be in terra Australi incognita. There is room enough, for of my knowledge neither that hungry Spaniard nor Mercurius Britannicus have yet discovered half of it, or else one of these floating islands in Mar del Sur, which, like the Cyanean islands in the Euxine Sea, alter their place, and are accessible only at set times, and to some few persons, or one of the Fortunate Isles, for who knows yet where or which they are? There is room enough in the inner parts of America, and northern coasts of Asia. But I will choose a site whose latitude shall be 45 degrees, I respect not minutes, in the midst of the temperate zone, or perhaps under the equator, that paradise of the world, ubi semper virens laurus, etc., where there is perpetual spring. The longitude for some reasons I will conceal. Yet be it known to all men by these presents, that if any honest gentleman will send in so much money as Cardan allows an astrologer for casting a nativity, he shall be a sharer. I will acquaint him with my project, or if any worthy man will stand for any temporal or spiritual office or dignity, for, as he said of his archbishopric of Utopia, 'tis sanctus ambitus, and not amiss to be sought after. It shall be freely given without all intercessions, bribes, letters, etc. His own worth shall be the best spokesman. And because we shall admit of no deputies or advowsons, if he be sufficiently qualified, and as able as willing to execute the place himself, he shall have present possession. It shall be divided into 12 or 13 provinces, and those by hills, rivers, roadways, or some more eminent limits, exactly bounded. Each province shall have a metropolis, which shall be so placed as a centre almost in a circumference, and the rest at equal distances, some 12 Italian miles asunder, or thereabout. And in them shall be sold all things necessary for the use of man, statis oris et diebus. No market towns, markets, or fairs, for they do but beggar cities. No village shall stand above 6, 7, or 8 miles from a city, except those emporiums which are by the sea side. General staples, marts, as Antwerp, Venice, Bergen of old, London, etc. Cities most part shall be situated upon navigable rivers, or lakes, creeks, havens, and for their form, regular, round, square, or long square, with fair, broad, and straight streets, houses uniform, built of brick and stone, like Bruges, Brussels, Regium Lepidi, Bern in Switzerland, Milan, Mantua, Crema, Cambalu in Tartary, described by Polus, or that Venetian Parma. I will admit very few or no suburbs, and those of baser building, walls only to keep out man and horse, except it be in some frontier towns or by the seaside, and those to be fortified after the latest manner of fortification, and situated upon convenient havens or opportune places. In every so built city I will have convenient churches, and separate places to bury the dead in, not in churchyards; a citadella, in some, not all, to command it, prisons for offenders, opportune market places of all sorts, for corn, meat, cattle, fuel, fish, commodious courts of justice, public halls for all societies, bourses, meeting places, armouries, in which shall be kept engines for quenching of fire, artillery gardens, public walks, theatres, and spacious fields allotted for all gymnastic sports, and honest recreations. Hospitals of all kinds, for children, orphans, old folks, sick men, madmen, soldiers, pest houses, etc., not built precario, or by gouty benefactors, who, when by fraud and rapine they have extorted all their lives, oppressed whole provinces, societies, etc., give something to pious uses, build a satisfactory almshouse, school, or bridge, etc., at their last end, or before perhaps, which is no otherwise than to steal a goose, and stick down a feather, rob 1,000 to relieve 10. And those hospitals so built and maintained, not by collections, benevolences, donaries, for a set number, as in ours, just so many and no more at such a rate, but for all those who stand in need, be they more or less, and that ex publico aerario, and so still maintained. Non nobis solum nati sumus, etc. I will have conduits of sweet and good water, aptly disposed in each town, common granaries, as at Desden, in Misnia, Stettin, in Pomerland, Nuremberg, etc. Colleges of mathematicians, musicians, and actors, as of old at Labedum in Ionia, alchemists, physicians, artists, and philosophers, that all the arts and sciences may sooner be perfected and better learnt; and public historiographers, as amongst those ancient Persians, qui in commentarios referebant quae memoratu digna gerebantur, informed and appointed by the state to register all famous acts, and not by each insufficient scribbler, partial or parasitical pedant, as in our times. I will provide public schools of all kinds, singing, dancing, fencing, etc., especially of grammar and languages, not to be taught by those tedious precepts ordinarily used, but by use, example, conversation, as travellers learn abroad, and nurses teach their children. As I will have all such places, so will I ordain public governors, fit officers to each place, treasurers, aediles, quaestors, overseers of pupils, widows' goods, and all public houses, etc., and those once a year to make strict accounts of all receipts, expenses, to avoid confusion. Et sic fiet ut non absumant, as Pliny to Trajan, quod pudeat dicere. They shall be subordinate to those higher officers and governors of each city, which shall not be poor tradesmen, and mean artificers, but noblemen and gentlemen, which shall be tied to residence in those towns they dwell next, at such set times and seasons. For I see no reason, which Hippolytus complains of, that it should be more dishonourable for noblemen to govern the city than the country, or unseemly to dwell there now than of old. I will have no bogs, fens, marshes, vast woods, deserts, heaths, commons, but all enclosed, yet not depopulated, and therefore take heed you mistake me not, for that which is common, and every man's, is no man's. The richest countries are still enclosed, as Essex, Kent, with us, etc., Spain, Italy, and where enclosures are least in quantity, they are best husbanded, as about Florence in Italy, Damascus in Syria, etc., which are liker gardens than fields. I will not have a barren acre in all my territories, not so much as the tops of mountains; where nature fails, it shall be supplied by art. Lakes and rivers shall not be left desolate. All common highways, bridges, banks, corrivations of waters, aqueducts, channels, public works, buildings, etc., out of a common stock, curiously maintained and kept in repair, no depopulations, engrossings, alterations of wood, arable, but by the consent of some supervisors that shall be appointed for that purpose, to see what reformation ought to be had in all places, what is amiss, how to help it, et quid quaeque ferat regio, et quid quaeque recuset, what ground is aptest for wood, what for corn, what for cattle, gardens, orchards, fish ponds, etc., with a charitable division in every village, not one domineering house greedily to swallow up all, which is too common with us. What for lords, what for tenants, and because they shall be better encouraged to improve such lands they hold, manure, plant trees, drain, fence, etc., they shall have long leases, a known rent, and known fine to free them from those intolerable exactions of tyrannizing landlords. These supervisors shall likewise appoint what quantity of land in each manor is fit for the lord's demesnes, what for holding of tenants, how it ought to be husbanded, ut magnatis equis miniae gens cognita remis, how to be manured, tilled, rectified, hic segetes veniunt, illic felicius uvae, arborei foetus alibi, atque injussa virescunt gramina. And what proportion is fit for all callings? Because private professors are many times idiots, ill husbands, oppressors, covetous, and know not how to improve their own, or else respect their own, and not public good. Utopian parity is a kind of government to be wished for rather than effected. Res publica Christianopolitana, Campanella's City of the Sun, and that New Atlantis. Witty fictions, but mere chimeras, and Plato's community in many things is impious, absurd, and ridiculous. It takes away all splendour and magnificence. I will have several orders, degrees of nobility, and those hereditary, not rejecting younger brothers in the meantime, for they shall be sufficiently provided for by pensions, or so qualified, brought up in some honest calling, they shall be able to live of themselves. I will have such a proportion of ground belonging to every barony, he that buys the land shall buy the barony, he that by riot consumes his patrimony and ancient demesnes shall forfeit his honours. As some dignities shall be hereditary, so some again by election, or by gift. Besides free officers, pensions, annuities, like our bishoprics, prebends, the basses' palaces in Turkey, the procurators' houses and offices in Venice, which, like the golden apple, shall be given to the worthiest and best deserving, both in war and peace, as a reward of their worth and good service, as so many goals for all to aim at, honos alit artes, and encouragements to others. For I hate these severe, unnatural, harsh German, French, and Venetian decrees, which exclude plebeians from honours. Be they never so wise, rich, virtuous, valiant, and well qualified, they must not be patricians, but keep their own rank. This is naturae bellum inferre, odious to God and men. I abhor it. My form of government shall be monarchical. Nunquam libertas gratior extat, quam sub rege pio, etc. Few laws, but those severely kept, plainly put down, and in the mother tongue, that every man may understand. Every city shall have a peculiar trade or privilege, by which it shall be chiefly maintained, and parents shall teach their children one of 3 at least, bring up and instruct them in the mysteries of their own trade. In each town these several tradesmen shall be so aptly disposed, as they shall free the rest from danger or offence. Fire trades, as smiths, forgemen, brewers, bakers, metalmen, etc., shall dwell apart by themselves. Dyers, tanners, fellmongers, and such as use water in convenient places by themselves. Noisome or fulsome for bad smells, as butchers' slaughterhouses, chandlers, curriers, in remote places, and some back lanes. Fraternities and companies I approve of, as merchants' bourses, colleges of druggists, physicians, musicians, etc., but all trades to be rated in the sale of wares, as our clerks of the market do bakers and brewers. Corn itself, what scarcity soever shall come, not to extend such a price. Of such wares as are transported or brought in, if they be necessary, commodious, and such as nearly concern man's life, as corn, wood, coal, etc., and such provision we cannot want, I will have little or no custom paid, no taxes. But for such things as are for pleasure, delight, or ornament, as wine, spice, tobacco, silk, velvet, cloth of gold, lace, jewels, etc., a greater impost. I will have certain ships sent out for new discoveries every year, and some discreet men appointed to travel into all neighbouring kingdoms by land, which shall observe what artificial inventions and good laws are in other countries, customs, alterations, or aught else, concerning war or peace, which may tend to the common good. Ecclesiastical discipline, penes episcopos, subordinate as the other. No impropriations, no lay patrons of church livings, or one private man, but common societies, corporations, etc., and those rectors of benefices to be chosen out of the universities, examined and approved, as the literati in China. No parish to contain above 1,000 auditors. If it were possible, I would have such priest as should imitate Christ. Charitable lawyers should love their neighbours as themselves, temperate and modest physicians, politicians contemn the world, philosophers should know themselves, noblemen live honestly, tradesmen leave lying and cozening, magistrates corruption, etc. But this is impossible. I must get such as I may. I will therefore have of lawyers, judges, advocates, physicians, chirurgeons, etc., a set number, and every man, if it be possible, to plead his own cause, to tell that tale to the judge which he doth to his advocate, as at Fez in Africa, Bantam, Aleppo, Ragusa, suam quisque causam dicere tenetur. Those advocates, chirurgeons, and physicians, which are allowed to be maintained out of the common treasury, no fees to be given or taken upon pain of losing their places, or if they do, very small fees, and when the cause is fully ended. He that sues any man shall put in a pledge, which, if it be proved he hath wrongfully sued his adversary, rashly or maliciously, he shall forfeit and lose. Or else before any suit begin, the plaintiff shall have his complaint approved by a set delegacy to that purpose. If it be of moment, he shall be suffered as before to proceed, if otherwise they shall determine it. All causes shall be pleaded suppresso nomine, the parties' names concealed, if some circumstances do not otherwise require. Judges and other officers shall be aptly disposed in each province, villages, cities, as common arbitrators, to hear causes, and end all controversies, and those not single, but 3 at least on the bench at once, to determine or give sentence, and those again to sit by turns or lots, and not to continue still in the same office. No controversy to depend above a year, but without all delays and further appeals to be speedily dispatched, and finally concluded in that time allotted. These and all other inferior magistrates to be chosen as the literati in China, or by those exact suffrages of the Venetians, and such again not to be eligible, or capable of magistracies, honours, offices, except they be sufficiently qualified for learning, manners, and that by the strict approbation of deputed examiners. First scholars to take place, then soldiers, for I am of Vicatius's opinion, a scholar deserves better than a soldier, because unius aetatis sunt quae fortiter fiunt, quae vero pro utilitate rei publicae scribuntur, aeterna. A soldier's work lasts for an age, a scholar's for ever. If they misbehave themselves, they shall be deposed, and accordingly punished, and whether their offices be annual or otherwise, once a year they shall be called in question, and give an account. For men are partial and passionate, merciless, covetous, corrupt, subject to love, hate, fear, favour, etc. Omne sub regno graviore regnum. Like Solon's Areopagites, or those Roman censors, some shall visit others, and be visited envicem themselves. They shall oversee that no prowling officer, under colour of authority, shall insult over his inferiors, as so many wild beasts, oppress, domineer, flee, grind, or trample on, be partial or corrupt, but that there be aequabile jus, justice equally done, live as friends and brethren together, and which Cecilius would have, and so much desires in his kingdom of France, a diapason and sweet harmony of kings, princes, nobles, and plebeians, so mutually tied and involved in love, as well as laws and authority, that they never disagree, insult, or encroach one upon another. If any man deserve well in his office, he shall be rewarded. Quis enim virtutem amplectitur ipsam, praemia si tollas. He that invents anything for public good in any art or science, writes a treatise, or informs any noble exploit, at home or abroad, shall be accordingly enriched, honoured, and preferred. I say with Hannibal in Ennius, hostem qui feriet, erit mihi Carthaginensis. Let him be of what condition he will, in all offices, actions, he that deserves best shall have best. End of section 13. Section 14 of The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton. Section 14. Democritus Junior to the Reader. Part 12. Tillianus in Philonius, out of a charitable mind, no doubt, wished all his books were gold and silver, jewels and precious stones, to redeem captives, set free prisoners, and relieve all poor distressed souls that wanted means. Religiously done, I deny not, but to what purpose? Suppose this were so well done, within a little after, though a man had Croesus' wealth to bestow, there would be as many more. Wherefore I will suffer no beggars, rogues, vagabonds, or idle persons at all, that cannot give an account of their lives, how they maintain themselves. If they be impotent, lame, blind, and single, they shall be sufficiently maintained in several hospitals, built for that purpose. If married and infirm, past work, or by inevitable loss, or some such like misfortune cast behind, by distribution of corn, house rent free, annual pensions or money, they shall be relieved, and highly rewarded for their good service they have formerly done. If able, they shall be enforced to work. For I see no reason, as he said, why an epicure or idle drone, a rich glutton, a usurer, should live at ease, and do nothing, live in honour, in all manner of pleasures, and oppress others, when, as in the meantime, a poor labourer, a smith, a carpenter, an husbandman, that hath spent his time in continual labour, as an ass to carry burdens, to do the commonwealth good, and without whom we cannot live, shall be left in his old age to beg or starve, and lead a miserable life, worse than a jument. As all conditions shall be tied to their task, so none shall be overtired, but have their set times of recreations and holidays, indulgere genio, feasts and merry meetings, even to the meanest artificer or basest servant, once a week to sing or dance, though not all at once, or do whatsoever he shall please, like that Saccharum Festum amongst the Persians, those Saturnals in Rome, as well as his master. If any be drunk, he shall drink no more wine or strong drink in a 12-month after. A bankrupt shall be catademiatus in amphitheatro, publicly shamed, and he that cannot pay his debts, if by riot or negligence he may have been impoverished, shall be for a 12-month imprisoned. If in that space his creditors be not satisfied, he shall be hanged. He that commits sacrilege shall lose his hands. He that bears false witness, or is of perjury convicted, shall have his tongue cut out, except he redeem it with his head. Murder, adultery, shall be punished by death, but not theft, except it be some more grievous offence, or notorious offenders. Otherwise they shall be condemned to the galleys, mines, be his slaves whom they have offended during their lives. I hate all hereditary slaves, and that duram persarum legem, as Brisonius calls it, or as Ammianus, impendio formidatas et abominandas leges, per quas obnoxam unius omnis propinquitas perit. Hard life that wife and children, friends and allies, should suffer for the father's offence. No man shall marry until he be 25, no woman till she be 20. Nisi alitur dispensatum fuerit. If one die, the other party shall not marry till 6 months after, and because many families are compelled to live niggardly, exhaust and undone by great dowers, none shall be given at all, or very little, and that by supervisors rated. They that are foul shall have a greater portion. If fair, none at all, or very little. Howsoever, not to exceed such a rate as those supervisors shall think fit. And when once they come to those years, poverty shall hinder no man from marriage, or any other respect, but all shall be rather enforced than hindered, except they be dismembered or grievously deformed, infirm, or visited with some enormous hereditary disease, in body or mind. In such cases, upon a great pain or mulct, man or woman shall not marry. Other order shall be taken from them to their content. If people overabound, they shall be eased by colonies. No man shall wear weapons in any city. The same attire shall be kept, and that proper to several callings, by which they shall be distinguished. Luxus funerum shall be taken away, that intempestive expense moderated, and many others. Brokers, takers of pawns, biting usurers, I will not admit. Yet because hic cum hominibus non cum diis agitur, we converse here with men, not with gods, and for the hardness of men's hearts, I will tolerate some kind of usury. If we were honest, I confess, si probi essemus, we should have no use of it, but being as it is, we must necessarily admit it. Howsoever, most divines contradict it. Dicimus inficias, sed vox ea sola reperta est. It must be winked at by politicians. And yet some great doctors approve of it, Calvin, Bucer, Zanchius, Petrus Martyr, because by so many grand lawyers, decrees of emperors, princes' statutes, customs of commonwealths, churches' approbations, it is permitted, etc. I will therefore allow it, but to no private persons, nor to every man that will, to orphans only, maids, widows, or such as by reason of their age, sex, education, ignorance of trading, know not otherwise how to employ it. And those so approved, not to let it out apart, but to bring their money to a common bank, which shall be allowed in every city, as in Genoa, Geneva, Nuremberg, Venice, at 5, 6, 7, not above 8 per centum, as the supervisors, or aerarii praefecti, shall think fit. And as it shall not be lawful for each man to be an usurer that will, so shall it not be lawful for all to take up money at use, not to prodigals and spendthrifts, but to merchants, young tradesmen, such as stand in need, or know honestly how to employ it, whose necessity, cause, and condition the said supervisors shall approve of. I will have no private monopolies to enrich one man and beggar a multitude, multiplicity of offices, of supplying by deputies, Weights and measures the same throughout, and those rectified by the primum mobile and sun's motion, 80 miles to a degree according to observation, 1000 geometrical paces to a mile, 5 foot to a pace, 12 inches to a foot, etc. And from measures known, it is an easy matter to rectify weights, etc., to cast up all, and resolve bodies by algebra, stereometry. I hate wars if they be not ad populi salutem upon urgent occasion. Odimus accipitrim, quia semper vivit in armis. Offensive wars, except the cause be very just, I will not allow of. For I do highly magnify that saying of Hannibal to Scipio in Livy, it had been a blessed thing for you and us, if God had given that mind to our predecessors, that you had been content with Italy, we with Africa. For neither Sicily nor Sardinia are worth such costs and pains, so many fleets and armies, or so many famous captains' lives. Omnia prius tentanda. Fair means shall first be tried. Per agit tranquilla potestas, quod violenta nequit. I will have them proceed with all moderation. But hear you, Fabius my general, not Minutius, nam qui consilio nititur, plus hostibus nocet, quam qui sine animi ratione viribus. And in such wars to abstain as much as is possible from depopulations, burning of towns, massacring of infants, etc. For defensive wars I shall have forces still ready at a small warning, by land and sea, a prepared navy, soldiers in procinctu, et quam Bonfinius apud Hungaros suos vult, virgam feriam, and money, which is nerves belli, still in a readiness, and a sufficient revenue, a third part, as in old Rome and Egypt, reserved for the commonwealth, to avoid those heavy taxes and impositions, as well to defray this charge of wars, as also all other public defalcations, expenses, fees, pensions, reparations, chaste sports, feasts, donaries, rewards, and entertainments. All things in this nature especially I will have maturely done, and with great deliberation, ne quid temere, ne quid remisse ac timide fiat, sed quo feror hospes. To prosecute the rest would require a volume. Manum de tabella. I have been over tedious in this subject. I could here have willingly ranged, but these straits wherein I am included will not permit. From commonwealths and cities I will descend to families, which have as many corsives and molestations, as frequent discontents as the rest. Great affinity there is betwixt a political and economical body. They differ only in magnitude and proportion of business. So Scaliger writes, as they have both likely the same period, as Bodin and Pucer hold, out of Plato, 600 or 700 years. So many times they have the same means of their vexation and overthrows, as namely riot, a common ruin of both, riot in building, riot in profuse spending, riot in apparel, etc., be it in what kind soever, it produceth the same effects. A chorographer of ours, speaking obiter of ancient families, why they are so frequent in the north, continue so long, are so soon extinguished in the south, and so few, gives no other reason but this: luxus omnia dissipavit, riot hath consumed all. Fine clothes and curious buildings came into this island, as he notes in his annals, not so many years since, non sine dispendio hospilitatis, to the decay of hospitality. Howbeit many times that word is mistaken, and under the name of bounty and hospitality is shrouded riot and prodigality, and that which is commendable in itself well used, hath been mistaken heretofore, is become by his abuse the bane and utter ruin of many a noble family. For some men live like the rich glutton, consuming themselves and their substance by continual feasting and invitations, with Axilon in Homer, keep open house for all comers, giving entertainment to such as visit them, keeping a table beyond their means, and a company of idle servants, though not so frequent as of old, are blown up on a sudden, and as Actaeon was by his hounds, devoured by their kinsmen, friends, and multitude of followers. It is a wonder that Paulus Jovius relates of our northern countries, what an infinite deal of meat we consume on our tables. That I may truly say, 'tis not bounty, not hospitality, as it is often abused, but riot and excess, gluttony and prodigality, a mere vice. It brings in debt, want, and beggary, hereditary diseases, consumes their fortunes, and overthrows the good temperature of their bodies. To this I might here well add their inordinate expense in building, those fantastical houses, turrets, walks, parks, etc., gaming, excess of pleasure, and that prodigious riot in apparel, by which means they are compelled to break up house, and creep into holes. Cecilius, in his Commonwealth of France, gives 3 reasons why the French nobility were so frequently bankrupts. First, because they had so many lawsuits and contentions one upon another, which were tedious and costly, by which means it came to pass that commonly lawyers bought them out of their possessions. A second cause was their riot. They lived beyond their means, and were therefore swallowed up by merchants. Lanov, a French writer, yields 5 reasons of his countrymen's poverty, to the same effect almost, and thinks verily if the gentry of France were divided into 10 parts, 8 of them would be found much impaired by sales, mortgages, and debts, or wholly sunk in their estates. The last was immoderate excess in apparel, which consumed their revenues. How this concerns and agrees with our present state, look you. But of this elsewhere. As it is in a man's body, if either head, heart, stomach, liver, spleen, or any one part be misaffected, all the rest suffer with it. So is it with this economical body. If the head be naught, a spendthrift, a drunkard, a whoremaster, a gamester, how shall the family live at ease? Ipsa si cupiat salus servare, prosus non potest hanc familiam, as Demea said in the comedy, safety herself cannot save it. A good, honest, painful man many times hath a shrew to his wife, a sickly, dishonest, slothful, foolish, careless woman to his mate, a proud, peevish flirt, a liquorish, prodigal queen, and by that means all goes to ruin. Or if they differ in nature, he is thrifty, she spends all, he wise, she sottish and soft, what agreement can there be? What friendship? Like that of the thrush and swallow in Aesop, instead of mutual love, kind compellations, whore and thief is heard. They fling stools at one another's heads. Quae intemperies vexat hanc familiam. All enforced marriages commonly produce such effects, or if on their behalves it be well, as to live and agree lovingly together, they may have disobedient and unruly children, that take ill courses to disquiet them. Their son is a thief, a spendthrift, their daughter a whore, a stepmother or a daughter-in-law distempers all, or else for want of means many torturers arise, debts, dues, fees, dowries, jointures, legacies to be paid, annuities issuing out, by means of which they have not wherewithal to maintain themselves in that pomp as their predecessors have done, bring up or bestow their children to their callings, to their birth and quality, and will not descend to their present fortunes. Oftentimes too, to aggravate the rest, concur many other inconveniences, unthankful friends, decayed friends, bad neighbours, negligent servants, servi furaces, versipelles, calidi, occlusa sibi mille clavibus reserant, furtimque, raptant, consumunt, liguriunt. Casualties, taxes, mulcts, chargeable offices, vain expenses, entertainments, loss of stock, enmities, emulations, frequent invitations, losses, suretyship, sickness, death of friends, and that which is the gulf of all, improvidence, ill husbandry, disorder and confusion, by which means they are drenched on a sudden in their estates, and at unawares precipitated insensibly into an inextricable labyrinth of debts, cares, woes, want, grief, discontent, and melancholy itself. I have done with families, and will now briefly run over some few sorts and conditions of men. The most secure, happy, jovial, and merry in the world's esteem are princes and great men, free from melancholy. But for their cares, miseries, suspicions, jealousies, discontents, folly, and madness, I refer you to Xenophon's Tyrannus, where King Hieron discourseth at large with Simonides the poet of this subject. Of all others they are most troubled with perpetual fears, anxieties, insomuch that, as he said in Valerius, if thou knewest with what cares and miseries this robe were stuffed, thou wouldst not stoop to take it up. Or, put case they be secure and free from fears and discontents, yet they are void of reason too oft, and precipitate in their actions. Read all our histories, quos de stultis prodidere stulti, Aeneides annales. And what is the subject? Stultorum regum et populorum continet aestus. The giddy tumults and the foolish rage of kings and people. How mad they are, how furious, and upon small occasions, rash and inconsiderate in their proceedings, how they dote, every page almost will witness. Delirant reges plectuntur acivi. When doting monarchs urge unsound resolves, their subjects feel the scourge. Next in place, next in miseries and discontents, in all manner of harebrain actions, are great men, procul a Jove, procul a fulmine, the nearer the worse. If they live in court, they are up and down, ebb and flow with their prince's favours. Ingenium vultu statque caditque suo. Now aloft, tomorrow down, as Polybius describes them, like so many casting counters, now of gold, tomorrow of silver, that vary in worth as the computant will. Now they stand for units, tomorrow for thousands, now before all, and anon behind. Beside, they torment one another with mutual factions, emulations. One is ambitious, another enamoured, a third in debt, a prodigal, overruns his fortunes, a fourth solicitous with cares, gets nothing, etc. But for these men's discontents, anxieties, I refer you to Lucian's tract De Mercede Conductis, Aeneas Sylvius, Libidinis et Stultitiae Servos, he calls them, Agrippa, and many others. Of philosophers and scholars, priscae sapientiae dictatores, I have already spoken in general terms, those superintendents of wit and learning, men above men, those refined men, minions of the Muses, mentemque habere quaes bonam, et esse corculis datumst. These acute and subtle sophisters, so much honoured, have as much need of hellebore as others. O medici mediam pertundite venam. Read Lucian's Piscator, and tell how he esteemed them. Agrippa's tract of the vanity of sciences, nay, read their own works, their absurd tenets, prodigious paradoxes, et risum teneatis amici. You shall find that of Aristotle true, nullum magnum ingenium sine mixtura dementiae. They have a worm as well as others. You shall find a fantastical strain, a fustian, a bombast, a vainglorious humour, an affected style, etc., like a prominent thread in an uneven woven cloth, run parallel throughout their works. And they that teach wisdom, patience, meekness, are the veriest dizzards, harebrains, and most discontent. In the multitude of wisdom is grief, and he that increaseth wisdom increaseth sorrow. I need not quote mine author. They that laugh and contemn others, condemn the world of folly, deserve to be mocked, are as giddy-headed, and lie as open as any other. Democritus, that common flouter of folly, was ridiculous himself, barking Menippus, scoffing Lucian, satirical Lucilius, Petronius, Varro, Persius, etc., may be censured with the rest. Loripedem rectus derideat, Aethiopem albus. Bale, Erasmus, Hospinian, Vives, Kemnisius explode as a vast ocean of obs and sols, school divinity, a labyrinth of intricable questions, unprofitable contentions, incredibilem delirationem, one calls it. If school divinity be so censured, subtilis scotus lima veritatis, occam irrefragabilis, cujus ingenium vetera omnia ingenia subvertit, etc. Baconthrope, Dr. Resolutus, and Corculum Theologiae. Thomas himself, Dr. Seraphicus, qui dictavit Angelus, etc. What shall become of humanity? Ars stulta, what can she plead? What can her followers say for themselves? Much learning, cere diminuit brum, hath cracked their sconce, and taken such root, that tribus antiquiris caput insanabile. Hellebore itself can do no good, nor that renowned lantern of Epictetus, by which if any man studied, he should be as wise as he was. But all will not serve. Rhetoricians in ostentationem loquacitatis multa agitant, out of their volubility of tongue will talk much to no purpose. Orators can persuade other men what they will, quo volunt, unde volunt, move, pacify, etc., but cannot settle their own brains. What saith Tully? Malo indisertam prudentiam, quam loquacem stultitiam. And as Seneca seconds him, a wise man's oration should not be polite or solicitous. Fabius esteems no better of most of them, either in speech, action, gesture, than as men beside themselves. Insanos declamatores, so doth Gregory, non mihi sapit qui sermone, sed qui factis sapit. Make the best of him, a good orator is a turncoat, an evil man, bonus orator pessimus vir. His tongue is set to sail, he is a mere voice, as he said of a nightingale, dat sine mente sonum, an hyperbolical liar, a flatterer, a parasite, and, as Ammianus Marcellinus will, a corrupting cozener, one that doth more mischief by his fair speeches than he that bribes by money. For a man may with more facility avoid him that circumvents by money, than him that deceives with glozing terms, which made Socrates so much abhor and explode them. Fracastorius, a famous poet, freely grants all poets to be mad. So doth Scaliger, and who doth not? Aut insanit homo, aut versus facit. He's mad, or making verses. Horace, Saturae septem, liber duo. Insanire lubet, versus componere. Virgil, 3rd Eclog. So Servius interprets it. All poets are mad, a company of bitter satirists, detractors, or else parasitical applauders. And what is poetry itself, but as Austin holds, vinum erroris ab ebriis doctoribus propinatum. You may give that censure of them in general, which Sir Thomas More once did of Germanus Brixius' poems in particular, vehuntur in rate stultitiae silvam habitant furiae. Budaeus, in an epistle of his to Lupsatus, will have civil law to be the tower of wisdom, another honours physic, the quintessence of nature, a third tumbles them both down, and sets up the flag of his own peculiar science. Your supercilious critics, grammatical triflers, note makers, curious antiquaries, find out all the ruins of wit, ineptiarum delicias, amongst the rubbish of old writers. Pro stultis habent nisi aliquid sofficiant invenire, quod in aliorum scriptis vertant vitio. All fools with them that cannot find fault. They correct others, and are hot in a cold cause, puzzle themselves to find out how many streets in Rome, houses, gates, towers, Homer's country, Aeneas' mother, Niobe's daughters, and Sappho publica fuerit, ovum prius extiterit an Galena, etc. Et alia quae de discenda essent scire, si scires, as Seneca holds. What clothes the senators did wear in Rome, what shoes, how they sat, where they went to the close stool, how many dishes in a mess, what sauce, what for the present for an historian to relate, according to Lodovicus Vives, is very ridiculous, is to them most precious elaborate stuff. They admired for it, and as proud, as triumphant in the meantime for this discovery, as if they had won a city, or conquered a province, as rich as if they had found a mine of gold ore. Quosuis auctores absurdis commentis suis percacant et stercorant, one saith, they bewray and daub a company of books and good authors, with their absurd comments, correctorum sterquilinea, Scaliger calls them, and show their wit in censuring others, a company of foolish note makers, humble bees, daws or beetles, inter stercora ut plurimum versantur, they rake over all those rubbish and dunghills, and prefer a manuscript many times before the gospel itself, thesaurum criticum, before any treasure, and with their deliaturs, alii legunt sic, meus codex sic habet, with their postremae editiones, annotations, castigations, etc., make books dear, themselves ridiculous, and do nobody good. Yet if any man dare oppose or contradict, they are mad, up in arms on a sudden. How many sheets are written in defence, how many bitter invectives, what apologies! Epiphilides hae sunt ut merae, nugae. But I dare say no more of, for, with, or against them, because I am liable to their lash as well as others. Of these and the rest of our artists and philosophers, I will generally conclude they are a kind of madmen, as Seneca esteems of them, to make doubts and scruples, how to read them truly, to mend old authors, but will not mend their own lives, or teach us ingenia sanare, memoriam officiorum ingerere, ac fidem in rebus humanis retinere, to keep our wits in order, or rectify our manners. Num quid tibi demens vitator, si istis operam impenderit? Is not he mad that draws lines with Archimedes, whilst his house is ransacked, and his city besieged, when the whole world is in combustion, or we, whilst our souls are in danger, mors sequitur, vita fugit, to spend our time in toys, idle questions, and things of no worth. End of Section 14.
Section 15 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton, Section 15. Democritus Junior to the Reader, Part 13. That lovers are mad, I think no man will deny. Amare simul et sapere, ipsi Jovi non datur. Jupiter himself cannot intend both at once. Non bene conveniunt, nec in una sede morantur, majestas et amor. Tully, when he was invited to a second marriage, replied, he could not simul amare et sapere, be wise and love both together. Et orcus ille, vis est immedicabilis, est rabies insana. Love is madness, a hell, an incurable disease. Impotentem et insanem libidinem, Seneca calls it, an impotent and raging lust. I shall delate this subject apart. In the meantime, let lovers sigh out the rest. Nevisanus the lawyer holds it for an axiom, most women are fools. Consilium foeminis invalidum. Seneca, men, be they young or old, who doubts it? Youth is mad, as Elius in Tully, stulti adolescentuli, old age little better, deleri senes, etc. Theophrastes, in the 107th year of his age, said he then began to be wise, turn sapere coepit, and therefore lamented his departure. If wisdom come so late, where shall we find a wise man? Our old ones dote at 70. I would cite more proofs, and a better author, but for the present let one fool point at another. Nevisanus hath as hard an opinion of rich men. Wealth and wisdom cannot dwell together, stultitiam patientur opes, and they do not commonly infatuare cor homines, besot men, and as we see it, fools have fortune, sapientia non invenitur in terra suaviter viventium. For besides a natural contempt of learning, which accompanies such kind of men, innate idleness, for they will take no pains, and which Aristotle observes, ubi mens plurima, ibi minima fortuna, ubi plurima fortuna, ibi mens perexigua. Great wealth and little wit go commonly together. They have as much brains, some of them in their heads, as in their heels. Besides this inbred neglect of liberal sciences and all arts, which should excolere mentem, polish the mind, they have most part some gullish humour or other, by which they are led. One is an epicure, an atheist, a second a gamester, a third a whoremaster. Fit subjects, all for a satirist to work upon. Hic nuptarum insanit amoribus, hic puerorum. One burns to madness for the wedded dame, unnatural lusts another's heart inflame. One is mad of hawking, hunting, cocking, another of carousing, horse riding, spending, a fourth of building, fighting, etc. Insanit veteres statuas Damasippus emendo. Damasippus hath a humour of his own, to be talked of. Heliodorus the Carthaginian another. In a word, as Scaliger concludes of them all, they are statuae erectae stultitiae, the very statues or pillars of folly. Choose out of all stories him hath been most admired, you shall still find multa ad laudem, multa ad vituperationem magnifica, as Berosus of Semiramis, omnes mortales militia triumphis, divitiis, etc. Turn et luxo, caede, caeterisque, vitiis antecessit. As she had some good, so had she many bad parts. Alexander, a worthy man, but furious in his anger, overtaken in drink. Caesar and Scipio valiant and wise, but vainglorious, ambitious. Vespasian, a worthy prince, but covetous. Hannibal, as he had mighty virtues, so had he many vices. Unam virtutem mille vitia comitantur, as Machiavel of Cosmo de Medici. He had two distinct persons in him. I will determine of them all. They are like these double or turning pictures, stand before which you see a fair maid, on the one side an ape, on the other an owl. Look upon them at the first sight, all is well, but farther examine, you shall find them wise on the one side and fools on the other, in some few things praiseworthy, in the rest incomparably faulty. I will say nothing of their diseases, emulations, discontents, wants, and such miseries. Let poverty plead the rest in Aristophanes' Plutus. Covetous men, amongst others, are most mad. They have all the symptoms of melancholy, fear, sadness, suspicion, etc., as shall be proved in its proper place. Danda est hellebori multo pars maxima avaris. Misers make Anticyra their own, its hellebore reserved for them alone. And yet, methinks prodigals are much madder than they, be of what condition they will, they bear a public or private purse, as a Dutch writer censured Richard the rich Duke of Cornwall, suing to be emperor, for his profuse spending. Qui effudit pecuniam, ante pedes principium et lectorum sicut aquam. That scattered money like water, I do censure them. Stulta Anglia, saith he, quae, tot denariis sponte est privita, stultae principes Alemaniae, qui nobile jussuum pro pecunio vendiderunt. Spendthrifts, bribers, and bribe-takers are fools, and so are all they that cannot keep, disperse, or spend their monies well. I might say the like of angry, peevish, envious, ambitious. Anticyras melior sorbere meracus. Epicures, atheists, schismatics, heretics, hic omnes habent imaginationem laesum, saith Nymannus, and their madness shall be evident. Fabatus, an Italian, hold seafaring men all mad. The ship is mad, for it never stands still. The mariners are mad, to expose themselves to such imminent dangers. The waters are raging mad, in perpetual motion. The winds are as mad as the rest. They know not whence they come, whither they would go, and most men are maddest of all that go to sea. For one fool at home they find 40 abroad. He was a madman that said it, and thou peradventure as mad to read it. Felix Platerus is of opinion all alchemists are mad, out of their wits. Athenaeus saith as much of fiddlers, et musarum Luscinius. Musicians, omnes debicines insaniunt, ubi semel efflunt, avolat illicor mens. In comes music at one ear, out goes wit at another. Proud and vainglorious persons are certainly mad, and so are lascivious. I can feel their pulses beat hither, horn mad some of them, to let others lie with their wives, and wink at it. To insist in all particulars were an Herculean task. To reckon up insanas substructiones, insanos labores, insanum luxum, mad labours, mad books, endeavours, carriages, gross ignorance, ridiculous actions, absurd gestures. Insanum gulam, insanium villarum, insana jurgia, as Tully terms them. Madness of villages, stupend structures, as those Egyptian pyramids, labyrinths, and sphinxes, with a company of crowned asses, ad ostentationem opum, vainly built, when neither the architect nor king that made them, or to what use and purpose are yet known, to insist in their hypocrisy, inconstancy, blindness, rashness, dementum temeritatum, fraud, cozenage, malice, anger, impudence, ingratitude, ambition, gross superstition, tempora infecta et adulatione sordida, as in Tiberius times, such base flattery, stupend, parasitical fawning and colloguing, etc., brawls, conflicts, desires, contentions. It would ask an expert Vesalius to anatomize every member. Shall I say, Jupiter himself, Apollo, Mars, etc., doted, and monster-conquering Hercules, that subdued the world and helped others, could not relieve himself in this, but mad he was at last. And where shall a man walk, converse with whom, in what province, city, and not meet with Signor Delirio, or Hercules Furens, Maenets and Corybantes? Their speeches say no less, e fungis nati homines, or else they fetch their pedigree from those that were struck by Samson with the jawbone of an ass, or from Deucalion and Pyrrhus stones, for durum genus sumus, marmore sumus, we are stony-hearted, and savour too much of the stock, as if they had all heard that enchanted horn of Astolfo, that English duke in Ariosto, who never sounded but all his auditors were mad, and for fear ready to make away with themselves, or landed in the mad haven in the Euxine sea of Daphnis insana, which had a secret quality to dementate. They are company of giddy heads, afternoon men, it is midsummer moon still, and the dog days last all the year long. They are all mad. Whom then shall I accept? Ulricus Hutanus Nemo, nam nemo omnibus horis sapit, nemo nascitur sine vitiis, crimine nemo caret, nemo sorte sua vivit contentus, nemo in amore sapit, nemo bonus, nemo sapiens, nemo est ex omni parti beatus, etc. And therefore Nicholas Nemo or Monsieur Nobody shall go free. Quid valeat nemo, nemo referre potest. But whom shall I accept in the second place? Such as are silent, vir sapit, qui pauca loquitur. No better way to avoid folly and madness, than by taciturnity. Whom in a third? All senators, magistrates, for all fortunate men are wise, and conquerors valiant, and so are all great men. Non est bonum ludere cum diis. They are wise by authority, good by their office and place. His licet impune pessimos esse, some say. We must not speak of them, neither is it fit. Per me sint omnia proteus alba. I will not think amiss of them. Whom next? Stoics? Sapiens Stoicus, and he alone is subject to no perturbations, as Plutarch scoffs at him. He is not vexed with torments, or burnt with fire, foiled by his adversary, sold of his enemy, though he be wrinkled, sand-blind, toothless, and deformed, yet he is most beautiful, and like a god, a king in conceit, though not worth a groat. He never dotes, never mad, never sad, drunk, because virtue cannot be taken away, as Zeno holds, by reason of strong apprehension, but he was mad to say so. Anticyrae caelo huix est opus aut dolabra. He had need to be bored, and so had all his fellows, as wise as they would seem to be. Chrysippus himself liberally grants them to be fools as well as others, at certain times, upon some occasions, amati virtutem aet per ebrietatem, aut atribilarium morbum. It may be lost by drunkenness or melancholy. He may be sometimes crazed as well as the rest. Ad summum sapiens nisi quum pituita molesta. I should here except some cynics, Menippus, Diogenes, that Theban Crates, or, to descend to these times, that omniscious, only wise fraternity of the Rosicrucians, those great theologues, politicians, philosophers, physicians, philologers, artists, etc., of whom St. Bridget, Albus Joachimus, Lycanbergius, and such divine spirits have prophesied, and made promise to the world. If at least there be any such, Henricus Neuhesius makes a doubt of it, Valentinus Andreas and others, or an Elias Artifex their Theophrastion master, whom though Libavius and many deride and carp at, yet some will have to be the renewer of all arts and sciences, reformer of the world, and now living. For so Johannes Montanus Strigoniensis, that great patron of Paracelsus, contends, and certainly avers a most divine man, and the quintessence of wisdom wheresoever he is, for he, his fraternity, friends, etc., are all betrothed to wisdom, if we may believe their disciples and followers. I must needs except Lipsius and the Pope, and expunge their name out of the catalogue of fools. For besides that parasitical testimony of Dauster, a sole exoriente meotides usque paludes, nemo est qui justo se equipirare queat. Lipsius saith of himself, that he was humani generis quidem pedagogus, voce et stilo, a grand signior, a master, a tutor of us all, and for 13 years he brags how he sought wisdom in the Low Countries, as Ammonius the philosopher sometimes did in Alexandria, cum humanitate literus et sapientiam cum prudentia. Antistes sapientiae, he shall be sapientium octavus. The Pope is more than a man, as his parrots often make him, a demigod, and besides his holiness cannot err, in cathedra belike, and yet some of them have been magicians, heretics, atheists, children, and as Platinus saith of John 22, et si vir literatus, multa stoliditatem et levitatem praese ferentia egit, stolidi et succodis vir ingenii, a scholar sufficient, yet many things he did foolishly, lightly. I can say no more than in particular, but in general terms to the rest. They are all mad, their wits are evaporated, and, as Ariosto feigns, Lib. 34, kept in jars above the moon. Some lose their wits with love, some with ambition, some following lords and men of high condition, some in fair jewels rich and costly set, others in poetry their wits forget. Another thinks to be an alchemist, till all be spent, and that his numbers missed. Convicted fools they are, madmen upon record, and I am afraid past cure many of them, crepant inguina, the symptoms are manifest, they are all of Gotham parish. Quum furor haud dubius, quum sit manifesta phrenesis. Since madness is indisputable, since frenzy is obvious, what remains then but to send for Lorarius, those officers to carry them all together for company to Bedlam, and set Rabelais to be their physician? If any man shall ask in the meantime, who I am that so boldly censure others, tu nullane habes vitia? Have I no faults? Yes, more than thou hast, whosoever thou art. Nos numerus sumus, I confess it again, I am as foolish, as mad as anyone. Insanus vobis videor, non deprecor ipse, quo minus insanus. I do not deny it, demens de populo dematur. My comfort is, I have more fellows, and those of excellent note, and though I be not so right or so discreet as I should be, yet not so mad, so bad neither, as thou perhaps takest me to be. To conclude, this being granted, that all the world is melancholy or mad, dotes, and every member of it, I have ended my task, and sufficiently illustrated that which I took upon me to demonstrate at first. At this present I have no more to say. His sanum mentem Democritus. I can but wish myself and them a good physician, and all of us a better mind. And although for the above named reasons I had a just cause to undertake this subject, to point at these particular species of dotage, that so men might acknowledge their imperfections, and seek to reform what is amiss, yet I have a more serious intent at this time, and to admit all impertinent digressions, to say no more of such as are improperly melancholy, or metaphorically mad, lightly mad, or in disposition, as stupid, angry, drunken, silly, sottish, sullen, proud, vainglorious, ridiculous, beastly, peevish, obstinate, impudent, extravagant, dry, doting, dull, desperate, harebrained, etc., mad, frantic, foolish, heteroclites, which no new hospital can hold, no physic help. My purpose and endeavour is, in the following discourse, to anatomize this humour of melancholy, through all its parts and species, as it is an habit, or an ordinary disease, and that philosophically, medicinally, to show the causes, symptoms, and several cures of it, that it may be the better avoided. Moved thereunto for the generality of it, and to do good, it being a disease so frequent, as Mercurialis observes, in these our days so often happening, saith Laurentius, in our miserable times, as few there are that feel not the smart of it. Of the same mind is Aelian Montaltus, Melancthon, and others. Julius Caesar Claudinus calls it a fountain of all other diseases, and so common in this crazed age of ours, that scarce one of 1,000 is free from it, and that splenetic hypochondriacal wind especially, which proceeds from the spleen and short ribs. Being then a disease so grievous, so common, I know not wherein to do a more general service, and spend my time better, than to prescribe means how to prevent and cure so universal a malady, an epidemical disease, that so often so much crucifies the body and mind. If I have overshot myself in this which hath been hitherto said, or that it is, which I am sure some will object, too fantastical, too light and comical for a divine, too satirical for one of my profession, I will presume to answer with Erasmus, in like case. 'Tis not I, but Democritus. Democritus dixit. You must consider what it is to speak in one's own or another's person, an assumed habit and name, a difference betwixt him that affects or acts a prince's, a philosopher's, a magistrate's, a fool's part, and him that it is so indeed, and what liberty those old satirists have had, it is a cento collected from others, not I, but they that say it. Dixero si quid forte jocosius, hoc mihi juris convenia dabis. Yet some indulgence I may justly claim, if I too familiar with another's fame. Take heed you mistake me not, if I do a little forget myself, I hope you will pardon it. And to say truth, why should any man be offended, or take exceptions at it? Licuit semperque licebit, parcere personis dicere de vitiis. It lawful was of old, and still will be, to speak of vice, but let the name go free. I hate their vices, not their persons. If any be displeased, or take aught unto himself, let him not expostulate or cavil with him that said it. So did Erasmus excuse himself to Dorpius, si parva licet componere magnes, and so do I, but let him be angry with himself, that so betrayed and opened his own faults in applying it to himself. If he be guilty and deserve it, let him amend, whoever he is, and not be angry. He that hateth correction is a fool. Proverbs 12:1. If he be not guilty, it concerns him not. It is not my freeness of speech, but a guilty conscience, a galled back of his own, that makes him wince. Suspicione si quis irabit sua, et rapiet ad se, quod erit commune omnium, stulte nudabit animi conscientiam. I deny not this which I have said savours a little of Democritus. Quamvis ridentem dicere verum quid velat. One may speak in jest, and yet speak truth. It is somewhat tart, I grant it. Acriora orexim excitant embamata, as he said. Sharp sauces increase appetite. Nec cibus ipse juvat morsu fraudatus aceti. Object then, and cavil what thou wilt. I ward all with Democritus' buckler. His medicine shall solve it. Strike where thou wilt, and when. Democritus dixit. Democritus will answer it. It was written by an idle fellow at idle times, about our Saturnalian or Dionysian feasts, when, as he said, nullum libertati periculum est, servants in old Rome had liberty to say and do what them list. When our countrymen sacrificed to their goddess Vacuna, and sat tippling by their vacunal fires, I writ this, and published this Hautus Heligan. It is neminis nihil. The time, place, persons, and all circumstances apologise for me, and why may not I then be idle with others, speak my mind freely? If you deny me this liberty, upon these presumptions, I will take it. I say again, I will take it. Si quis est qui dictum in se inclementius, existimavit esse, sic existiment. If any man take exceptions, let him turn the buckle of his girdle. I care not. I owe thee nothing, reader. I look for no favour at thy hands. I am independent. I fear not. No, I recant. I will not. I care. I fear. I confess my fault. Acknowledge a great offence. Motus praestat componere fluctus. Let's first assuage the troubled waves. I have overshot myself. I have spoken foolishly, rashly, unadvisedly, absurdly. I have anatomized mine own folly, and now methinks upon a sudden I am awaked, as it were out of a dream. I have had a raving fit, a fantastical fit, ranged up and down, in and out. I have insulted over the most kind of men, abused some, offended others, wronged myself, and now being recovered and perceiving mine error, cry with Orlando, Solvete me, pardon, O boni, that which is past, and I will make you amends in that which is to come. I promise you a more sober discourse in my following treatise. If through weakness, folly, passion, discontent, ignorance, I have said amiss, let it be forgotten and forgiven. I acknowledge that of Tacitus to be true, asperae facetiae, ubi nimis ex vero traxere, acrum sue memoriam relinquunt. A bitter jest leaves a sting behind it, and, as an honourable man observes, they fear a satirist's wit, he their memories. I may justly suspect the worst, and although I hope I have wronged no man, yet in Medea's words, I will crave pardon. Illud jam quoque extrema peto, nisi quae noster dubius effudit dolor. Maniant in animal verbo, sed melior tibi memoria nostri subiat. Haec irae data obliterentur. And in my last words this I do desire, that what in passion I have said or ire may be forgotten, and a better mind be had of us, hereafter as you find. I earnestly request every private man, as Scaliger did Cardan, not to take offence. I will conclude in his lines, Si me cognitum haberes, non solum donares nobis has facetias nostras, sed etiam indignum duceras, tam humanum animum, lene ingenium, vel minimam suspicionem deprecare oportere. If thou knewest my modesty and simplicity, thou wouldst easily pardon and forgive what is here amiss, or by thee misconceived. If hereafter anatomizing this surly humour, my hand slip, and as unskilful prentice I lance too deep, and cut through skin, and, or at unawares make it smart, or cut awry, pardon a rude hand, an unskilful knife. 'Tis a most difficult thing to keep an even tone, a perpetual tenor, and not sometimes to lash out. Difficile est satiram non scribere. There be so many objects to divert, inward perturbations to molest, and the very best may sometimes err. Aliquando bonus dormitat Homerus. Sometimes that excellent Homer takes a nap. It is impossible not in so much to overshoot, opere in longo fas est obrepere summum. But what needs all this? I hope there will no such cause of offence be given. If there be, nemo aliquid recognoscat. Nos mentimor omnia. I'll deny all, my last refuge, recant all, renounce all I have said, if any man accept, and with as much facility excuse, as he can accuse. But I presume of thy good favour and gracious acceptance, gentle reader. Out of an assured hope and confidence thereof, I will begin. To the reader at leisure. Whoever you may be, I caution you against rashly defaming the author of this work, or cavilling in jest against him. Nay, do not silently reproach him in consequence of others' censure, nor employ your wit in foolish disapproval, or false accusation. For should Democritus Junior prove to be what he professes, even a kinsman of his elder namesake, or be ever so little of the same kidney, it is all over with you. He will become both accuser and judge of you in your spleen, will dissipate you in jests, pulverize you into salt, and sacrifice you, I can promise you, to the god of mirth. I further advise you not to asperse or calumniate or slander Democritus Junior, who possibly does not think ill of you, lest you may hear from some discreet friend the same remark the people of Abdera did from Hippocrates, of their meritorious and popular fellow citizen, whom they had looked on as a madman. It is not that you, Democritus, that art wise, but that the people of Abdera are fools and madmen. You have yourself an Abderitian soul, and, having just given you, gentle reader, these few words of admonition, farewell. Weep, O Heraclitus, it suits the age, unless you see nothing base, nothing sad. Laugh, O Democritus, as much as you please, unless you see nothing either vain or foolish. Let one rejoice in smiles, the other in tears. Let the same labour or pain be the office of both. Now, for alas, how foolish the world has become, 1,000 Heraclitus, 1,000 Democritus are required. Now, so much does madness prevail, all the world must be sent to Anticyra to graze on hellebore. End of section 15.